001 Naruto Sky Screen. Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 001. The dusk of the 51st year of Konoha was like solidified blood splashing across the sky, covering the streets of Konoha village with an ominous dark red veil. Namikaze Minato held Uzumaki Kushina's hand tightly as they strolled along the cobblestone road. His wife's bulging belly would occasionally tremble, and Minato's palm pressed against that soft spot, clearly sensing the pulsation of new life, his lips unconsciously raised in a happy arc. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the heavens, as if the thunder of divine punishment had instantly ripped through the heavens. The entire sky was rapidly engulfed by a strange, dark purple hue. Countless streams of light poured down like meteors, gradually coalescing into a vast and mysterious canopy deep within the swirling clouds. This sudden strange phenomenon caused the ninjas on the street to draw their weapons and look at the sky vigilantly. "What is this?" Kushina instinctively covered her abdomen, a hint of fear in her voice. Namikaze Minato's expression suddenly hardened. He quickly formed hand seals, securing his wife behind him, and stared warily at the strange sky. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the dark purple sky for any possible threat. In an instant, an ethereal and mechanical voice rang out in everyone's mind. "Ding! The Sky Screen live broadcast system has arrived. Ding! Start creating a chat group. Ding! Start creating a live broadcast channel. Ding! Chat channel voice has been opened for Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, AI the 4th Raikage, the 3rd Mizukage, Raza the 4th Kazekage, Noki the 3rd Tsuchikage, Black Zetsu, and Fugaku Uchiha. The Sky Screen live broadcast system will randomly broadcast events from the past and future of the ninja world. The ninjas familiarize themselves with the chat channel. 3 minutes later, the first live broadcast begins. It features Konoha's 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, awakening his Mangekyou and would release abilities due to Uchiha Sasuke's awakening, and his declaration of war against Shikoku. When the mechanical voice rang out the words Konoha's 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto in everyone's mind, Namikaze Minato's hand seal froze in mid-air. His heart suddenly shrank. He stared at the words Uzumaki Naruto and his Adam's apple rolled with difficulty, Kushina's last name, the name he had imagined. This was definitely not a coincidence. Uzumaki Kushina dug her nails deep into Minato's palms, her voice trembling, "Minato, our child will become Hokage." A strange flush spread across her pale face, both from the trembling of the fetal movement and the shock of this absurd prophecy that made her blood boil. "If it's true, I will never let him be involved in the war." Minato Namikaze looked at his wife's frightened eyes, held her hand tightly, and said in a low but firm voice, "Don't panic, let's see what this so-called live broadcast is all about." But his heart was also stirred by this sudden news, and countless speculations surged in his mind. At the same time, thousands of miles away, inside the meeting hall of Kumagakure, the 4th Raikage AI smashed the table with a single pun. Lightning flashed along the cracked wood, leaving charred lightning patterns on the ground. "Konoha wants to start a war? Do you really think Kumagakure is a pushover?" The 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki was suspended in mid-air, his cloudy eyes fixed on the 3 words Mangekyo on the sky, his voice hoarse. "Is there going to be another Uchiha Madara in Konoha?" His skinny fingers tightly gripped the crutch, which turned slightly white due to excessive force. The Sandaime Mizukage's finger hovered over the virtual keyboard, hesitating whether to inquire about Konoha's attitude. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, frowned, and was about to speak to test the waters. The chat channel suddenly exploded with a message alert sound. "Namikaze Minato, calm down, everyone. The origins of this sky curtain system are unknown, and the truth of its claims remains uncertain. Even if this were to happen in the future, if Konoha were to go to war, there would be a compelling reason. Please wait and see." 4th Raikage AI, lightning flashes around him. "Don't try to play it. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, daring to poke a battle flag under Kumigakuru's nose is a provocation. If Konoha wants to fight, I will lead the Kumigakure troops to crush your Konoha. Namikaze Minato, golden lightning entwined his fingertips. Lord Raikage, the eternal will of fire has burned above Konoha village for generations. If Kumigakure insists on forging this illusory speculation into a blade, then let us test it. Can this fire melt your thunder? As the words fell, lightning suddenly exploded and then subsided in an instant. The air in the conference room seemed to be solidified by this invisible momentum, and even the lightning around the Raikage was sluggish for a moment. These words, filled with such powerful intimidation, shuddered the Mizukage and Kazekage, who were about to speak. Their fingers trembled unconsciously, and they swallowed back the words that were on the tip of their tongues. They sensed the firmness and unquestionable momentum contained in Namikaze Minato's words, like an invisible barrier, preventing them from speaking easily. Uchiha Madara, sneered Ha, quite interesting. Uchiha Madara, if that brat could truly possess both the Manjiki and would release, perhaps, he would be barely qualified to be my opponent. Uchiha Madara's tone was very light, but it was filled with arrogance that looked down on everyone, as if he was weighing a toy that was about to be obtained. Senju Tobirama, ridiculous. The word absurd came piercing like an ice-hardened kunai. Senju Tobirama, just relying on the nonsense of a piece of sky screen of unknown origin, you dare to dictate the future? Uchiha Madara, you haven't woken up from your dream of conquering the ninja world yet, so you are attracted to such nonsense. The words were filled with sharp sarcasm, precisely cutting into Madara's ambition. Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, you old-fashioned old fogey, what do you know? Strength is the hand that moves the chessboard of the ninja world. If that brat really had the Manjiki and would release, perhaps he could break this stagnant balance. But you, besides tying others up with the shackles of morality, what else can you do? Senju Hashirama, Madara. Tobirama. Shut up. The words are so anxious that they seem to be stomping their feet. Senju Hashirama, this sky curtain appeared out of nowhere, and we should have investigated the details first. But you guys are already on edge after just 3 words. Don't we all hope for peace and stability in the ninja world? Senju Tobirama, big brother. Are you still going to protect this troublemaker? Every word is filled with anger at the lack of fighting spirit. Senju Tobirama, his mind is filled with war and conquest. This future war is most likely caused by him. Uchiha Madara, humph, Senju Tobirama, you are just jealous of my power. Contempt almost overflowed from the words. Uchiha Madara, if you have the guts, stop hiding behind your big brother and come to the Valley of the End for another duel. Let's see if your little tricks can block my Susanoo. Senju Hashirama, Madara, didn't we build Konoha together so that the children would not have to fight in wars? His tone softened, with a hint of pleading. Senju Hashirama, this sky curtain might be a turning point. Don't rush into a fight right away. Uchiha Madara, peace? Hashirama, you are still so naive. The words are as cold as ice in deep winter. Uchiha Madara, in a world where the strong prey on the weak, only absolute strength can suppress war. If that brat can truly master the Manjiki and would release, perhaps I can see something new. Senju Tobirama, new thing? I think your ambition is emerging again. The rage almost burned through the screen. Senju Tobirama, it was you who was determined to overthrow Konoha back then, and now you want to use the sky curtain to disrupt the ninja world? I tell you, Uchiha Madara, as long as I am here, you will never succeed. Senju Hashirama, enough. This time I was really anxious, and the words were trembling. Senju Hashirama, can we put aside the past grudges for now? The most important thing now is to understand what this system is trying to do, rather than biting each other here. The third Tsuchikage Onoki typed with trembling fingers. The cursor in the dialog box flashed 3 times before he managed to type the words, "You, Uchiha Madara. Haven't you already?" Before he could finish, his fingers loosened and his crutch clanged to the ground. He staggered and held onto the stone wall before he could barely stand. Uchiha Fugaku, hopefully, this is just a false future. System prompt, 3-minute countdown ends. First live broadcast about to begin. Konoha's 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto awakens his Manjiki and would release due to Uchiha Sasuke, and brazenly declares war on Shikoku is about to appear. Ninjas, please prepare. Post views, 300. 002 Naruto sky screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 002. Sky screen live broadcast opens. The blood mist surged into thick waves in the center of the battlefield, crushing the light between heaven and earth into dark red powder. Uzumaki Naruto's knees buckled, and he landed heavily on the scorched earth. The dull pain of broken stone digging into his flesh spread through his bones, but he felt as if all feeling had been drained away. He arched his back tightly, as if trying to wrap Uchiha Sasuke in his arms into his flesh and blood. That was the only piece of driftwood he could grasp it, and the final nail that crushed his sanity. His arms were as tense as a bowstring about to break, his fingertips turning white from excessive force, tightly gripping the clothes on Sasuke's back. His fingertips were deeply embedded in the fabric, almost pinching into Sasuke's cold flesh, as if he loosened his grip even a little, Sasuke would turn into smoke and dissipate through his fingers, taking away his last bit of sanity along with him. Naruto's hand trembled in midair like a candle in the wind, his knuckles dark blue from the sheer force, his fingertips nearly digging into his palm. That half-breath of hesitation felt like an eternity, every inch of his muscle screaming in resistance, yet dragged down by a deeper obsession. As soon as his fingertips touched Sasuke's cheek, the icy temperature, like poisoned iron, exploded along his nerves. Naruto suddenly retracted his hand, but his fingertips still felt a biting cold as if they had been burned by an iron. But the next second, he hugged Sasuke tightly like a madman, his palms pressed against Sasuke's temperatureless body, with such force that his knuckles began to turn white, as if he wanted to press the coldness into his own flesh, trying in vain to pass on his body temperature, even if it was just to retain 1/10,000th of the residual warmth. Sasuke's face was as white as water-soaked paper, and black blood was slowly flowing out of his empty eye sockets. It was as sticky as insoluble ink, winding down his pale and bluish jaw and dripping onto Naruto's chest. On the orange clothing that had long been mottled by gun smoke and dust, the bloodstains spread faster and faster, like dark red poisonous flowers growing wildly in despair, making the flower that symbolized sunshine even darker. Naruto's tense shoulders suddenly trembled violently, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, but only whimpers like a broken bellows came out. Each sob seemed to be squeezed out from his torn lungs, mixed with the smell of blood and stuck in his throat. The bloody wind blew by, ruffling the messy blonde hair in front of his forehead, barely covering his blue eyes filled with red bloodshot. The bloodshot on the whites of his eyes were spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye, like countless ferocious little snakes, scrambling frantically along the edge of his iris, as if something was stirring deep in his eyes through his skin and flesh. Namikaze Minato's pupils suddenly constricted, his gaze fixed on the messy golden hair in the picture. Blood and dust couldn't mask its luster. The setting sun's rays swept across the boy's stubborn profile. His tightly pursed lips and high nose bridge resembled the overlapping reflection of him and Kushina. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, nearly shattering his ribs. Minato! Look, him! Kushina's fingertips trembled like dead leaves in the autumn wind, pointing at the blood-stained orange on the sky, her choked voice trembling like broken glass. Her usually flamboyant red hair was now moving without wind, fluttering wildly against her cheeks, as if venting the emotions surging in her chest. For her owner it was a mixture of disbelief, heart-wrenching pain, and inexplicable uneasiness, which almost tore her sanity apart. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath, his throat rolling. The person playing on the screen is our child. He deliberately slowed down his speech, Trying to suppress the subtle tremor in his voice, look at his eyebrows, that golden hair, and the Konoha forehead protector on his forehead. There's no mistake. But how could Kushina not understand him? After years of marriage, he'd always bit his lower lip unconsciously, pretending to be calm. The veins on the back of his hand bulged like a struggling snake, and the cold sweat from his palm trickled down through his fingers into hers, chilling her fingertips to the point of trembling. The more resounding the words "I can't be wrong," the more they rang out, but the ending trembled, like a thin string stretched to its limit. She knew her husband so well, this man who always wore a calm expression, must be feeling a surge of emotion within him at this moment, swathed in the pain of watching his son bleed and the subtle fear that was nearly suffocating him. Kushina tightened her grip on Minato's hand, her fingertips repeatedly rubbing his sweaty palm, with her unique warmth. The force was not strong, but it seemed to say, "When you can't hold on any longer, I'm still here." The kunao and knife blades scattered around had long been bent and broken, with rust and blood clots mixed together, like the severed limbs of fallen souls, roaring silently on the scorched earth. Twisted corpses were piled on top of each other, some had half their faces cut off, some had their waists and abdomens broken, their organs mixed with mud and solidified into purple-black lumps, as humble as crushed ants, not even qualified to decay. In the distance, only half of the burning ninja flag remained as a charred wooden pole, and the tattered cloth sobbed in the wind. The flames gnawed at the last bit of cotton, making a crackling sound, as if counting the souls of the dead in this Shura field. Every crisp sound splashed sparks, which were then extinguished by the bloody wind, just like all the deaths in this war that did not have time to roar. Naruto stroked Sasuke's cold cheek with his trembling hand. The biting cold was like a key that suddenly opened the gate deep in his memory. The fog under the bridge of Wave Country was filled with the smell of blood. Naruto fell to the ground with a blurred consciousness. He only saw Bai's pale hands raised, and dozens of flying needles with cold light were facing his head. In that case, use him to create opportunities. Bai's voice was as cold as ice, and the sharp sound of flying needles cutting through the air pierced his eardrums. Just as the flying needle was about to fall, a black figure pounced like lightning. "It's too late." Sasuke instinctively threw himself in front of Naruto, shielding him from the rain of needles. At that moment, his father's admonition to become as strong as Itaki and attack his curse to live the rest of your life in hatred were crushed by his body's instinct. The dull sound of the flying needle piercing through clothes and piercing into flesh was like a blunt instrument repeatedly hitting the ribs, but it was also like the first crisp sound of breaking ice, which opened a crack in his life that was sealed by the word should. Naruto woke up from his coma, and before he could focus his vision, he saw Bai lying not far away. He subconsciously wanted to cheer, but froze the moment he saw Sasuke clearly. Sasuke's back was densely packed with flying needles, and the Uchiha clan's round fan emblem was soaked in blood and fell to the ground along the corner of his clothes. Those needles not only pierced his flesh, but also poked a hole in the Avenger identity he defined for himself. "Really, you're always like this, you just get in the way." Sasuke's voice was very soft, with the trembling ending in pain, but he still forced himself to put on a disgusted expression, but his pale lips were already trembling badly. He may not have noticed it himself, but there was not a trace of hatred or hostility in this complaint, only the concern that a young man could not hide. It was the first breath of freshness he earned for himself by breaking away from the fate of Uchiha should be trapped in love and hate. Naruto's throat tightened, and he was about to squeeze out "Not bad, Sasuke," but the word "Suk" was stuck in his throat. Looking at Sasuke like this, he couldn't say it. Sasuke frowned at him, sweat on his eyelashes. "You, what's with that expression, you, a huge idiot?" Why, Naruto finally found his voice, and asked with a tearful voice, full of confusion, "Want to block it for me? Shouldn't you?" Sasuke turned his face away, but his ears were abnormally red. "How should I know why? I obviously hate you the most." But those red ears could not deceive others. Just like his choice at this moment could not deceive himself, it turned out that apart from those prescribed trajectories, there was another way of living hidden in his instinct, fighting for protection rather than hatred. Why? Why? Naruto grabbed his arm, his nails almost digging into his flesh, tears falling without warning. Why did you cover for me? Who told you to meddle in other people's business? How should I know? Sasuke's breathing became weaker and weaker, and his vision began to blur. My body moves on its own. This murmur was like a ray of light, illuminating his life shrouded in shit. It turned out that the Uchiha blood was not only branded with hatred, but also had a burning desire to stand up for his companions that he himself did not even realize. Sasuke! Don't die! After Sasuke said this, his body suddenly sank and he completely lost his strength. His body fell lightly in Naruto's arms, but it was like a huge rock that smashed the shackles passed down from generation to generation for the Uchiha people. It turned out that the Uchiha people were not trapped by love and hate. He could live for his companions and die for protection, and he could become Sasuke who belonged only to him. Naruto's pupils suddenly shrank, and he reached out his hand almost instinctively and steadily caught Sasuke, who was covered in flying needles. The cold needles pierced his palms through his clothes, but he felt no pain. He only felt that the person in his arms was as light as a feather and as heavy as a mountain. This was the proof that Sasuke had broken free from hatred. And it was the first path he chose for himself after breaking out of the cage of should. The weight of the boy in his arms in his memory overlapped with the young man in his arms at this moment. The sob in Naruto's throat suddenly became violent. The wind with the smell of blood rushed into his throat, but it could not blow away the two words "my body moves by itself and don't die." It turned out that a long time ago, Sasuke used the most clumsy way to tell the world, Uchiha cannot be trapped by love and hate, he can live for his companions and die to protect them, and he can become Sasuke who belongs only to him. But now, he could only hold this lifeless body, unable to even say "you did it" anymore. Post views, 230. 003 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 003. Naruto's hand, gripping Sasuke's back, trembled, his nails practically digging into the cold flesh. He buried his face in the crook of Sasuke's neck, his breath sweeping over his friend's stiff collarbone. His voice was hoarse, like sandpapered iron. "We agreed to go back. Did you hear that?" The taste of blood rose from his throat, but he didn't cough. He just pressed his forehead against Sasuke's gradually cooling face, moving gently as if he was afraid of breaking anything. "That time at ninja school, you threw your lunchbox at me and ran away, your ears turned red like tomatoes. I haven't settled the score with you for that yet." The tailed beast's chakra surged through his veins, but he suddenly laughed, a breathy sound mixed with blood foam escaping from between his teeth. "When you blocked the flying needles for me in the land of waves, your back was pierced like a hedgehog, and you still stubbornly said you were in the way. At that time, I thought, this guy is not an avenger, he's just a dead tsundere." Her fingertips unconsciously stroked the old wounds on Sasuke's back, where there were scars left by the raised nan, as well as new wounds caused by blocking the knife for him. "You always say you want to sever the ties, but every time I'm about to die, you're the one rushing to the front." He paused, bloodshot eyes covering the whites of his eyes, but Sasuke's face was reflected in the deepest part of his pupils. "You want to break free from hatred? I'll accompany you. You want to see what peace looks like? I'll show you. But you have to wake up. Come and see for yourself. I can't catch my parents, and I can't keep the lecherous immortal." His voice suddenly lowered, as if he was afraid of being heard by the wind. "You are the only figure in this world that I can chase after." He bit the last few words between his teeth, turning them into a stifled sob. He buried his face deeper, his blonde hair rubbing against Sasuke's white hair, like two flames entangled in scorched earth. "If you dare to leave like this, I will drag you back even if I have to overturn the ninja world." The nine tails chakra in Naruto's body suddenly exploded, like a blood prison in hell being punctured, and the prehistoric beast that broke through all the seals and shackles roared wildly in its meridians. The scarlet coat of the tailed beast, as red as solidified blood, was forcibly torn out from under its skin, rising into the sky with a scorching heat wave and a breath of destruction. The air was burned and distorted wherever it passed, and the rubble and broken blades on the scorched earth were crushed into powder by this violent chakra. Even the blood mist in the sky was stirred into a boil. It was a torrent of chakra mixed with despair and rage, every strand of which carried the resentment of the 9 tails that had been imprisoned for 1,000 years, and was also wrapped in Naruto's madness to overturn the world. His turquoise pupils had been eaten away by fine bloodshot veins, covering every inch of his eye whites like spider webs. A black megatama struggled to spin out from the depths of his iris, slowly turning with a dull pain like bones rubbing against each other. It was a foreign object that did not belong to the vortex bloodline, and it was tearing his eyeball apart. Every rotation felt like countless needles stirring in the bottom of his eyes. The megatama spun faster and faster, and the second and third megatama broke through the flesh and blood and emerged one after another. The lines oozed dark red blood beads as it twisted wildly, winding down from the corners of the eyes. This wasn't an eye-opening, it was the torture of having one's pupils forcibly gouged out and then reshaped. The excruciating pain of nerves being torn and forcibly glued together ripped through the spine, every muscle screaming in resistance, and the soul felt like it was being tossed into a millstone and repeatedly crushed. But there was always a ball of scorching light in the deepest part of his consciousness. It was the red ears when Sasuke turned his face away and called him the last one in the ninja school, and it was the stubbornness of forcing his eyes open despite his back being full of flying needles on the bridge of Wave Country. These fragments overlapped and intertwined with the cold body and empty eye sockets in his arms at this moment, and the pain made him want to scream, but he just gritted his teeth and let the smell of blood fill his mouth. "I can't let you leave me like this," he murmured silently in pain, his nails digging deep into his palms, and blood dripped onto Sasuke's cold clothes. The next second, 2 black patterns in the shape of megatama suddenly burst out from the center of the megatama, spinning, colliding, and overlapping at an almost violent speed, bringing with it a sharp pain that could tear the eyeballs. The yin-yang fish-like patterns gradually became clear in the blood mist. The black and white megatama chased and bit each other, and finally solidified into a strange pattern like the Tai Chi diagram. It was a kaleidoscope built with his blood, his pain, and all the bonds between him and Sasuke. Every rotating arc was engraved with the obsession of never letting go. The never-before-seen Manjiki Sharingan slowly rotated in his eye sockets, and a chill of destruction surged in the depths of his pupils. However, the trajectory of the yin-yang megatama's rotation was clearly replicating the trajectory of his countless battles and embraces with Sasuke. The majestic power of the pupils swept across the battlefield like a tsunami, bringing with it the excruciating pain of torn eyeballs, and even more with the madness of if this bloodline cannot contain its obsession with you, then let it completely collapse, shaking the heaven and earth slightly. Outside the screen, Minato Namikaze dug his nails deep into his palms, his knuckles turning white as paper. He looked at the blood beads winding in the corners of his son's eyes on the sky, and looked at the kaleidoscope of eyes that were forcibly torn and reshaped. It felt like a red-hot iron was stuffed into his chest. That was his son, the child he and Kushina had fought to protect with their lives, but now he was enduring the pain of having his heart and bones cut out, and he could only stand at the other end of time and space, unable to even reach out and wipe away the blood for him. Kushina's red hair had already become a mess, and her tears fell on the back of her hand like beads that had broken off the string, burning hot. She bit her lip hard to stop herself from crying, but her trembling shoulders betrayed her collapse. Every tear, every cry of pain in the child's screams, lashed at her heart like a whip. She was a member of the Uzumaki clan, the one who could seal the tailed beasts, but now she didn't even have the strength to reach through the sky and embrace her son. She could only watch him consumed by pain, the feeling of powerlessness nearly shattering her sanity. "Minato," her voice was shaking, and she gripped her husband's arm so hard that it almost broke his bones. "He's bleeding. He's in pain. Our child is in pain." Namikaze Minato held her hand tightly with his backhand. The cold sweat on his palm mixed with her tears, it was as cold as ice. He wanted to comfort her by saying it will be fine, but looking at the madness and despair surging in the yin-yang Megatama, all the words were stuck in his throat. That was their Naruto, who should have been enjoying the sunshine, but had to bear so much blood and pain, and their parents could only stand there like outsiders, unable to even hear a word of "don't be afraid" from him. His heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand, causing him so much pain that he could hardly breathe. Kushina's sobs rang close to her ears, like a blunt knife repeatedly cutting her nerves. They were heroes in the ninja world, but they couldn't protect their own children. The feeling of watching their own flesh and blood being tortured but being powerless to do anything was more despairing than being cut into pieces. Looking at the sky, Naruto's eyes were bleeding and tears were carving deeper scars in their hearts. It hurt so much that even his breath smelled of blood. Post views, 200. 004 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 004. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. At the same time, the space around Naruto was like paper crumpled by a huge force, making a sharp and piercing tearing sound, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. The earth shook violently, and countless young wood release sprouts frantically emerged from the scorched earth, but were roasted into charred powder by the scorching breath of the Nine Tails chakra in the next moment. The air was filled with the smell of burning grass and trees. His breathing was as heavy as a broken bellows, and every gasp was accompanied by a dull pain from the friction between his ribs. His body was shaking violently as two completely different forces tore at him. Veins bulged under his skin like earthworms, and his spirit had long been pushed to the brink of collapse. That was a torture worse than opening his eyes. Would release chakra was like countless tough vines, forcing its way out from deep within his bone marrow, and every inch of growth was tearing apart his bloodline as a member of the Uzumaki clan. His meridians were stretched to the point of bursting, and his internal organs felt like they were pierced by wooden thorns, but he clenched his teeth tightly, and the blood foam that flowed from his throat was mixed with a suppressed roar. He couldn't fall down. Sasuke was still here, and he would take him back with him. This obsession was like a red-hot iron, burning fiercely in his consciousness that was about to collapse. In his mind, Sasuke's last smile became clearer and clearer in the blood, and that extremely faint arc became his only fulcrum against the pain. He could feel the whirlpool-like blood in his body resisting frantically, but the power of wood release was like a vine that had recognized its host. With the determination of, if this body cannot accommodate the power to protect you, I will completely reshape it, it took root and grew wildly in his flesh and blood. At this moment, even more powerful wood release chakra surged out like a torrent breaking through a dam, bringing with it the severe pain of tearing his blood vessels. The phantom of the true thousand hands of Hashirama Senju that shocked the ninja world in the past slowly condensed behind him. A huge wooden man's arm broke through the scorched earth and rose up from the ground. A shadow that covered the sky and the sun instantly enveloped the battlefield. The roar of growing branches resounded through the sky. It was not the roar of ancient gods, but the cry that Naruto forced out from his bones and blood with the pain of broken blood and his undying obsession with Sasuke. Senju Tobirama, this is, Big Brother's wood release. Naruto gently laid Sasuke's body flat, his movements as gentle as if he was placing a rare treasure, and then slowly stood up. The scorched earth trembled beneath his feet, and with every inch he ascended, his chakra surged. He raised his head to gaze at the sky, his bewildering yin-yang Megatama kaleidoscopes slowly rotating in his eye sockets. Deep within his pupils surged a dark, all-consuming vortex, as if absorbing all the light of the ninja world. That gaze pierced through the blood-red sky, piercing deep into the soul of every ninja with overwhelming pressure, causing all who met its gaze to inexplicably feel the urge to kneel down and surrender. It was a combination of the ferocity of the tailed beasts, the majesty of the wood release, and the cunning of the Sharingan, a feeling of oppression that was unique to Naruto at this moment and was enough to overturn the entire ninja world. The giant Buddha with thousands of hands behind him slowly raised its head as he stood up. The sound of branches and leaves rubbing against each other was like the breathing of an ancient giant beast, shaking the clouds. The trembling of every branch and leaf was like a war drum beating in the sky, and every flow of chakra was announcing, a storm ignited by despair and obsession was about to sweep across the entire ninja world with him as the center. The air seemed to solidify into heavy lead blocks, pressing down on all the ninjas' chests so hard that they even subconsciously slowed down their breathing. They knew that every word that came out of Naruto's mouth next would rewrite the fate of the ninja world. The hidden cloud village, the hidden rock village, the hidden mist village, the hidden sand village. Naruto's hoarse voice suddenly rose, like an ice-hardened blade slicing through the blood-red sky, smashing into every corner of the ninja world through the live broadcast. The 4 countries are colluding, stirring up the situation, paving the road to your ambitions with the blood and bones of ordinary people. He raised his hand to wipe the blood foam from the corner of his mouth. The yin-yang Megatama Mangekyo turned coldly in his eye sockets, and there was an unquestionable murderous intent in his pupils. I, Uzumaki Naruto, the 7th Hokage of Konoha, hereby declare. Every word seemed to be fished out from the frozen abyss, with a chill that froze the bone marrow. From today on, the Konoha ninja army declares war on Shikoku. The 1,000-armed Buddha behind him raised its palms with a roar, and the roar of branches colliding shook the heavens and the earth, as if to crown his words. You owe the ninja world a blood debt, you owe Sasuke's life, and justice to all those who died unjustly. I will take it back every bit, with interest. He paused, his voice filled with determination. Don't even think about begging for mercy. In this war, either you will be completely destroyed, or I will end this bullshit war with my own hands. The moment the last word fell, the Konoha camp erupted in deafening shouts. Countless ninjas clenched their weapons, their forehead protectors glowing blazingly in the sunlight. That was the Hokage's declaration, a battle order they were willing to follow with their lives. Even the wind was filled with boiling battle intent, and flames ignited in the eyes of every Konoha ninja, as if they were about to burst through the sky and follow their Hokage to conquer Shikoku. The moment the words fell, the coat of the crimson-tailed beast suddenly expanded by 1,000 feet, like a volcanic fire gushing out from hell, sweeping across the sky and earth, illuminating the entire battlefield like daylight, and even dyeing the blood mist into a glaring scarlet. The giant Buddha with thousands of hands behind Naruto suddenly broke through the ground. The air waves caused by the giant tree rising from the ground and into the sky blew away countless pieces of rubble. Every branch was wrapped with suffocating chakra, so majestic that it made the heaven and earth bow down. At the same time, the inky black shadow of Susanoo shot out from the Mangekyo pupil, and the crisp sound of bones colliding was deafening. Overlapping with the big Buddha's loud bang, the golden Buddha's face was both compassionate and ferocious. The coldness of the purple bones and the violence of the scarlet-tailed beast intertwined, turning into a giant statue that covered the sky and the sun. The chakra storm tore through the thick clouds, revealing the sky stained with blood. The roar resounded throughout the fields, and even the earth trembled violently under this devastating force. The rock wall beneath the feet of the wreckage of the hidden cloud village, AI, completely collapsed. He stared at the giant statue on the battlefield that was beyond his imagination, his Adam's apple rolling, but he couldn't utter a word. The shock and anger in his eyes had long been replaced by fear that penetrated deep into his bones. Onoki from the hidden rock village suddenly got up from the ground, his cloudy eyes wide open, and his old voice was filled with tears. Impossible! This is impossible! The Mizukage of the hidden mist village stared intently at the battlefield, but heard his subordinates crying out in despair, Hokage-sama, spare our lives. We are willing to surrender. Cho of Sand Village clenched the puppet strings tightly in her hands, her knuckles turning white, while the surrounding ninjas were already in chaos, begging for mercy and sobbing one after another, we were wrong. Please, Konoha, have mercy. 7th Hokage. Spare Sand Village. In the camp of the Four-Nation Alliance, the ninjas who had previously clamored to raise Konoha to the ground completely collapsed at this moment. Some collapsed on the ground with tears streaming down their faces, some threw away their weapons and knelt down to kowtow, their desperate cries for mercy almost drowning out the roar of the chakra storm that was a force that was enough to crush everything, an absolute pressure that turned all ambitions and conspiracies into dust. They finally understood what kind of unmatched existence they had provoked. In the camp of the Konoha ninja army, all the Konoha ninjas looked at the giant statue protecting the village on the battlefield, listened to the defeated pleas for mercy of the four-nation alliance, and the fighting spirit in their hearts erupted like a volcano, and deafening shouts soared into the sky, "Charge! For Konoha! For the 7th Hokage! Conquer the four nations! End the war!" The sound waves swept across the sky and earth, resonating with Naruto's chakra storm, forming an unstoppable torrent. The wreckage of the hidden cloud village, AI, suddenly turned around and smashed his fist, as big as a casserole, on the rock wall with the force of thunder. That was a solid stone wall that could withstand the impact of the tailed beasts, but now it cracked like paper with spider web-like patterns, and debris fell down. His heavy breathing was mixed with disbelief and trembling, his scarlet eyes stared at the live broadcast screen, his knuckles turned white from excessive force, but he couldn't hide the fear deep in his eyes that was intimidated by absolute power. Onoki of Iwagakure village slumped to the ground, his cane clanging at his feet. His mouth hung open, his cloudy eyes reflecting the giant statue that blotted out the sky, his lips trembling but unable to utter a single sound. His old fingers were unconsciously digging at the gravel on the ground. And he didn't even notice that the forehead protector had slipped off his forehead. That was a power he had never seen even in Uchiha Madara, a violence that was enough to overturn the entire ninja world, and at this moment it actually erupted from the body of a whirlpool boy. This realization was like a sledgehammer that made his brain go blank. On the chat screen, Uchiha Madara's handwriting threatened to burst through the screen, burning with all-consuming enthusiasm. "Great! This is the power I want to see." Every word shone with bloodthirsty excitement, as if a chakra storm tearing through the world was blowing through his soul. "Crush those ants! Show this rotten world what true strength is!" On the other side of time and space, Minato Namikaze pressed his hands tightly against his chest, and the cold sweat oozing from his back soaked his Hokage robe. His gaze seemed to be drawn by a magnet, fixed on his son's blood-stained kaleidoscope. Every line in the trajectory of the yin-yang Magatama's rotation was stained with blood, and every rotation seemed to be gouging out his heart. He looked at the emerald eyes that should have been filled with sunshine but were swallowed by blood, and saw his son's back, which was trying hard to stand upright, soaked in a pool of blood. His Adam's apple rolled, but he couldn't even say "don't hold on anymore." Uzumaki Kushina had already been crying heart-wrenchingly, her red eyes fixed on the bloodstains under her golden hair. She tried to reach out, but her fingertips only touched a cold curtain of light, her nails practically digging into her palm. "My Naruto, my foolish son," she choked, her voice shattering like a candle in the wind. Her gaze tore back and forth between her son's blood-stained cheek and the strange kaleidoscope of his eyes. Heartache and pride were like two knives, stabbing her chest repeatedly, the pain nearly suffocating her. The system's cold prompt sound suddenly echoed in the minds of everyone in the ninja world. "System prompt, the live broadcast will be paused to open the Q&A session. Those who answer correctly can get a glimpse of part of the future truth." Post views, 163. 005 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 005. Q&A begins. What is the reason why Uzumaki Naruto awakened his Manjiki and would release? Uchiha Fugaku slammed the table, shattering the celadone teacup beneath his palm. His scarlet Sharingan gleamed with rage. "Impossible. The conditions for opening the Sharingan are extremely demanding, let alone the Manjiki. Those without Uchiha bloodline simply cannot awaken this power. This must be a conspiracy by the system, a motive to sow discord in the ninja world." The fourth Raikage slammed his iron fist into the rock wall, sending rock chips cascading down his shoulders. Veins bulged in his arms. Humph! If Konoha truly possessed this kind of power, they would have dominated the ninja world long ago. This so-called live broadcast is pure nonsense. Golden sand rustled between the fingers of the fourth Kazekage Raza, would release is the Senju clan's bloodline limit, and the Mangeki Sharingan is the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. How could one person possess both powers at the same time? There must be a trick here. The Sandame Mizu cage, perhaps this is just an illusion created by the system, with the purpose of provoking strife in the ninja world. We cannot believe it easily. Senju Tobirama's fingertips suddenly clenched into wrinkles on his knees, his brows twisted into ravines, and his tone was full of icy doubts. This is ridiculous. How can the awakening of the Sharingan be so easy? The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit has always coexisted with extreme emotions. The deeper the love, the stronger the hatred, the easier it is to awaken the power of the eyes. But this power is always a double-edged sword. Overly passionate love has the hidden danger of swallowing up rationality. If you are not careful, it will completely run away and become a puppet controlled by emotions. He paused, his gaze sweeping across Naruto's bleeding eyes on the sky. A low, cold snort escaped his throat unconsciously, and he thought to himself, this kid is so painful, yet he still insists on holding on? The blood and tears in those eyes are almost solidified. Does he really think he's made of iron? He paused, his pupils suddenly contracted, his knuckles curled up in his sleeves, shock rippled across his eyes, unless... After a brief silence, he raised his eyes again, his sharp gaze sweeping across every inch of the battlefield like a knife, his speech speed suddenly increasing. Wait. If the extreme outburst of emotion can break through the limitations of blood. When Naruto witnessed the death of his best friend, the grief and anger reached its peak. At this point, the corner of his eyes once again swept over Naruto's trembling body, and his tone added a bit of subtle complexity. This pain almost tears my blood. For an Uchiha, is it worth it? But, he changed the subject slightly, his gaze landing on Naruto's clenched teeth and unbending spine. This stubbornness is somewhat like that of my elder brother back then. He's clearly about to collapse in pain, but he insists on holding on for the sake of the so-called bond. He's really the same stubborn person who won't turn back until he hits a wall. Finally, he took a deep breath and made a clear judgment. Senju Tobirama, perhaps it was this emotion beyond common sense that broke the shackles of blood, allowing him to awaken both the Mangeki and would release at the same time. Uchiha Madara suddenly burst into laughter, shaking the very air. A scarlet kaleidoscope spun rapidly in his eye sockets, as if a blood-red storm raged within his pupils. He crushed the giant rock beside him into dust with one kick, the debris flying in a wave of undisguised mockery. Uchiha Madara, a bunch of frogs in a well. Still fussing over bloodlines? Look at your panicked and foolish faces. What's the use of the Uchiha's Sharingan? What's the use of the Senju's would release? In front of the truly powerful, they're nothing but ridiculous labels. The laughter suddenly stopped, and he suddenly raised his finger and pointed at the sky. The chakra at his fingertips almost penetrated the light curtain. His eyes burning with war were fixed on Naruto's bloody figure. The enthusiasm and fighting spirit in his tone erupted like magma. Uchiha Madara, only this kind of person is worthy of standing at the pinnacle. Look at that brat. He's screaming in pain, yet he refuses to kneel. His obsession is so intense that even his soul glows. This kind of madness dares to overturn the world, this kind of willpower that can turn the shackles of bloodline into ashes. The chakra around him suddenly surged, and a violent aura swept across like a raging wave. Every word he spoke carried an overwhelming domineering aura. Uchiha Madara, only then can you be my opponent. Those worthless people who cling to outdated rules are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Namikaze Minato dug his fingertips deep into his palms, his knuckles turning white and almost transparent, and his back under the Hokage robe was tense like a bowstring about to break. He stared at his son's blood-stained cheek against the sky, his voice trembling, each word like broken glass vomited from his throat. Namikaze Minato, that's Kushina and I's child. His gaze was fixed on the corners of Naruto's bleeding eyes. The pair of emerald eyes that should have been filled with sunshine were now swallowed by blood. His Adam's apple rolled violently, but he could not utter a word of comfort. He could only watch his son struggle in the pain of torn blood vessels, unable to even reach out to wipe the blood away for him. Namikaze Minato, the pain in his eyes is enough to break any shackles in the world. He raised his hand to press his throbbing temple. The cold sweat seeping through his fingers soaked his forehead. The helplessness in his voice almost solidified into substance. Namikaze Minato, Naruto's bond with Sasuke transcends blood and rules, but the price is too painful. The last few words were so soft that they were almost inaudible. He turned his face away abruptly, not daring to look into those eyes that were burning with a kaleidoscope of obsession. The pain surging in them was like countless fine needles, piercing his heart as a father one by one, causing him so much pain that even his breath tasted of blood. Namikaze Minato, extreme pain and obsession allowed him to break free from the shackles of his bloodline. He repeated this sentence, the bitterness in his tone almost overflowing. Namikaze Minato, but as his father, I can only stand here and watch him carry it all alone. System prompt, Namikaze Minato, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara answered correctly. We will reveal part of the future truth to you. A mysterious light shoots out from the sky. And only the 3 people who answer correctly can see fragments of the future. As if pulled by invisible threads, Minato Namikaze's consciousness suddenly fell into chaos. When he opened his eyes again, he had transformed into a translucent soul, suspended in a heavily guarded basement. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood, mixed with the unique fragrance of Kushina's hair and the milk of a newborn baby. On the stone bed, his wife's face was as pale as faded cherry blossoms, but there was a weak smile on the corner of her mouth as she stared at the baby in the cradle who was sucking his fingers. It was Naruto, their child. Biwako, the Sandaime Hokage's wife, was gently wiping the baby's face with a warm cloth while Tianlu sorted the ceiling scrolls beside him. The flickering candlelight was the scene of a newborn he had imagined countless times. He wanted to reach out and touch the soft golden hair, but the space suddenly twisted like crumpled Japanese paper. A dark figure wearing an Uchiha mask stepped out of the crack, its scarlet Sharingan gleaming coldly in the dim light. Post views, 145. 006 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 006. Something that's in the way. Before the cold words fell, the kunai had already pierced through the chests of Biwako and Taji. The moment the 2 elders fell in a pool of blood, Minato's soul roared silently in the air, his nails almost digging into the empty palm. He recognized the move, but could not remember where he had seen it. Obito turned to the stone bed, his voice deliberately made hoarse under the mask, imitating the tone of Uchiha Madara. Minato, if you want this child to live, stay away from the Jinchuriki. He suddenly grabbed Naruto in the cradle and threw the baby into the air. Naruto! His future self burst forth in a flash of golden light, his palms unleashing the Flying Thunder God technique, catching the falling baby with pinpoint accuracy. But the sneer on Obito's lips pierced Minato's soul like an icicle. No sooner had his future self clasped the child than a blinding red light blazed from the corner of the swaddling clothes. It was a detonating tag. Kushina is still waiting for us to go home. The future Minato roared and activated Flying Thunder God, teleporting to the grass 100 meters away with the baby in his arms, and threw the swaddling clothes out before the detonating tag exploded. The airwave blew off his Hokage robe, revealing the hideous old wound on his back, but he ignored the pain and just tightly protected the crying baby in his arms. That was the treasure that he and Kushina were willing to protect with their lives. The moment the image ripped apart, Obito appeared before Kushina, his Mangeki Sharingan swirling like a blood-red vortex. Contract seal. He pressed his fingertips against Kushina's abdomen, and the lines of the tailed beast seal shattered. The massive 9 tails was forcibly pulled from her body. His crimson eyes reflected the image of his wife, curled up in agony. Go kill her. Obito gave the order, and the nine-tailed fox's giant claws slapped towards Kushina with a fishy wind. "Don't touch Kushina!" His future self rushed back in time, using the flying thunder god to pull his wife away from the claws, but he himself was blown away by the tailed beast's chakra shockwave. He stumbled to his feet, his Hokage robe stained with blood on his back, and golden chakra boiling around him like flames. "No matter who you are, if you dare to hurt her hair, I will kill you." The battle erupted instantly. Kunao pierced through Obito's hollow body again and again, his divine power as elusive as a ghost. Until the moment when Obito used illusion to control the nine tails, his future self seized the flaw. The golden light of Flying Thunder God's second stage passed by the ground, and the raised nan in his palm, with a sharp roar that tore through the air, slammed heavily into Obito's back, which had not yet completely become hollow. Puff blood gushed out from the edge of the mask, and Obito roared with venom before falling into the void. "You can't protect them, Minato." His future self quickly formed hand seals to break the contract, but the out-of-control Nine Tails was already wreaking havoc in Konoha. He repeatedly used Flying Thunder God to deflect the tailed beast balls. His Hokage robes were ripped apart by the explosions, and blood oozed from the wounds on his back, yet he remained in front of the villagers. He knew Kushina was watching him, watching over their village. Finally, he returned to Kushina with Naruto in his arms. His wife reached out her trembling hand and gently stroked the baby's cheek, blood foam oozing from the corner of her mouth. "Minato, use the 8-diagram seal." Her voice was weak, but her eyes suddenly became sharp, with unquestionable resistance. "Give half of the chakra to Naruto, and the other half. I will find a way to suppress it. You can't use the Shiki Fusion. That's a forbidden technique that costs your life." The future Minato held her cold hand, the trembling of his fingertips was forcibly suppressed, the warmth of his palm passed through the blood, and his tone was firmer than ever before. "Kushina, listen to me." He looked down at the naive baby in the cradle, then looked up at his wife's red eyes. Every word he said weighed heavily on his mind. "This is my responsibility as a father. Naruto needs protection, Konoha needs peace, and you have already sacrificed too much for this family." The seal pattern on the baby's belly lit up with his fingertips, and his resolute profile was reflected in the light. "Shiki Fusion is the only way to completely lock the Nine Tails. Let me do it. You must live to see Naruto grow up, and tell him. Daddy is not a coward." Kushina whimpered in protest, but he gently pressed his fingertips on her lips. "Be obedient, this is an order, the Hokage's order." He smiled, but his eyes were full of tears. "Besides, aren't the women of the Uzumaki clan the strongest? When Naruto becomes a great ninja, bring him to see me." Just as the seal was about to be completed, the Nine Tails suddenly broke free and its giant claws with barbs pierced Naruto's heart. "No!" Namikaze Minato's soul raced wildly through the air, unable to penetrate the barrier of time and space. He saw his future self and Kushina, almost without hesitation, like two intertwined beams of light, simultaneously lunging towards the deadly claw shadow. The moment the sharp nails pierced their backs, his future self even turned sideways, trying to block more of the force for his wife, but Kushina stubbornly squeezed in front of him, using the last of her strength to protect him from behind. Blood splattered on Naruto's bewildered face, much like the red petals scattered at their wedding. Kushina's body trembled violently, but she held her husband's wrist tightly, and with her bloody fingertips, she quickly drew something on the back of his hand. It was the code they had agreed on when they were young, meaning "don't be afraid." She gritted her teeth and finished reciting the final sealing spell. The blood on the corner of her mouth formed a sad and beautiful flower. Her red eyes reflected her husband's face, which was even gentler than the sunset by the stream when they first met. "Minato, remember to tell Naruto. Mom loves him very much, and loves you too." Kushina. The future Minato hugged his wife, who was gradually becoming cold, his voice shattered like crushed glass. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead, where his familiar warmth still lingered. He pressed his palm against the wound on her back, trying in vain to use his chakra to stop the continuous flow of blood. He knew that she was most afraid of pain, but at the last moment he couldn't even ask, "Does it hurt?" He could only press his forehead against hers over and over again, whispering softly as he had done countless times before to comfort her, "I know. I know everything." Namikaze Minato's soul felt like it was thrown into a boiling frying pan, every inch of it burning. He watched his future self bury Kushina's face in the crook of his neck, the place she had always leaned on when she was wronged. Watching him carefully gather up her red hair scattered in blood, that was the color he had secretly praised as beautiful as the sunset, watching him say the last words "me too" in her ear, so soft that only the wind could hear it, but heavy enough to crush the whole world. It turns out that some love never needs to be roared, but at the moment of life and death, one subconsciously wants to block an inch more of the claws for the other person. It's knowing they'll fall together, yet still holding each other's hands tightly. It's a bond that even death can't break apart. From the first glance at each other to the final dependence in a pool of blood, it's already been etched into their bones and blood. As the image faded, the system's cold prompt sounded, "Namikaze Minato, be wary of the man claiming to be Uchiha Madara. His true identity will subvert your understanding." Minato's soul curled up in the void, tears falling from the corners of his transparent eyes. He finally understood how much heart-wrenching pain was hidden in the silent "I love you" when he rushed to the claws of the nine-tailed fox in the future. Post views, 145. 007 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 007. The scene in Senju Tobirama's eyes was always shrouded in a thick, impenetrable fog. An incomprehensible weirdness was surging deep in the fog. In the image, Uzumaki Naruto stood atop Konoha's high platform, his Hokage cape fluttering in the gusts of wind. A golden glow adorned his angular profile, casting a sacred aura that could not be desecrated. His straight back seemed to bear the weight of the entire village. Tobirama's gaze lingered on the figure for a long time. His brows furrowed imperceptibly. The smile on his lips vaguely replicated the warmth of his elder brother, Hashirama Senju, and his almost devout and stubborn protection of peace, which was exactly the same as the brother in his memory who always smiled and said, "Everyone should get along well." But when the camera suddenly cut to the battlefield, Tobirama's pupils suddenly shrank into needle points, his fingertips unconsciously clenched his sleeves, and the fabric was twisted into deep folds under his palms. When facing the enemy, the chakra surging around Naruto's body was so violent that it almost condensed into an inky substance. The dominance and determination bursting from his eyes, and even the almost paranoid madness in the battle, were all very similar to his nemesis Uchiha Madara, whom he had been wary of all his life and who was engraved in his bones. "This," Tobirama murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the young man's earth-shattering gesture as he raised his hand, his knuckles turning white from the force. If he was just like Big Brother, how could he be so cruel and ruthless? He stared into the sharp edge deep in Naruto's eyes. The loneliness hidden in them clearly carried the icy coldness unique to the Uchiha clan. The so-called mercy and ruthlessness are strangely intertwined in this young man, like a contradictory figure that was forcibly broken into pieces and then pieced together. When he smiles, he is the real Hashirama, but when he fights, he is like another Madara who has returned from hell. "What on earth is this?" Tobirama's voice trembled slightly. "Big Brother's gentleness has never contained such a ruthless anger, and Madara's ruthlessness has never contained such compassion for all living beings." He watched as Naruto turned around, his cloak sweeping across the ground and kicking up dust. The dust swirled and rose in the light and shadow, reminiscent of the growing doubts in his heart. Is this rift in his nature, or is it some connection buried by time? That smile, remarkably like Hashirama's, flashed through his mind once more, only to be completely overshadowed by the piercing gaze of Madara on the battlefield. Tobirama narrowed his eyes slowly, his fingertips curling inch by inch within his sleeves, his nails practically digging into his palms. What kind of inextricable connection did this young man have with those two souls, entangled for half his life? Deep in the fog, it seems that some shocking secret is waiting to be revealed. The darkness as thick as ink completely swallowed up the heaven and earth, and even the stars were crushed into nothingness. There was only a giant moon emitting a strange purple light hanging in the sky. The cold glow was like ice water tempered with a deadly poison, penetrating into the bone marrow through the pores and soaking everything in the world. On the ground, countless figures stood stiffly like puppets with their souls taken away, their empty eye sockets bottomless. Only the dark blue chakra chains wrapped around their heads moved silently like living things, locking their fate in this dead silence. Even the wind circumvented them, for fear of awakening them from their hopeless slumber. Uchiha Madara's breathing suddenly stagnated, and then turned into heavy gasps, as if a red-hot iron was stuffed in his chest. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening and cracking from the excessive force. Bright red blood oozed from between his fingers, snaking along the lines of his palm, but even the stinging pain was drowned out by the turmoil in his heart. Those Sharingans that had seen through countless conspiracies and pierced the depths of human nature were now wide open, their crimson pupils swirling with overwhelming panic. This was not what he wanted. Absolutely not. Once, he had believed this was the ultimate end to war, a peace forged by absolute power. But now, those faces, numb even to pain, burned like red-hot irons into his already scabbed heart, festering old wounds and new scars. He suddenly turned his head away, his jawline stretched as if it would break. He didn't want to look at the land that had become a cage anymore. A suppressed growl came from his throat, like a trapped beast locked in chains, struggling in vain in despair. "Is this the peace you want?" A familiar voice suddenly rang out, carrying a force that pierced the darkness, like thunder crashing through the deadly silence of the wilderness. Madara turned abruptly to see Uzumaki Naruto, draped in a six-path robe, standing in the air. Behind him, the shadowy figures of the nine-tailed beasts swirled and roared, their immense chakra surging like a tsunami, threatening to tear apart the frozen darkness. "Look at them, Madara!" Naruto's voice was like thunder, shaking the air. "This is not peace, it is dragging the whole world into an eternal grave." The moment the scene suddenly changed, even the light softened. The walls of the 5 great nations collapsed with a roar. Amidst the rubble, ninjas from various tribes shouldered the timber, their calloused palms bleeding. But no one let go, building a bridge across the borders. On the other side of the bridge, children from different villages were chasing and laughing, the windmills in their hands turning happily, their laughter filling the wilderness like silver bells, and even the wind had a sweet taste. Naruto was standing on the cliff of the Valley of the End, lifting up the first generation in his statue, allowing the 2 pairs of hands that had once clasped and then released to clasp hands again under the bright starry sky. The moment their fingertips touched, it seemed as if even time had stopped. True peace is to let hatred dissipate and understanding take root. Naruto's voice penetrated time and space, like a beam of light piercing into the depths of Madara's dusty soul, burning his heart and making it tremble. What you pursue is nothing but an illusion controlled by others, while he will open up a true era. The system notification sounded like a hammer hitting Madara's eardrum, sending his blood churning and a salty, sweet taste lingering in his throat. He stared intently at Naruto's back. There was no familiar paranoia, no desperate madness, only a steadfastness he had never understood before, like a pine tree rooted in rock. Unbending despite the wind and rain. Shaken? No, it wasn't shaken, it was the excruciating pain of having a lifelong belief uprooted. He suddenly closed his eyes, his forehead veins bulging, his knuckles cracking. Impossible! How could the path he'd fought for his entire life be a dead end? The dead silence beneath the purple light was clearly the blueprint he'd personally drawn, the endgame he'd paved with countless days and nights of planning. At the last moment before the image faded, an almost inaudible groan escaped from Madara's throat, and a bloody breath lingered between his lips and teeth. Hashirama, if you saw all this, would you side with him? Would you laugh at my stubbornness? No, this was definitely not the end. He would rather believe this was the most realistic illusion, some despicable deception, than admit that what he had pursued his entire life was nothing more than a ridiculous dream. Post views, 130. 008 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 008. The camera on the sky screen suddenly went dark, and when it lit up again, the smoke had dissipated and the blood mist faded into a clear blue. The wind in the ninja world finally lost its smell of rust. As it blew through the rebuilt streets of Konoha, it carried the sound of the windmills in the children's hands, and it was so light as if it had never experienced war. Naruto walked on the stone road leading to the training ground. Amid the sound of his sandals stepping through puddles, he could always vaguely hear another pair of footsteps that was the unique, somewhat impatient dragging sound of Sasuke wearing straw sandals, always following him half a step behind, neither far nor near, like a shadow that could not be shaken off. He subconsciously turned his head, wanting to complain, "Can you please walk faster?" but all he saw was an empty alley. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, solitary, and lying on the newly laid tatami, like a leaf blown down by the wind. The wooden stakes in the training ground had been replaced with new ones, their grain still a pale yellow. Naruto raised his hand to form a seal, the raised nan spinning in his palm as his peripheral vision habitually glanced to the right where a young man with black hair and a black shirt should have been standing, leaning against a tree with his arms folded, his brows raised high, cursing, "The last place guy is still so slow," but a subtle seriousness lingered in his eyes. With a bang, the raised nan hit the wooden stake, and the moment wood chips flew everywhere, he almost blurted out, "Look carefully, Sasuke," but when he turned around, there was only the wind blowing wood chips across the empty grass. He stared at the remaining chakra patterns on his palm, and suddenly remembered that the boy always loved to practice with him here. When the black spikes of the Kusanagi sword swept across his ankles, it would leave a slight tingling sensation, like some kind of secret reminder. When we reached the cliff of the Valley of the End, Konoha's sunset glow was spreading over the statues of the first generation in Madara. There was a thin layer of dust where the two hands were rejoined. Naruto reached out to wipe it, and the moment his fingertips touched the crack in the stone, he suddenly stopped. He used to like dragging Sasuke here, pointing at the statue and yelling, "One day we'll let them see our bond." But Sasuke would turn his face away, but the tips of his ears would be red as if burned by the setting sun, and he would suddenly hit him on the head and say the word boring more lightly than anyone else. He subconsciously raised his hand, his fingertips hovering half an inch in front of his forehead, and paused mid-air. The wind blew in from the canyon, lifting the strands of hair on his forehead. It was like someone had flicked his forehead lightly with the pads of their fingers. The force was not strong, but it made his eyes suddenly sore. Naruto dropped his hand, shoving it into his trouser pocket and clenching it. There, tucked into his pocket, was a half-broken forehead protector, the last thing Sasuke had left with him. The blood on the edge had long since dried, and it was as hard as iron, rubbing against his palm painfully. When night falls, he always returns to the simply furnished wooden house. Moonlight seeped in through the paper window, casting diamond-shaped patches of light on the tatami, illuminating the figure seated in the corner. Uchiha Sasuke's black hair fell to his shoulders, and the lines of his profile remained sharp, but his dark eyes, always filled with a cold light, were now as empty as two dry wells, reflecting no moonlight at all. Naruto walked over, squatted in front of him, and gently touched his cheek with his fingertips. It was still cold, just like that day on the battlefield, without a trace of warmth. He had long been accustomed to this coldness, but every time he touched it, his heart still ached as if it was being squeezed. "Today we went to the forest where we first carried out our mission," he said, picking up the comb on the table and combing out the tangled ends of Sasuke's hair. His movements were as gentle as if he were treating fragile porcelain. "The tree you chopped down has sprouted new shoots, and it's even higher than the place you cut it down." The teeth of the comb caught on a knot, and he paused before slowly untangling it. "You always complained I couldn't comb it well, saying I was clumsy," he chuckled, his voice shrouded in bitterness. "Not anymore. Look, it's smooth now, isn't it?" Sasuke didn't respond, simply sitting there with his eyes downcast, like a delicate but soulless puppet. This was what Naruto had earned with his Yin-Yang Megatama Mangekyo. He had successfully brought Sasuke's body back to life, but he hadn't been able to recall the soul that would call him an idiot, would fight him, would pounce on him when he was on the verge of death. This body has temperature, can breathe, and can even stand up with his support, but it will not smile, will not get angry, and will not turn its face away awkwardly and say, "Who's talking to you or us?" when he says, "Let's go home." They said I was crazy. Naruto buried his face in the crook of Sasuke's neck, his breath filled with the familiar scent of mugwort that was something he had specially found, exactly the same as Sasuke used before. They said I was deceiving myself by guarding an empty shell. But they don't understand. As long as I can look at you, even if you don't speak, I feel, you are still here. The tailed beast's chakra flowed slowly through his body, bringing a soothing warmth, but it couldn't warm the coldness in his arms. Naruto recalled the excruciating pain he felt the day he opened his eyes. As the Yin-Yang Megatama twirled beneath his eyes, he had only one thought in mind: bring Sasuke back, no matter the cost. But the price he paid was far heavier than he imagined. He gained a complete body, but forever lost the soul that would say to him, "My body can move on its own." "I bought some tomatoes today." He raised his head, tracing Sasuke's lip line with his fingertips. "They're the ones you used to love. I saved half of them. Would you like to try them?" He picked up half a tomato and held it to Sasuke's lips, his fingertips trembling slightly. Just like countless times before, his lips didn't move at all. The sour and sweet taste of the tomato filled the air, but it couldn't penetrate the invisible barrier. Naruto slowly withdrew his hand and stuffed the tomato into his mouth, chewing it gently, as if he were swallowing glass shards. "It's still just as hot," he mumbled, "just like when you stole my food back then. It's so hot it makes my tongue numb." The moonlight outside the window shifted, shining on Sasuke's hanging hand. Naruto held that hand, rubbing his fingertips over the thin calluses on his palm, the result of years of sword practice, which used to be warm, but now was as cold as ice. "I know you can't hear me," he said, looking into those empty black eyes, his voice as low as a dream, "but I still want to tell you. I won the war, and the ninja world is truly at peace. The children of Sand Village dare to chase each other in the streets, the Jinchuriki will give candy to the children with a smile, and the Mist Village has demolished all the dungeons. You said you wanted to see such a world, do you see it now?" He paused, his Adam's apple rolling as he swallowed back the sobs that were rising. "But without you, this peace seems to be missing something." Outside the cabin, the sound of night dew dripping could be heard, as clear as shattering crystal. Naruto tightened his grip around Sasuke, as if afraid that this body would also suddenly disappear at any moment. "Sometimes I wonder if I'm too greedy," he said with a self-deprecating smile. "I should be content to be able to keep your body, but I can't help it, Sasuke. I want to hear your voice, see you roll your eyes, and be flicked on the forehead by you, even just once." The Yin-Yang Megatama twirled silently beneath his eyes, bringing a subtle sting. These eyes could see through illusions, control the tailed beasts, and resurrect the dead, but they could not penetrate the boundary between life and death, nor could they recall that unique soul. "They say it's a desecration of the dead." Naruto lowered his head, looking at their clasped hands. His hand was warm, while Sasuke's was cold, as if they were worlds apart. "But I don't care. As long as I can hold your hand like this, even if the whole world scolds me, I'll accept it." As the night deepened, moonlight streamed across the tatami mats and crept up Sasuke's hair. Naruto gently laid him down and tucked him in, a movement as familiar as if he'd done it 1,000 times. He sat by the bed, counting Sasuke's eyelashes in the moonlight, 1, 2. When he reached the 7th, a tear suddenly fell without warning, hitting the back of Sasuke's hand and leaving a small wet mark. "Sasuke, I miss you so he choked, his voice broken like a dandelion blown away by the wind. "I really I miss you so Mew. At this moment, a faint light from the sky suddenly seeped in from the window, casting a soft band of light on the wall. Naruto looked up suddenly and saw a light curtain slowly unfolding in the air, with a line of golden words slowly emerging on it. Detecting that the key person's obsession has reached the threshold, the parallel world correction program has been activated. Naruto's heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously tightened his grip on Sasuke's hand. Bond strength, 99.99%. Soul resonance, transcending the boundaries of time and space. Correction begins. Golden light suddenly poured out from the curtain of light, like melting sunlight, gently enveloping the figure on the tatami. Sasuke's body trembled slightly in the light, and a faint light slowly lit up in the depths of his previously empty eye sockets, like two forgotten stars, opening their eyes again in the darkness. Naruto held his breath as he watched the light in those eyes grow brighter and brighter until it reflected his image clearly with that familiar coldness and sharpness. Naruto! A hoarse voice rang out in the room, carrying with it the laziness of someone just waking up, and a hint of subtle confusion. Naruto froze, his blood seemingly frozen. He watched as Sasuke slowly raised his hand, and the moment his fingertips touched his cheek, there was real warmth, not the coldness of a body, but the slightly warm warmth of a living person. Why are you crying? Sasuke frowned and wiped the tears from his cheeks with his fingertips. His movements were still a little awkward, but with his familiar, awkward tenderness. What stupid thing did you do again? Naruto opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He looked at himself in Sasuke's eyes, at those black eyes that moved, frowned, and reflected light, and suddenly covered his face and trembled violently. This is not an illusion. This is not the body without a soul. This is his Sasuke, the Sasuke who would call him an idiot, flick his forehead, and look disgusted when he cries but would not walk away. Sasuke, he finally managed to squeeze out a sound, each word was filled with tears, like a child who had been lost for a long time. You are back. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and was about to say idiot again, but Naruto suddenly hugged him, so hard that it seemed as if he was rubbing him into his bones and blood. The boy's sobs came muffled, carrying the grievance and ecstasy that had been suppressed for too long, shaking his chest and making it ache. You bastard! Naruto choked in his arms and punched him lightly on the back. Do you know how long I have been waiting for you? Do you know? Sasuke's hand hung in midair for a long moment before slowly lowering itself and gently patting his back. Moonlight streamed through the paper window, illuminating the reddening of his ears and the faint, yet real, curve of his lips. Shut up, he whispered, but there was no trace of impatience in his voice. I'm back. The golden light on the sky gradually faded, leaving only the last line of words, which flashed in the night sky before disappearing completely. Parallel world correction completed. The bond will never fade. The wind outside the window blew through the treetops, bringing with it the hustle and bustle of the distant night market and the laughter of children. Naruto held Sasuke in his arms, smelling the genuine warmth on his neck and listening to the steady heartbeat in his chest. He finally understood some bonds, even if separated by life and death, across time and space, will ultimately find each other. He let go of his hand, looked at Sasuke's eyes which were a little helpless and a little indulgent, and suddenly laughed, but his tears fell even harder. Welcome home, Sasuke. Yet. Sasuke turned his face away, but the red on the tips of his ears became even brighter. I'm back, Naruto. Under the moonlight, two figures clung to each other tightly, and the wind chimes outside the cabin swayed gently, playing the piece that had been delayed for too long and belonged to them. Post views, 128. 009 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 009. Consciousness broke free from the torrent of the future, and Senju Tobirama's soul fell heavily onto the stone road of the Pure Land. This space, which should have been filled with nothingness and silence, was now filled with ankle-deep white mist. In the distance, Hashirama's signature hearty laughter could be heard. Ever since the strange system appeared, the Pure Land had been forcibly materialized, and even the flowers, plants, and insects had been imbued with a false vitality. He suddenly propped himself up and happened to see his brother walking towards him with a bunch of unknown white flowers. The dew on the petals swayed gently in the void, like glass decorations deliberately added by the system. Tobirama! You're back! The smile on Hashirama's face was brighter than it had ever been in his life, as if he didn't notice the incongruity of this world. I just felt your chakra fluctuate violently. Did the system play some scary images again? He brought the bouquet close to his nose, as if he could really smell the fragrance. Look at this flower. The system says it's called Forget Worry. It's quite beautiful. Before he could finish his words, he met Tobirama's icy gaze. That gaze was like a kunai just pulled out of the freezing hell, so cold it could freeze the light particles flowing in the air. Senju Tobirama supported himself on the ground and stood up. His movements were smooth and efficient, stirring the air around him. The swirling white mist was split as if by a sharp blade, revealing the blue stone slab under his feet engraved with the Senju clan emblem. The patterns were deeply embedded, and even the wear and tear on the corners were reproduced exactly. It was obviously an illusion fabricated out of thin air by the system with reference to old objects in the clan land. He raised his hand and brushed off the hem of his clothes. There was clearly no dust on it, but his fingertips were translucent white due to the force he had secretly applied, and even tiny specks of light appeared on the edge of his soul. "Brother," he said, each word coming out of an ice cellar, "since you've seen the little devil awaken his kaleidoscope, you should understand the strangeness of it." He leaned forward half a step, lowering his voice even lower, with an unavoidable sharpness. The Uchiha's Sharingan and the Senju's would release have always been bloodlines that are incompatible with each other. How could that kid be able to control both at the same time? Could it be true, as the system suggests, that the so-called extreme emotion alone can tear through the shackles of bloodline? When he mentioned the words extreme emotion, an almost inaudible sneer escaped from his throat, but his fingertips curled up unconsciously thinking of Naruto's eyes with blood and tears in the sky. The pain surging in them was too real, so real that even he, a believer in rationality, felt a little shaken. You and Madara had a deep bond back then, so you should know better than anyone how sharp emotions can be, but even the sharpest knife can't sever the root of blood. Don't you find this kid's contradictions unusual at all? Before the last word fell, his gaze was already fixed on Hashirama like a hawk, with scrutiny, questioning, and a hint of irritation that he himself was not aware of, which was disturbed by the scene on the sky. The smile on Hashirama's face faded a little, and the hand holding the bouquet paused slightly, his fingertips unconsciously twisting the petals. He was stunned at first, and a trace of confusion flashed across his eyes, which always showed gentleness, as if he was digesting the sharpness in Tobirama's words. Then he raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, rubbing his fingertips through the white hair behind his ears, showing a bit of his habitual naivety, and smiled, "See? That child is quite special. When he smiles, his eyes sparkle, like he has two little suns in his arms. It feels," he paused, as if searching for the right words, adding a hint of uncertainty to his tone, "it feels a bit like when I was chasing after Madara as a kid. We were both so naive, and once we set our minds on something, we wouldn't let go." When he said the last few words, he tapped the flower stem lightly with his fingertips, his eyes drifting towards the swirling white mist in the distance, as if he saw through this false world and saw the stubborn profile of the blonde boy in the sky. "Like the silly you were back then." Tobirama's voice was like a needle tempered with ice, precisely piercing the warmth within Hashirama's words. His brows knitted into sharp furrows, his jawline set in a straight line, and even the light at the edge of his soul trembled violently at the cold rebuke. Before he finished speaking, he had already taken half a step forward, and the white mist around him was forced back 3 feet by the invisible aura. You only see him smiling like a little sun. The translucent white color of her fingertips, caused by the force applied, became more and more obvious, and she even trembled slightly, not out of fear, but out of anger provoked by Hashirama's understatement. Then you should have seen what he looks like when he's angry. The cruelty surging in those kaleidoscope eyes, the paranoia that is willing to destroy the world for the so-called bond. He deliberately emphasized the word bond, his tone filled with barely concealed sarcasm, yet also concealed a hint of fear that he himself was unwilling to admit. He's a carbon copy of Uchiha Madara. The Madara who threatened to overthrow the entire ninja world. How dare you say he's not even slightly similar? He almost bit out the last few words as he stared at Hashirama, a complex emotion swirling in the coldness of his eyes, dissatisfaction with his brother's inability to distinguish right from wrong and deep confusion about the two extreme traits of the brat. The existence of this contradiction is the most complete mockery of the bloodline theory that he has believed in all his life. The smile on Hashirama's face faded as if shrouded in mist. His fingers, holding the bouquet, tightened slightly, and the dewdrops on the petals slid through his fingers, shattering into tiny particles of light in the air. He turned around silently and gently placed the handful of forget worry on the stone table next to him. His movements were so slow as if he was placing some fragile treasure. The moment his fingertips left the petals, he slowly turned around. His eyes, which were always filled with warmth, were now covered with a thin layer of mist, like the surface of a lake covered with a thin layer of frost. "Tobirama," he began, his voice as soft as the wind through the grass, "Naruto, he's not what you think." Hashirama's voice trembled slightly at the end. His gaze fixed on Tobirama's tense profile, with a subtle earnestness in his voice. The cruelty in that child's eyes isn't hiding a desire to overthrow the world. He's a contradiction. Tobirama's voice suddenly rose, like a thunderclap that split the white mist of the Pure Land. The soul body emitted a dazzling blue light due to the violent emotional fluctuations, and light fragments on the edge flew like sparks. He suddenly moved forward, almost touching the tip of Hashirama's nose. The shadow under his brow made his sharp eyes look even deeper. "When he's gentle, he's like you. He can even smile at his enemies, and he's full of stupid words like 'I need you to recognize me.' But when he's violent, he's like Madara. With a turn of those kaleidoscope eyes, he dares to overturn even the heavens and the earth." His fingertips curled from excessive exertion, and the translucent color of his knuckles almost solidified. The Senju's tolerance and the Uchiha's paranoia have become a dead knot in his blood. This completely violates the iron law of bloodline limits. He almost roared the last few words, his chest heaving violently, and the blue light of his soul body flickered. Post Views, 83. 010 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 010. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The peace you've been striving for your whole life, he's grasped in his hands with Madara's ruthlessness. The absolute power Madara has spent his entire life pursuing, he's used to protect the warmth you've been longing for. He locked eyes with Hashirama, a turbulent wave surging in his eyes. "Tell me, what is going on with this confusing cause and effect?" Hashirama's fingers hanging at his sides curled up slightly, and his fingertips rolled over the touch of the petals remaining in his palm. He was silent for a moment, the white mist flowing slowly around his feet, as if measuring the brief silence. Then he bent down and picked up a white flower that was blown down by the air current. The edges of the petals were still stained with morning dew simulated by the system, reflecting tiny pieces of light in the void. He pinched the flower stem very lightly, as if the slightest force would crush this false vitality. When he turned around, the halo at the edge of his soul was as soft as melted moonlight. He gently placed the flower on Tobirama's open palm. When his fingertips touched Tobirama's translucent soul, a circle of imperceptible ripples was stirred up. "Tobirama." His voice was lower than before, but like the sound of a bell soaked in morning dew, and every word carried a weight that penetrated the mist. "You always care too much about the common sense of blood." His gaze fell on Tobirama's furrowed brows with understanding and a sigh. "Bloodline may determine a person's starting point just like I can activate wood release and Madara possesses the Sharingan, but the road is paved by foot, not drawn by bloodline. He paused, then gently tapped the white flower in Tobirama's palm with his fingertips. The petals shone slightly under his tou. Look at this flower. The system says it's called Forget Worries, but whether it can really make people forget their worries is never determined by the name, right? Tobirama's fingertips suddenly closed, gripping the white flower in his palm. The petals shone faintly under the pressure of his soul, as if tiny particles of light were being squeezed out and drifted down through his fingers. His knuckles were stretched white from the force, and even his soul was unstable. It was obvious that Hashirama's words, which defied common sense, had hit him so hard. His brows knitted tighter, almost frost coming out. When he raised his eyes, there was still a lingering sense of turmoil in his eyes, but he suppressed the surging emotions. His voice was as cold as an iron chain just dragged out of an ice cellar. You mean, he paused, biting each word very hard, as if chewing on this absurd possibility. That little brat managed to break the shackles carved by his bloodline all by himself. The ending tone trembled imperceptibly, and the petals in his palm were clenched tighter. The faint light seeped out through the fingers and reflected in his eyes, like a flame that refused to go out. Was it anger, doubt, or a trace of hesitation that even he himself was unwilling to admit? Hashirama looked at Tobirama's tense profile and suddenly laughed. That smile was like sunlight penetrating through the clouds, instantly dispelling the solemnity between the brows, and the halo at the edge of the soul body also brightened a little. There was a hint of understanding warmth in his eyes. As if he had already seen through the confusion beneath Tobirama's hard shell. Not on my own. He shook his head gently, his voice filled with gentle certainty, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the remaining petal patterns on the stone table. It's because of the bond. When he mentioned the word bond, he looked in the direction where the sky disappeared, and it seemed that Naruto's bloody figure was still there. Look at him, for that kid named Sasuke. He rushed forward even with blood in his eyes, and he even forced out his manjiki and would release. He paused, a sigh edged in his voice, as if recalling something from the distant past. This kind of power isn't something hidden in our blood, it's a miracle forged through love and obsession. As the last syllable fell, he tapped the stone table lightly with his fingertips, his eyes filled with the insight of someone who had experienced it, just like me and Madara back then. Even though we fought to the bitter end, that concern for each other never faded. It's just that we weren't as lucky as that child, and we didn't persevere and turn our obsession into the right path. Love? Obsession? Tobirama sneered from between his teeth. The ending tone was filled with his usual sarcasm, but he did not refute with sharp words as usual. His brows were still furrowed, but the icy waves surging in his eyes had quietly receded a little, revealing the complexity hidden underneath. His fingertips unconsciously stroked the remaining petal fragments in his palm. The false warmth strangely seeped through his soul and body, burning his fingertips and making them tremble slightly. The image on the sky screen flashed uncontrollably through his mind: Naruto hugging Sasuke's cold body and weeping, tears mixed with blood falling to the ground, the pain surging in his manjiki Sharingan's almost solidifying, and the determination to salvage something even if it meant tearing his bloodline. His throat moved, and he wanted to say something false or unrealistic, but in the end it just turned into a very light cold snort. The white flower in his palm had long been crushed into dust, but the scorching heat seemed to have taken root, burning along his fingertips all the way to his heart, burning him so much that he had to turn his face away, avoiding Hashirama's gentle eyes that seemed to see through everything. Hashirama looked at Tobirama's tense profile. The lines on his face were as cold and hard as the uncarved black iron deep in the clan's territory, but there was a very faint halo at the base of his ears that was the mark that only appeared when the soul was emotionally fluctuating. He suddenly slowed down his steps, as if afraid of disturbing something, and slowly raised his hand. When his palm landed on Tobirama's shoulder, the movement was as light as a feather falling, but it carried an unmistakable warmth. He applied a little pressure with his fingertips, and through the translucent soul body, he seemed to be able to feel the tremors beneath the hard shell in the other person's bones. You actually think that kid is amazing, right? There was a hint of mischievous laughter in his voice, and the ending tone rose slightly, like when he was a child and pierced the scroll secretly hidden in the door. Even though you carry so much blood debt and expectations, you refuse to fall down even with blood in your eyes. And you insist on protecting the thing you believe in your heart. He paused, his thumb unconsciously stroking the outline of Tobirama's shoulder bones. A gentleness spread across his eyes, mixed with a hint of experience. This kind of silliness, doesn't it, look a little familiar? Tobirama suddenly turned his face to the side. His movement was so fast that it seemed as if he was burned by fire. However, the faint light at the base of his ear did not have time to fade away, and tiny ripples appeared in the void created by the system. He raised his hand and pushed away the hand on Hashirama's shoulder. When his fingertips brushed across the other's soul, a faint light appeared, as if he was deliberately drawing a clear line. I just don't want to see anyone make the same mistake Madara made. His voice was hard, like chewing crushed ice, and his gaze was cast toward the swirling white mist in the distance, avoiding Hashirama's probing gaze. His knuckles curled quietly at his sides, and even he himself was unaware of the tension hidden in this movement. After a pause, his Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was as deep as if a stone was pressing on him. That brat's path is too dangerous. He has both your gentleness and your sincerity towards everyone. And Madara's decisiveness, and he shows no mercy when he strikes. At this point, he suddenly paused, a barely perceptible worry flashing in his eyes. These two natures are tearing at each other in his blood. If he's not careful, he'll either become another Madara consumed by hatred, or a fool trapped by warmth. When the last syllable fell, he slowly turned his head, his brows still furrowed, but the icy edges in his eyes melted a little, revealing the complexity that could not be hidden underneath. It was the worry for a strange boy, and also the most subtle compromise with his brother's bond theory. Hashirama watched Tobirama turn back, his face hard on the outside but soft on the inside, and suddenly chuckled softly. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were filled with tiny glints of light, like falling stars. He raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, his fingertips rubbing the white hair behind his ear, bringing out a hint of indulgent warmth, and his movements still carried the familiarity of youth. So. He took half a step forward, and the mischief in his voice faded a little, with a hint of relief that came from seeing through everything. That's why you frowned at the scene on the sky screen, and pondered over the child's bloodline contradictions. He paused deliberately, and gently tapped Tobirama's still tense brow with his fingertips. You actually wanted to help him avoid a dead end a long time ago, didn't you? As he spoke, his other hand gently pressed on the handful of forget-me-not on the stone table. The petals glowed slightly under his palm, as if responding to his words. His gaze fell on the lingering worry in Tobirama's eyes, and he spoke gently, like the water from a hot spring, just like when you always secretly cleaned up my messes, calling me idiot brother, but you had already paved the way for your retreat. Tobirama's fingertips trembled violently, and the handful of white flowers that were clenched until only light fragments were left finally slipped completely from between his fingers, like a wisp of smoke being blown away, silently blending into the surging white mist under his feet. His jawline tightened even more. And even the light at the edge of his soul body trembled, as if he was trying hard to suppress something. His eyes were still fixed on the rolling white mist in the distance. The mist there was stirred into a vortex by the wind, which looked very much like the rotating patterns in Naruto's kaleidoscope in the sky. The cold snort that escaped from his throat was as light as a sigh, but the ending tone lacked the coldness of the past, and instead carried a hint of inexplicable bitterness. He raised his hand to straighten his collar, his fingertips running across the Thousand Hands clan emblem embroidered on the collar that was also an illusion reproduced by the system, but his movements at this moment were so serious that it seemed as if he was smoothing out real wrinkles. After a while, he squeezed out a very light breath from his nose. He neither admitted nor denied it. However, his eyes, which had always been sharp, softened a little under the refraction of the mist. The wind from the Pure Land swept past, carrying the floral fragrance simulated by the system, gently lifting a few strands of silver-white hair in front of Toma's forehead, revealing the shallow lines on his smooth forehead. Even these subtle old marks were an illusion meticulously reproduced by the system. He subconsciously turned his head, as if trying to avoid the wind that brushed across his brow, and his movement contained an awkwardness that he himself was not aware of. His gaze was still fixed on the vortex of white mist in the distance, but the depths of his pupils were no longer completely cold. The swirling mist seemed to reflect Naruto's eyes, a kaleidoscope of blood and tears, and the boy's resolute yet fragile profile as he hugged his best friend. His brows relaxed slightly, and the corners of his tightly pursed lips gradually lost some of their hardness, revealing the complexity that was deliberately hidden underneath. The extremely light breath sound in the throat had not yet dissipated, but a very faint light had quietly spread in the eyes, not the faint light of the soul's fluctuations, but a kind of crystal clearness from the gradual melting of ice. He clearly realized that the iron law of blood that he had believed in all his life and the rules that were regarded as the golden rule might have really been torn apart in the body of the young man named Uzumaki Naruto. This subversion, besides the bitterness of theoretical collapse, also brought with it a hint of anticipation, curled up beneath the ice, something he was too embarrassed to admit. That anticipation was like a seed just broken through the soil, quietly sprouting in the false wind of pure land. Post Views, 73. 011 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 011. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The hand of Minato Namikaze, who was holding Kushina in his arms, trembled slightly. The blood beads condensed in his palm seeped into her fiery red hair. The glaring red looked very much like Naruto's bloody forehead protector in the future. That was the mark that he could not protect even with his life. The old wound on his back seemed to still be burning. The curled-up figure of Kushina in the future scene, the fishy wind under the giant claws of the nine-tailed fox, and the resentful roar of Obito behind his mask were like countless needles piercing his temples. He could even clearly smell the smoke from the exploding detonating tag, and feel the almost soul-tearing weightlessness when he teleported while holding Naruto. Kushina, his voice was extremely low, as if there were hot gravel stuck in his throat, making every word painful. The man wearing the mask is definitely not Madara. His nails practically dug into the flesh of Kushina's back, hatred wrapping around his heart like poison ivy. It was the Mangeki that controlled the nine tails, it was the ghostly divine might, it was the curse. You can't protect them. He could even recall the violent desire to crush the opponent to pieces when his future self hit him in the back with the raised nan. He owes us, Naruto, and Konoha. He didn't say anything else, but just hugged Kushina tighter, as if he let go, the temperature in his arms would cool down little by little like in the future scene. The golden chakra surging in his eyes almost broke through his rationality. It was a pain more piercing than death, the despair of knowing the outcome but being unable to change it, and the hatred for the bastard hiding behind the mask that could not be quelled even if he burned everything. Kushina was strangled by him, but she didn't struggle. She could clearly feel the trembling of the person in her arms. It wasn't because of fear, but the trembling of too much accumulated pain and hatred, like a string stretched to the extreme, as if it would break at any second. She raised her hand and gently placed it on the back of his hand, which was clenched white, and her fingertips stroked the blue veins on his knuckles that were bulging from the force. There were still stains of blood on them, and they were scorching hot. Minato, her voice was soft, with a soothing warmth, and the ending tone rose slightly, still with the familiar gentleness that was a little overbearing to him. You're scratching me and it hurts. Seeing his stiff body relax slightly, Kushina turned her head and gently rubbed her cheek against his sweaty temples. Her red hair slid across his neck, carrying a faint fragrance that dispelled the smell of gunpowder and blood. Don't think too much. She raised her hand, gently pressing her fingertips on his furrowed brow, smoothing out the deep wrinkles bit by bit. The future hasn't arrived yet, has it? Her palms were calloused with years of practice, yet strangely warm. She paused as her thumb brushed the corner of his eye, where a dampness still lingered. Look, Kushina suddenly chuckled, with unquestionable certainty in her voice, "I'm fine now, Naruto will be fine too, we will all be fine." As she spoke, she grabbed his wrist with her backhand, pulled his hand from behind her back to her lips, and gently kissed the bleeding wound on his palm. As for that masked guy, her eyes suddenly lit up, like tempered steel, but she didn't forget to turn around and curl her lips at him. "I'm here. If he dares to come, I'll break his legs." When the last syllable fell, she squeezed closer to his arms, pressed her cheek against his violently heaving chest, and listened to his heartbeat gradually steadying. So, her voice was muffled in his clothes, like a feather gently scratching his heart. "Stop frowning, Minato. When you frown, I want to bully you." Namikaze Minato's tense back slowly relaxed, like frozen soil moistened by spring rain. When he lowered his head, the sweat-soaked blonde hair on his forehead fell down and brushed across the top of Kushina's hair. His breathing, which had smelled of gunpowder, gradually calmed down. His fingertips slid down along her warm waistline and gently covered her bulging belly. There was a slight movement under his palm. It was Naruto kicking. The slight tremor was very similar to the unyielding heartbeat of his son as he clenched his fists on the battlefield in the sky, resonating with his blood across time and space. A low, hoarse laugh rolled through his throat, and with a sigh of relief, his fingertips gently caressed that place, as if he was talking to the little one in his belly. "I'm sorry," he lowered his head and nuzzled her ear with the tip of his nose. There was still a hint of sob in his voice, but it was already tinged with warmth. "I was too hard just now." The strands of hair on Kushina's temples were gently swayed by his breath. He raised his hand to tuck them behind her ears, and his fingertips accidentally touched the tiny calluses on her earlobes. Those were caused by her practicing kunao. His eyes swept across her resolute profile, and he suddenly leaned over and placed a light kiss on the corner of her lips. The kiss left a trace of blood on his palm, but was as gentle as the morning dew. "We won't die." He looked up at the lingering light in the sky. His blue eyes, always filled with tenderness, now shone surprisingly brightly. The mark of the flying thunder god quietly lit up in his eyes, like a cold star falling into the deep sea. Naruto won't cry alone while holding Sasuke. He held Kushina tighter, this time no longer a soul-destroying hold, but with a cherished strength. His palm pressed against her back, and he could clearly feel her steady heartbeat, interwoven with the fetal movement in her belly to form the most peaceful rhythm. "The destined sacrifice in the future," he said, his voice soft as a sigh, yet filled with a resolute determination. His knuckles turned slightly white from the force applied. "From this moment on, it will be torn apart and rewritten." When Uchiha Madara's fist hit the stone table, the severe pain from his finger bones made him dazed for a moment. Amid the flying gravel, he stood with his hands hanging down, his broad shoulders slightly slumped, and his back, which was usually as straight as a javelin, unconsciously appeared a little hunched. The faint light from the sky reflected on his face, and Hashirama's words, "a bit like me," were like quenched needles, piercing his eyes and making them sore. He turned his face away abruptly, but could not escape the image circling in his mind, the dead silent earth shrouded in purple light, and the children's laughter as the windmills turned, strangely overlapping, making his temples throb. His knuckles unconsciously rubbed the old wounds on his palms, where he had held the kunao that he had used to fight alongside Hashirama, and where they had pierced each other's chests. He suddenly raised his hand and pressed his forehead, his Manjiki Sharingan spinning violently in his eyes, and an unprecedented confusion surged in the blood-red vortex. Naruto's kaleidoscopes, blazing with bonds. How could this be? The light in that boy's eyes was even more glaring than the absolute power he had spent his entire life pursuing. Like a blunt knife, it slowly cut through the obsession he had clung to for years. He squeezed out a dry laugh from his throat, hoarse with self-mockery, and raised his hand to loosen the collar around his neck. The long hair that was usually combed meticulously fell on her shoulders, and a few strands of grey hair stuck to her sweaty forehead, making the emotions surging in her scarlet eyes even more complicated. There was anger, unwillingness, and more of it was confusion that she herself was unwilling to admit. He turned and walked towards the stone wall, his back slamming hard against it. The cold rock pressed against his burning skin, but it couldn't suppress the churning in his heart. The pain of having a lifelong belief torn apart was even greater than when Hashirama pierced his body. Was that illusory peace truly possible? Post views, 60. 012 Naruto Sky Screen. Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 012. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. His fingertips scratched deep grooves on the stone wall. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into the old wounds on his palms, causing drops of blood to seep out. Ridiculous, he growled, his voice as weak as a candle in the wind. It's just the nonsense of a child. But the last note faded into the empty grotto, and even he couldn't fool himself. The wilderness of children's laughter fell like a seed into the barren soil of his heart, and it quietly sprouted at the moment he wavered. Uchiha Madara suddenly ripped open his collar, the rough cloth rubbing against the skin of his neck, revealing the old scar on his chest that meandered like a snake. The scar glowed bluish-white in the dim light of the sky, and underneath it seemed as if the burning pain of the Valley of the End still remained. Every inch of it was clamoring for the victory, defeat, and breakup of that year. Kid, he chuckled softly, the sound mingling with the sweet, fishy taste of blood foam rising from his throat. The ending tone was deliberately drawn out lazily, carrying his usual contempt. You think you can shake me with just this little trick? Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. As his fingertips brushed across his lower lip, he paused slightly. The smile never reached his eyes. The scarlet kaleidoscope continued to spin slowly, but deep within his pupils, a flickering light, even he himself was unaware of, was hidden, like a spark startled by the wind in the dark night. The veins on his clenched fists had already bulged out like a dragon, his knuckles were white and almost cracked, and the old wounds on his palms were scratched by his nails and began to bleed again. He turned his head away, deliberately not looking in the direction where the sky was disappearing, and his eyes fell on the shadow in the corner of the cave, as if there was something worth paying attention to hidden there. But only he himself knew that when he saw Naruto lifting up the statues of him and Hashirama, and letting the two pairs of hands that had long been loosened hold each other again under the starry sky, the lake of his heart that had been frozen for half a lifetime clearly cracked with an inaudible crack. The wind that leaked in through the crack brought a warmth he had never felt before, causing his chest to tighten, and he actually felt a strange sense of anticipation. Looking forward to that scene becoming a reality. As soon as this thought came to mind, he suppressed it fiercely. He snorted coldly and raised his hand to fasten his torn collar again. His movements were slightly stiff, as if he was trying to hide something. Boring. He dropped these two words, turned around and walked towards the depths of the cave. His back was still straight, but without the loneliness and cruelty he had before. Only the light sound of his clothes sweeping across the gravel on the ground revealed a bit of his uneasiness. Preview of the next live broadcast. Uzumaki Naruto is actually Hashirama. The chat channel's noise suddenly stopped, and then erupted into an even louder quarrel. Uchiha Madara's steps suddenly stopped, as if nailed to the spot by invisible chains. The line of preview words in the chat channel burned his retina like a red-hot iron. He turned his head suddenly, and the scarlet kaleidoscope suddenly contracted. The bloodshot in his pupils grew like spider webs, almost bursting the whites of his eyes. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama's what? He growled, his voice still hoarse but icy. Uchiha Madara, could it be that this brat is Hashirama's offspring hidden outside? Before he finished speaking, he had already clenched his fists and rushed to the virtual screen, slamming his knuckles on the stone wall, causing broken stones to fall. The blood on his palm dripped down his fingertips, leaving tiny red marks on the ground, but he was completely unaware those eyes that were always filled with arrogance were now wide open, his brows were twisted into steep mountains, and even the white hair at his temples was trembling slightly due to his excitement. He stared at the unfinished line of text, and a low sneer came from his throat, but the laughter was more unpleasant than crying. But when the corner of his eye caught the residual image of Naruto holding up the statue on the sky, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and his fingertips left harsh scratches on the edge of the screen, as if he wanted to use the pain to suppress that inappropriate exploration. The wind in the cave suddenly turned cold, blowing his long hair and revealing the tense curve of his jawline. That furious look made him look like someone whose secret was exposed. He obviously cared a lot, but he chose to put on an attitude of disdain. The coldness around Senju Tobirama was almost condensing into ice chips. The knuckles of his clenched fists turned white, and his joints creaked from the excessive force. He suddenly took half a step forward, his hair shaking violently due to the movement. His red eyes, which were always as sharp as knives, were now burning with rage, staring at Uchiha Madara on the other side of the screen. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara. His voice was as cold as an ice cone tempered with poison, and every word was filled with murderous intent, smashing into the void and stirring up layers of air waves. Senju Tobirama, stop talking nonsense. Before he finished speaking, he had already raised his hand and pressed it on the ninja tool bag at his waist. His fingertips touched the cold iron texture of the kunai, and his fingertips turned bluish-white due to the force. The veins on his forehead throbbed, revealing the rage he was trying hard to suppress. It was not only his anger at his brother's reputation being insulted, but also his extreme contempt for Madara's absurd speculation. Senju Tobirama, how can I allow you to tarnish my brother's reputation like this? His words were sonorous, and the anger surging in his red eyes almost burned through his vision. Senju Tobirama, a fellow like you, with his head full of schemes and intrigues, will never understand my brother's broad mind. As he spoke, he turned slightly to the side, and his left hand subconsciously pressed on the ninjutsu scroll behind him, as if he was about to form a seal and launch an attack in the next second. The hem of his dark blue robe rustled in the chakra surging around him, and he looked like a sharp blade about to be unsheathed, his edge exposed and his aura imposing. But only those who are familiar with him know that beneath this almost uncontrollable anger lies his deepest protection for his brother. That is the most dazzling light of the Senju clan that he will protect throughout his entire life. Minato Namikaze's fingertips were as white as paper, and his knuckles were trembling slightly from gripping the virtual keyboard. Even Kushina in his arms could feel the tension. He lowered his eyes to look at the red eyes of the person in his arms, where moisture was still condensed, like red agate soaked in morning dew. His fingertips gently rubbed the blood beads in her hair, and the scarlet color stained his fingertips, carrying her warm body temperature. A low sigh rolled through his throat, and he freed one hand to tuck her drooping red hair behind her ear, moving so gently as if he was afraid of breaking the fragile glass. Don't be angry. He lowered his head and soothed her in a voice that only the two of them could hear, his lips brushing against the top of her hair. It's just some nonsense. After saying that, he raised his eyes to look at the virtual screen. There was no more ripple in his blue eyes, only his usual calmness. As my fingertips tapped on the keyboard, my knuckles bulged slightly from the force, and every word I typed was clear and confident. Namikaze Minato, Naruto is the flesh and blood of Kushina and me, and has no blood relationship with the Senju clan. Kushina hummed softly in his arms, raised her hand to hold his typing wrist, and covered the back of his cold fingers with her palm. She tilted her head, her red hair brushing across his chin. The red in her eyes hadn't faded yet, but a hint of arrogance had already ignited. Let me see who dares to make up stories about our Naruto. Minato took her hand, holding the calloused warmth firmly in his palm, and gently pinched the back of her hand with his fingertips. He added with unquestionable determination. Namikaze Minato, the system's warning may not mean what it says on the tin, so there's no need to speculate. As he spoke, he turned his face and touched the top of Kushina's head with his cheek. The faint herbal fragrance from her hair lingered in his nose. It was the smell of the hair oil she often used after practicing ninjutsu. The sound of her steady breathing came from her palm, intertwined with the slight fetal movement of Naruto in her belly, like a silent oath, drowning out all the noise on the screen. Senju Hashirama hurriedly took half a step forward, and his wide sleeves swept across the edge of the virtual screen, bringing up a slight breeze. He waved his hands repeatedly in front of him, and the calluses on his palms turned slightly white due to the large movements. The face that always had a hearty smile was now full of panic, and even the strands of hair on his forehead were shaking. Senju Hashirama, Madara, how could Minato's child be related to me? He deliberately raised his voice, trying to drown out the noise in the channel, and the ending tone carried a subtle hint of flattery. Senju Hashirama, maybe the system is deliberately muddying the waters. As he spoke, he subconsciously raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, running his fingertips through his fluffy silver hair, ruffling the already messy hair even further. He let out a few dry laughs, his eyes quickly shifting between Madara and Minato, like a student at a loss for what to do after being called on by a teacher. But after a pause, he seemed to remember something and suddenly grinned, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes squeezed into wrinkles. Senju Hashirama, but come to think of it, when Naruto smiles, his eyes and brows do look a bit like me when I was young. As soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned by his own words and quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth, with a few vague ouches escaping between his fingers. His ears turned red, and he withdrew his hand awkwardly, scratching his cheek instead, his fingertips rubbing over the blue stubble on his chin. Why did these words sound like they were causing more trouble? The strap of the ninja tool bag on his back was half loose, and as he swayed restlessly, it gently slapped his back, making a small sound. He looked at the tense atmosphere on the screen and stamped his feet anxiously. His black eyes, which were always filled with warmth, were filled with helplessness, and he looked like a big boy who had gotten into trouble. As soon as these words fell, Senju Tobirama almost died on the spot, and the words he wrote were trembling. Senju Tobirama, big brother, could you please stop causing trouble? Uzumaki Kushina suddenly stood up from Minato's arms, and her half-red hair rose into a tiny arc due to the movement, like a cluster of suddenly ignited flames. The knuckles of her clenched fists turned white, the veins on the back of her hands throbbed faintly, and her fingertips slammed heavily on the virtual keyboard, making a dull dong-dong sound. The violence between the lines almost burned through the screen. Uzumaki Kushina, no matter who Naruto is, he is my Uzumaki Kushina's son. Her voice was a few notches higher than usual, with her usual aggressive tone at the end. Her red eyes burned with an unquestionable rage, and even the tips of her ears were slightly red from her excitement. The ends of her hair brushed against Minato's arm, but she paid no attention to it, just staring at the quarrel on the screen, her other hand subconsciously pressing on her bulging belly, as if silently declaring her sovereignty. Uzumaki Kushina, anyone who dares to gossip should first ask the chain in my hand if it agrees. Before she finished speaking, her fingertips paused on the keyboard, and she suddenly turned her head to glare at Minato, but the anger in her eyes quietly dissipated a little, and a stubborn arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. You've made me angry. But the force of her typing did not decrease at all, as if there really was a blind guy on the other side of the screen waiting to be hit by her chains. That familiar hot temper instantly reminded those who knew her of the reputation of blood red pepper back in the ninja school. Anyone who dared to say a word about her red hair would be chased and beaten by her. Minato reached out to help her calm down, but just as his fingertips touched her tense back, she slapped him away. Don't touch me, she snorted, but as she lowered her head to type, she quietly leaned into his arms. I'm busy dealing with those gossipy women. Post views, 57. 013 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the Ninja World Chapter 013. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. When Minato Namikaze helped Kushina stand firmly on the stone road, he suddenly retracted the strength of his fingertips. The blood on his palm that had not yet dried had accidentally rubbed against the end of her fiery red hair. The dark red stuck to the hair, making his heart inexplicably tighten. When he lowered his eyes to look at her, his blue eyes were filled with his usual gentleness, but his hand quietly increased the strength in her arm. Kushina's body, which was trembling with anger, had not yet completely stabilized when the thin grass that emerged from the cracks in the stone slabs under her feet caught the hem of her skirt. She shook subconsciously, and the ends of her hair brushed against his wrist. The herbal scent of hair oil mixed with a faint smell of blood lingered on his nose. "Slow down," he reminded her in a low voice, his voice as light as the wind blowing across the water. His other hand calmly pushed away the grass stems on her skirt, and his fingertips brushed against the dust on the hem of her skirt. His movements were as gentle as brushing away fragile snow. The flying thunder god Kunao had been transferred to his palm without him noticing when. The cold metallic light flickered between his fingers, causing the calm blue in his eyes to suddenly glow with a sharp gleam. The clamor in the sky just now was still ringing in his ears, and all the speculations about Naruto were like tiny thorns, piercing his heart and causing a dull pain. He turned his head and looked past Kushina's red hair towards the direction where the sky was disappearing. The dark purple afterglow was seeping into the clouds bit by bit, spreading out like spilled ink. The sharp edge of the kunao pressed against his palm, and the cool touch calmed his troubled mind a little, but his throat was still a little tight. No matter what the system's warning contained, he would never let anyone hurt his family. Kushina noticed the slight trembling of his fingertips, and pressed down his hand holding the kunao with her backhand. The warmth of her palm passed through the thin skin, carrying her unique tenacity. "Don't think too much." She looked up at him, the red in her eyes had not yet faded, but it was already stained with a certainty, no matter what they say, Naruto is our child. The blood beads at the end of her hair slid down as she moved and dripped onto the back of his hand. The warm touch was like a small flame, burning his fingertips so that they curled slightly. He held her hand in his backhand, holding that warmth tighter. The sharpness in his blue eyes gradually faded, and was filled with tenderness again, but the curve at the corners of his lips was firmer than usual. "Kushina, I'll take you home first." Minato Namikaze held her arm with a little force and brought her closer to him. The gentleness in his blue eyes was mixed with a bit of unquestionable persistence. He deliberately lowered his voice, his Adam's apple rolling with obvious tension. "I'm going to see the third generation and explain everything. I'll be back soon." The cobblestone road was bumpy, and he took every step very steadily, with his palms loosely protecting her waist, for fear that she would trip over the protruding stone edges on the roadside. Kushina suddenly grabbed his wrist, her nails, with thin calluses from practicing ninjutsu, almost digging into the flesh of his forearm. She looked up at him with red eyes. The moisture in her eyes had not yet dissipated, but she was already burning with a familiar stubbornness. "Are you going to talk about Naruto?" The ends of her hair hung by her cheeks and trembled slightly. Her bulging belly rose and fell slightly with her rapid breathing. "I'm going with you." "Obedient." Minato looked down at her, his fingertips gently brushing against her clenched knuckles, which had turned white. His voice became softer, but with a force that could not be refused. "You just got angry. You should go back and lie down." His other hand quietly held the hand she was pressing on her abdomen, his palm covering the back of her slightly cool fingers. "Naruto is kicking you, and he also wants you to rest well." Kushina's fingertips trembled, and she indeed felt a slight fetal movement in her abdomen, like a small fist gently protesting. She bit her lower lip, her red hair falling down to cover half of her face, her voice muffled in her hair. "Then you are not allowed to talk nonsense with them, anyone who dares to gossip." Before she could finish her words, Minato pressed her lips with his fingertips. "I know." He looked at the lingering anger in her eyes, a faint smile spreading across his blue eyes. He gently touched her lips with his fingertips and said, "When I come back, I'll bring you some freshly baked red bean cakes from the shop on the corner." The flying thunder god Kunao turned gently in his sleeve, and a cold metallic light flashed by. In fact, he had no mind to think about the cakes, but he saw that the ends of her hair were trembling, and the stubbornness hidden under her gentleness was like a needle pricking his heart. making him feel stuffy. I have to say something to make her feel more at ease, even if it's just empty words to comfort her. Kushina snorted, but didn't break free from his hand. She just turned her head and glanced in the direction of home, then slowly followed him. Hurry up, I won't wait for you. Having said that, the grip on his wrist loosened slightly, and the ends of her hair brushed against the back of his hand, carrying the herbal scent of hair oil, overpowering the faint smell of blood. Minato took advantage of the situation and tightened his grip on her hand, walking her towards the delivery room at a slower pace. The fine grass between the slabs caught on her skirt, and as he bent down to push it aside for her, his fingertips accidentally touched her warm ankle, and his heart suddenly settled. No matter how chaotic the world was, as long as he protected the person beside him, and the child in her womb, he was not afraid of anything. As Minato helped Kushina walk home, he deliberately avoided the bumpiest part of the cobblestone road. The setting sun stretched their shadows very long, and his shadow was always slightly leaning forward, vaguely protecting her outline. His palms rested on her waist, and his fingertips occasionally brushed away the red hair that was blown to her face by the wind. The fiery red brushed against his fingertips, carrying the herbal scent of hair oil, mixed with the cool evening breeze, which made him feel a little relieved. When he was almost at the low slope in front of his house, he stopped, turned around and half knelt down. Come up, I'll carry you. Kushina was about to glare and say no, but he held her shoulders and pushed her down gently. Be good, the slope is steep. You just got angry. Don't get tired. His voice was very soft, and her shadow was reflected in his blue eyes, with an insistence that could not be refused. Kushina couldn't resist, so she had to lie on his back, her arms gently wrapped around his neck. When he stood up, he deliberately made his movements light, holding her knees firmly, and took slow and steady steps, so that even the person on his back didn't shake. The wooden door of the house was ajar. He gently opened it with his toes. The cherry blossom tree in the yard had fallen petals all over the ground. As he walked in, stepping on the petals, he deliberately turned sideways to prevent the branches from sweeping her face. When he put her on the tatami, he first pulled the cushion over and placed it behind her waist, then bent down to help her take off her dusty wooden clogs. Kushina curled her toes and hummed, but didn't shy away from his movements. His fingertips, covered with calluses, felt warm when they touched her ankles, warmer than the evening breeze. I'll go get some hot water, he said, straightening up and smoothing her messy red hair. Just sit back for a moment and don't move around. Just as he turned to go to the kitchen, his wrist was grabbed. Kushina's nails pinched his flesh lightly. The force was not strong, but it was obvious that she was trying to keep him. She looked at him with red eyes, the ends of her hair hanging down to her cheeks and shaking slightly. Are you going to investigate the masked man? Without waiting for his answer, she added, I still want to go with you. Wait for me at home. Minato held her hand with his backhand, rubbing his fingertips on the back of her hand, dissipating the tension. He lowered his head to look at her bulging belly, and the gentleness in his blue eyes darkened. The system said that it wasn't Madara. If the Nine Tails rebellion was really caused by him, we must be prepared in advance. Suddenly, her palm was gently bumped. It was Naruto kicking her. He paused and said in a softer voice, You and Naruto are safest here. If anything happens, I'll be back in a blink of an eye. Kushina looked at the determination in his eyes and her fingertips quietly relaxed. As Kushina nodded with red eyes, she finally couldn't hold back her tears, which slid down her cheeks and into the corners of her lips, with a hint of saltiness. She was about to let go of her hand, but her fingertips suddenly clenched his sleeves. The fabric was still stained with the warmth of his palm, which made her heart clench. The moment he turned, she suddenly reached forward and grabbed his cloak. The coarse fabric wrinkled in her grip, her knuckles white from the force. Her red hair hung messily in front of her eyes, covering most of her face, revealing only her tightly pursed lips and the tip of her red nose. Minato, Don't trust the system too mu. Her voice was thick with tears, but she bit the last syllable very hard, as if she was afraid of being blown away by the wind, our son. At this point, she choked, the bitterness rising in her throat breaking her words into fragments. She raised her hand to wipe her face, but her tears covered it. The moisture in her red eyes, mixed with stubbornness, shone startlingly. He shouldn't cry alone. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly loosened her cloak and pressed her backhand against her belly, her fingertips gently resting on the bulge. From there, she could hear Naruto's faint fetal movements, as if responding to her words. Did you hear that? She looked up at him, her voice trembling but every word clear. He doesn't want to be alone either. Minato paused, his cloak pulled tight, his golden hair falling to cover half his face. He was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly turned around, his lips raised in a familiar, reassuring smile, his blue eyes filled with the warmest light in the twilight. Don't worry. As he spoke, he raised his hand to wipe the tears from her cheek, his fingertips rubbing against her hot skin, bringing with them the tingling sensation unique to Flying Thunder God's chakra. But I am his father. The ending tone rose slightly, as if he was saying something that could not be more certain. His golden hair was blown by the wind, emitting a soft warm glow in the dim light. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly released her hand, his fingertips rapidly forming hand seals at his side. The blue light of the Flying Thunder God suddenly exploded, like shattered stars, rippling around him. In the final moment before disappearing, he was still looking at her, the smile in his eyes still lingering, as if saying, "Wait until I come back." The next second, his figure transformed into a streak of light blue, instantly darting out of the courtyard and disappearing into the twilight at the corner of the street. Only the lingering scent of chakra remained in the air, along with the warmth of his words, "I'm his father," which gently settled on Kushina's heart. Post Views, 53. 014 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 014. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. In the Hokage's office, the Sandaime Sarutobi Hiruzen's hunched back slumped in the wide chair, the pipe between his fingers leaning against the table at an angle, sparks flickering in the tobacco ashes, casting a flickering shadow on his wrinkled cheeks. The afterimage of the dissipated sky was still swaying on the window frame. An almost inaudible sigh rolled through his throat, and his fingertips unconsciously stroked the shiny patina on his pipe. When Namikaze Minato's figure appeared out of thin air in front of the desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulders and back tensed suddenly, and the knuckles holding the pipe tightened suddenly. The amber mouthpiece was pinched white, and sparks suddenly burst out with a series of crackling sounds, burning his fingertips so much that he trembled slightly, but he was completely unaware. Minato. When he raised his eyes, a solemnity lingered in his cloudy pupils. His old voice was extremely low, the last syllable raspy from tobacco smoke. The system's prediction. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly loosened his grip on the pipe, pressed his palms hard on his knees, and stood up straight from his chair. Although his body was hunched, his eyes suddenly became as sharp as an eagle's. How much do you believe it? Sandaime-sama. Minato took a half step forward, the gentleness in his blue eyes completely gone, leaving only a heavy solemnity. He raised his hand to press against the edge of the table, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. His voice was like steel tempered by ice, and every word was filled with an uncontrollable tension. The future shown by the system includes the Nine Tails Rebellion. When he lowered his eyes, the golden hair on his forehead slipped down to cover half of his eye, hiding the pain that flashed across his eyes. His fingertips tapped lightly on the tabletop as he recounted the scene, his rhythm rapid as if he were counting down the seconds. He deliberately skipped over the tragic scenes involving himself, only to suddenly raise his eyes when he mentioned the masked man, a sharp gleam flashing in his blue eyes. He will control the Nine Tails to attack Konoha, and call himself Uchiha Madara. When he said the word Madara, his hands on the edge of the table suddenly tightened, his fingertips almost embedded in the wood grain, and the arc rolling in his throat revealed the suppressed anger. The figure behind the mask was a thunder hanging over Konoha's head, and a threat that he could not tolerate. The pipe between Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers hit the floor with a clang, leaving tiny cracks on the amber mouthpiece. He suddenly stood up from his chair, his cloudy eyeballs suddenly bulged, his originally loose eyelids became tight, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were twisted into ravines due to the sudden impact. Van. His voice was broken, the last syllable trembling with shock. His skinny fingers scratched in the air twice, as if trying to pick up the fallen pipe, or trying to grasp the unbelievable words. Hasn't he already? The words got stuck in his throat, and half of the tobacco leaked out of the pipe, mixed with sparks and fell on the corner of his robe, but he was completely unaware of it, just staring at Minato, the shock in his pupils almost overflowing. The system says his identity is in doubt. Minato's fingertips quickly slid across the table. And light blue chakra flowed along with his fingertips, instantly condensing into a miniature flying thunder god seal, the lines of which flickered between the wood grain. He tapped his knuckles on the tabletop, pressing the mark deep into the wood. The light in his blue eyes was as deep as a pool. I suspect it's someone from the Uchiha clan, or, it's related to the space-time ninjutsu that Master Tobirama is studying. He suddenly raised his eyes to look at the third Hokage, his golden hair on his forehead fluttering in the air as his breath did, revealing a sharpness in his eyes without any ripples that was the alertness of a ninja, several times sharper than his usual gentle appearance. I need to review all the information on the Uchiha clan, especially the records of unusual movements in the past 10 years. As he spoke, his hands on the edge of the table tightened slightly, and his fingertips rolled over the mark he had just engraved. There was no hesitation in his tone, only unquestionable determination. Sarutobi Hiruzen bent down to pick up his pipe from the ground. His bony fingers twisted the broken stem gently, their tips brushing against the warmth of the remaining tobacco. He twisted a pinch of fresh tobacco from the box and filled it in. As the match brushed against the table, the flame illuminated the fatigue and solemnity swirling in his eyes. He relit his pipe and took a deep drag, the smoke escaping between his teeth and blurring the lines of his face. "You're right. We need to ascertain the identity of the masked man." He raised his hand and pressed the pipe to his lips, but did not smoke any more, just letting the sparks flicker on the tobacco. When his eyes fell on Minato's tense shoulders, his pupils shrank slightly, and an almost inaudible sigh rolled through his throat. His tone suddenly became heavy, also, about Naruto. He paused and slowly raised his eyes. The darkening sky outside the window was reflected in his cloudy eyes. There was the worry of an elder, but also some unspeakable considerations. His knuckles rubbed lightly on the handle of his pipe, as if he was weighing his words. "He is my son." Minato clenched his hands at his sides, his knuckles turning white and almost cracking. Unquestionable determination surged in his blue eyes, and every word was like a nail driven into the table. "No matter what the future holds, I will make sure he grows up safely." As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the direction where the sky disappeared outside the window. The golden hair on his forehead covered the pain that flashed across his eyes. The image of Naruto holding Sasuke alone in the sky suddenly popped into his mind. The small figure shivered in the wind like an unattended weed. The scene made his heart suddenly tighten, as if it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and even breathing was dull and painful. "The system says it's a parallel world," he snapped back to reality, raising his hand to press against the edge of the table to steady himself. His fingertips dug into the wood grain from the pressure, his voice tinged with desperate determination. "That means we can change it." When the last few words came out of his mouth, his Adam's apple rolled violently, and the light in his blue eyes was astonishingly bright, as if a cluster of eternal flames was lit in the dark night. The blue light of flying thunder god suddenly exploded from his fingertips. Tiny specks of light streaming through his fingers, illuminating the determination in his blue eyes even more clearly. Minato raised his hand to smooth down his blonde hair, which had been ruffled by the chakra currents. His fingertips trembled slightly as they brushed across his brow, a tremor of suppressed, surging emotions. Starting tonight, his voice was even deeper than before, each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, with unquestionable determination, I will personally strengthen Konoha's barrier. Having said that, he suddenly clenched his fists, and the blue light between his knuckles crackled, make sure the nine-tailed rebellion does not happen. When the last word fell, he had turned and walked towards the window, the mark of the flying thunder god lit up under his feet, and the arc of his clothes lifted by the airflow concealed the determination to go all out. His figure vanished into the blue light, leaving only the faint scent of thunder and lightning in the air, like a lingering echo lingering on the corner of the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the empty space, his hunched back slumping even further. His bony fingers clutched his pipe, suspended in mid-air. Sparks flickered on the tobacco, only making the fatigue in his eyes grow even more intense. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and the white mist spread out from his lips, blurring the wrinkles on his cheeks. An almost inaudible sigh rolled from his throat, and the tail tone was very long, carrying the complex emotions unique to elders. Minato, when the voice faded away, he raised his hand and wiped the corners of his eyes with his sleeve. His fingertips rubbed against the loose skin, and he found that it had become a little damp without him knowing. The pipe swayed gently in the palm of his hand, and the stem made a light sound when it hit the table, as if responding to the heavy concern. Dusk completely enveloped Konoha, and the dark green night mist drifted up along the ravines of Hokage Rock. Minato stood on the edge of the highest rock, a corner of his cloak lifted by the night wind, making a rustling sound. He looked at the lights in the direction of the Uchiha clan's territory. The orange-yellow dots of light flickered in the dark night, like pieces of gold scattered on a black cloth. His fingertips hovered over the virtual system panel for a long time, his nails almost digging into his palms. The avatar of Uchiha Fugaku was right in front of him, and the status bar below the avatar was flashing a faint red light. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and a hint of complexity flashed across his blue eyes. In the end, he withdrew his hand, and the panel turned into tiny particles of light and dissipated in his palm. His brows were tense beneath his forehead protector, yet concealing an unshakable resolve. He raised his hand and pressed it against the indentations on the rock face, his fingertips grazing the outline of his own statue. Suddenly, he spoke to the dark night sky, his voice as soft as wind brushing against grass, "Naruto." The ending trembled slightly, as if the call could penetrate layers of time and space and reach the ears of the child licking his wounds alone. "Dad won't let you fight alone." As he finished speaking, the mark of the flying thunder god suddenly lit up in his eyes. The light blue light intertwined with the starlight in the sky, and tiny ripples spread in his pupils. The light reflected the lights of thousands of homes in Konoha, and also reflected a future that was being grasped in his own hands and was about to be completely rewritten. Post views, 46. 015 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 015. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Minato's figure had just been completely engulfed by the light blue electric light from the flying thunder god explosion in the Hokage's office. Before the dazzling blue light had completely dissipated in the air, a suppressed cough came from the shadow in the corner of the office as if a ball of thick phlegm was blocked in the throat. The cough was rapid and muffled, with an indescribable feeling of stagnation. Danzo's movements were slower than the cough he had just experienced. He first stretched out half a hand from behind the oak bookshelf, and his skinny fingers unconsciously rubbed the dusty spines of the books twice, his knuckles turning white from the force. Then he slowly moved his whole body out, and the curve of his hunchback made him look like an old eagle ready to pounce. The light in the single eye flickered, like a candle flame blown by the wind. Sometimes it was as sharp as a knife, as if it was going to penetrate the place where Minato had just stood, and sometimes it sank, covered with a layer of turbid shadow, hiding an inexplicable calculation. "Hiruzen, you are too indulgent to Minato Namikaze." His voice sounded like it was squeezed out of a rusty iron pipe. so hoarse it scratched the ears, and every word was wrapped in undisguised coldness. As he spoke, his skinny fingers clenched his cuffs fiercely, the joints protruding abruptly as if he wanted to crush the fabric. The light in the single eye suddenly became sharp, staring intently at Hiruzen's face, the gloom replaced by undisguised doubt and impatience. A system of unknown origin and a few nonsense words about the future have caused him to mobilize such a large force. The ending tone suddenly rose, with a hint of sneer, the corners of his mouth turned down, and the muscles on half of his face were stiff, as if he could not bear the mention of Minato's behavior. When Sarutobi Hiruzen bent down, his grey eyebrows frowned almost imperceptibly, and his fingertips gently brushed the dust on the pipe. The movement was so slow that it seemed as if he was weighing something. He put the pipe back into his mouth, biting the mouthpiece lightly with his teeth, but did not touch the lighter. His lips were pursed into a slightly deep arc, and the pipe swayed gently between his lips with the rhythm of his spi. "Danzo, that's not nonsense." He raised his eyes and looked at the other party. There was an unquestionable clarity in his turbid eyes, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes appeared deeper because of the seriousness of the moment. The details Minato saw were too specific, especially the masked man who controlled the 9 tails. He paused, biting his cigarette holder a little harder, and his jawline tensed. This is definitely not groundless. The tone was not loud, but it carried a heavy weight, like a stone thrown into still water. A short, cold laugh escaped Danzo's throat, like ice chips hitting stone, bringing a bone-chilling chill. The sinister look in his single eye suddenly surged, like a poisoned ice spike, biting at a certain point in the air. His skinny hand suddenly rose, his fingertips almost poking in front of Hiruzen, his nails slightly curled, as if to nail the word threat into the other's heart. "The 9-tailed fox rebellion? The masked man?" He scoffed, his mouth curled into a snarky arc, and the muscles on half of his face twitched. "None of this matters." The moment he paused, he leaned forward, his hunched shadow stretched longer on the ground, and the shadow in his one eye almost solidified. "The important thing is that brat named Uzumaki Naruto." Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between teeth, with a fierceness that brooked no room for argument. He paused again, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, and his voice suddenly lowered, but it was more penetrating than before. "A being who possesses both would release and the Mangeki Sharingan, and is also the child of a Jinchuriki." Having said that, he clenched his fists fiercely, his knuckles making a light click sound, and the cruelty in his one eye almost overflowed. "This itself is the biggest threat. Danzo." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up sharply, as if scorched by these words. His graying hair trembled slightly with the movement, and his once relaxed face tensed instantly. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened with the sudden seriousness. He bit his pipe so tightly that the stem nearly dug into his lips. His usually gentle eyes were like balls of steel, piercing and piercing Danzo, surging with uncontrollable anger and determination. "He's Minato's son and the future of Konoha." The last few words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth. The voice was not loud but carried a heavy weight. While speaking, he subconsciously straightened his hunched back, as if he wanted to use this posture to defend his position. "Future." A short sneer rolled out of Danzo's throat, as if he had heard a huge joke. The sinister look in his one eye surged, the corner of his mouth curled into a harsh arc, and the muscles on half of his face tensed. "A future that will declare war on 4 countries." He repeated, the ending tone drawn out and cold, and his fingertips suddenly increased the frequency of tapping on the crut. The tap, tap, tap sound was particularly harsh in the quiet office, as if he was tapping out some unquestionable judgment. "Hiruzen, you are too naive." He raised his eyes to look at the other person, the light in his single eye was as sharp as a knife, almost cutting the air. This unstable force must be controlled from the source. As he spoke, his tapping fingers suddenly stopped, his fingertips pressed hard into the cold wood grain of the armrest, his knuckles turned white as if they were about to embed into it. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze drifting out the window, but quickly retracted it to rest on Hiruzen, his tone becoming even more mocking. The Uzumaki clan's chakra, Namikaze Minato's talent, plus that inexplicable wood release and Sharingan. His voice dropped with each item he listed, the last few words practically squeezed out through gritted teeth, the ruthlessness in his single eye practically solidifying into substance. This is a monster tailor-made to destroy the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows were instantly twisted into a knot, his grey eyebrows almost stood up, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were deepened by the tense force. His fingers gripping the pipe tightened unconsciously, and his fingertips rubbed the pipe twice, leaving a few shallow indentations. It's too early to tell. There was a subtle hint of fatigue in his voice, yet it also revealed an unshakable persistence. As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly, his eyes sweeping across the scene of Konoha outside the window. As if he was imagining the changes in the future through the tranquility in front of him. Then he turned back to look at Danzo, an array of clear light flashed in his turbid eyes. The system also said that is the future of the parallel world. He paused, his Adam's apple rolled slightly, and the hand holding the pipe slowly raised, then dropped heavily. We have a chance to change it. The last few words were spoken with particular force, as if he wanted to use this force to dispel the solemnity in the air. Change. A trace of cruelty suddenly exploded in Danzo's single eye, like a poisoned ice cone that suddenly pierced through the darkness and nailed to Hiruzen's face. He had raised his skinny hand at some point, and his crutch was hitting the ground again and again, making a dull thump, thump sound, and each sound seemed to add weight to his words. The corners of his mouth were drawn into a cold grin, and the muscles on half of his face twitched slightly because of the undisguised murderous intent, making even the wrinkles on his forehead look a bit more ferocious. The best change, he deliberately slowed down his speech, his hoarse voice filled with chilling determination, is to prevent him from ever having the chance to come into this world. When the last word fell, the tapping of his fingertips suddenly stopped, as if the moment these words were spoken, a judgment was set in stone. You dare! Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his palm on the table. The heavy wooden table made a dull clang sound, and the document pages on the table were flipped up. The corners rolled up several inches high and then fell back to their original place. He stood up suddenly, his originally hunched back straightened at this moment, and his grey hair stood up as if it was ignited by anger. With both hands pressed on the edge of the table, his knuckles turned white from the force and even trembled slightly. The pair of eyes that were usually gentle now seemed to be burning with two flames. His sharp gaze was fixed on Danzo, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were pulled deeper and tighter by the sudden outburst of anger. Danzo, I'm warning you, his voice trembled slightly with excitement, but it carried an undeniable intimidation, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Don't touch Minato and Kushina's child. Danzo's hunched back slowly turned, his bony fingers unconsciously rubbing the armrests of his wheelchair, leaving a few shallow marks. He turned the wheelchair very slowly, as if every inch of movement was accumulating something. His back stretched out in the shadows of the office, like a heavy dark cloud. I'm only proposing the most reliable plan. His voice came from behind his shoulder, hoarse and cold, the last syllable trailing off lightly, yet piercing like an icicle. While your power hasn't been completely transferred yet. When the wheelchair stopped in the darkest shadow, he tilted his head slightly, and the light in his one eye was mostly blocked, leaving only a dim reflection. But remember, Hiruzen, his voice lowered even lower, like a chill emerging from the ground, carrying an undisguised threat, if the future is really as the system shows, you and I will both be sinners of Konoha. As the last few words fell, his fingers clenched the armrest fiercely, and his knuckles made a slight clicking sound, as if silently emphasizing the warning. After saying this, Danzo's figure slowly disappeared as if swallowed by the darkness behind the bookshelf. The last bit of his clothes brushed across the dusty spines of the books, bringing up a barely perceptible airflow, and then completely merged into the thick darkness. Even the sound of his breathing disappeared completely. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the only one left in the office. He stood there frozen, his gaze slowly moving towards the window. The dusk on the horizon spread like ink, staining the roofs of Konoha a deep grey blue. His brows were still furrowed tightly, his grey eyebrows almost touching each other, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed filled with unresolved worry. The pipe between his fingers spun unconsciously, the stem making a slight sound as it rubbed against his palm. The spark that had once lit it had long since gone out, leaving only a piece of cold ash, which fell down with the movement of his fingers, landing on the corner of his dark robe, leaving a small grey mark. At this time, Minato was standing on the top of the Hokage rock, and a corner of his white Hokage robe was lifted up by the mountain wind, making a rustling sound. He seemed to be suddenly pulled by an invisible string, and his gaze, which was originally looking at the panoramic view of the village, suddenly retracted. When his neck turned, a gust of wind was brought up, and it was accurately directed towards the direction of the Hokage's office. The blue eyes that usually always contained a gentle smile suddenly shrank into sharp needles. The outline of the building in the distance was reflected in the pupils, but they were also alert like an eagle, as if they could penetrate through layers of buildings and reach the undercurrent in the office. His right hand subconsciously clenched the flying thunder god kunai at his waist, his fingertips gripping the groove of the kunai tightly. The joints bulged due to the sudden force, appearing a bluish-white color that was inconsistent with his skin color. Even the muscles in his arms were tensed, as if he was about to launch the flying thunder god and tear through space to rush forward in the next second. Shimura Danzo, he whispered the name, the last syllable carried away by the night wind, leaving the remaining half wrapped in a cold, gloomy tone, as if it had been grinding through his teeth. In those sharp blue eyes, vigilance suddenly solidified, like a cold icy ridge, flashing with undisguised vigilance. His grip on the flying thunder god kunai tightened, his knuckles turning even whiter, and even the back of his hand showed several distinct veins. "Whatever you intend to do, don't even think about harming my family." His words weren't spoken emphatically, but each one was like a nail, hammering through the howling wind with an unwavering resolve. As he finished speaking, the night wind lifted his white cloak, and the corners rustled behind him, like the wings of an eagle flapping its wings ready to fly, or like a flag standing against the wind, ostentatiously declaring his determination not to give in. Post Views, 46. 016 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 016. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The rock walls deep in the cave were seeping with biting moisture, which seeped into the clothes and strands. Uchiha Madara's fingers hanging at his sides suddenly tightened, and his fingertips rolled hard over the newly scabbed wound on his arm. The scab was worn and curled up at the edges, causing slight stinging pain, but he seemed unaware of it. His knuckles turned white from the force, as if he wanted to use the pain to crush and mash the absurd thoughts that the system had forced into his mind, along with his flesh and blood. He lowered his eyelids, his scarlet Sharingan surging with a terrifying blood color in the dim light, and the Megatama in his pupil was spinning at a high speed, almost solidifying into a solid sharp blade. The chakra around his body surged violently like boiling magma, bringing with it a scorching heat wave, making the moisture in the air seem to evaporate, forming a layer of hazy mist. In the corner, Black Zetsu's sticky shadow shrank even tighter, its edges trembling slightly, like a piece of flattened mud. It clung tightly to the rock wall, not daring to even shake the slightest. Ever since the preview popped up on the screen that day, the chakra in Madara's body had never subsided. Sometimes it was as low as thunder in the ground, and sometimes it was as violent as a volcano about to erupt. Every fluctuation made it feel that it would be completely torn apart in the next second. It could only hold its breath and shiver in fear. "Hashirama, what?" Madara's voice exploded without warning, like an ice spike suddenly hitting a rock, and the shattered coldness instantly filled the entire cave. He slowly raised his eyes, and his scarlet Sharingan suddenly lit up in the dimness. His Megatama locked onto the shadow of Black Zetsu, and his pupils were filled with undisguised scrutiny and mockery. As he spoke, he leaned forward slightly, his bony fingers curled up subconsciously, his fingertips almost touching the ground, but then stopped in mid-air, as if he was weighing something. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, but the smile didn't reach his eyes, which made them even sharper. He was testing the other person's reaction like peeling off a cocoon and pulling out silk threads. What do you think that little brat is to him? The ending tone was dragged out very lightly, with a hint of deliberate slowing down. Each word seemed to be tempered by ice, carrying an unquestionable sense of oppression, but also a hint of imperceptible exploration, as if trying to dig out something deeper from Black Zetsu's reaction. The sticky shadow of Black Zetsu shook violently, and the edges trembled slightly like ink stains blown by the wind, causing the surrounding air to fluctuate slightly. It hesitated for a moment before it dared to tentatively move out from the crack in the rock wall. It first poked out a small half of its twisted outline, and stretched out cautiously like a frightened loach, fearing that any big movement would anger the other party. Master Madara, its voice was sticky, with a deliberately soft and flattering tone, a few notes lower than usual. The system always likes to be mysterious. Having said this, the edge of the shadow shrank again, as if considering the wording. Maybe it just means that the kid inherited Hashiramas would release. The ending tone was very light, with a hint of uncertainty and temptation. The whole figure always maintained a posture that could retreat into the corner at any time, and even the slightest shake revealed cautious fear. Shut up! Madara's voice was like an ice-hardened blade, with the force to tear the air as soon as it came out. He turned around suddenly, and his cloak swept across the gravel on the ground, making a crisp rustling sound. His movements were so fast that they brought up a strong wind and went straight to the corner where Black Zetsu was hiding. The scarlet Sharingan suddenly exploded in the dimness, the Megatama spun into a blurry afterimage, and an unquestionable pressure surged in the blood-red pupils, like two burning will-o'-the-wisp, nailed to the shadow. When he raised his hand, his finger bones bulged from the force, and his fingertips almost poked Black Zetsu in front of him. The chakra around him suddenly surged, and he pressed forward with the momentum of a landslide. I'm asking for the answer hidden in your heart. Each word was pronounced heavily and fiercely, as if using chakra to directly crush the opponent's will. The sharpness in his eyes almost split Black Zetsu from the inside out, leaving no room for dodging. The shadow of Black Zetsu suddenly shrank, and the lines on the edges twisted and tumbled violently like ink lines thrown into boiling water, almost disintegrating into a ball of chaos. It tried hard not to curl up completely, and deliberately slowed down the frequency of its fluctuations, trying to make its outline appear more stable, but it could not hide the panic surging inside. Master Madara, its voice was thicker than before, with a slight tremor that was deliberately suppressed, but it tried hard to maintain a calm tone. I don't understand what you mean. As he spoke, the shadow cautiously raised its head, as if trying to show confusion, but the uncontrolled trembling at the edge revealed his guilty conscience that was the embarrassment of having his disguise seen through, and still trying hard not to collapse. Every twist of the lines was roaring with fear, yet he insisted on pretending to be calm. Don't understand. A low laugh escaped from Madara's throat. The laugh hit the rugged rock wall and shattered into countless sharp echoes, circling in the cave like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. He slowly raised his hand, and his scarlet Sharingan suddenly shrank. The Megatama in his pupils instantly faded away, replaced by the patterns of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The purple pupils glowed with a strange halo in the dim light, like 2 suspended flowers of death, suddenly releasing a suffocating pressure. Then let me ask it another way. His voice was terrifyingly calm, but at this moment his palms suddenly opened, not to condense Amaterasu, but to suddenly burst out an invisible repulsive force. Shinra Tensei! With a low shout from him, the air around him was instantly torn apart. The rubble, moisture, and even the shadow of Black Zetsu in the cave were blown away by this force, hitting the rock wall in the distance with a dull thud. He stood still, his Rinnegan fixed on Black Zetsu, who was twisted and deformed by the repulsive force. A cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his fingertips trembled slightly, as if he still had the power to control gravity, who are you? Every word was wrapped in the tyranny of the Rin-Egan, like a judgment coming from the depths of the six paths, which would not allow any lies to hide. Black Zetsu's shadow suddenly tightened, its edges instantly becoming as stiff as iron. Its previously viscous, flowing lines suddenly solidified, like frozen ink. It hastily reached forward, but under Madara's gaze, it dared not get too close. It could only heave violently in place, as if trying desperately to prove its existence. I am the embodiment of your will, a clone you created, Madara-sama. There was a deliberately heightened urgency in his voice, the sticky texture mostly dissipated by panic, revealing a bit of sharpness. From the day you opened your samsara I have always been by your side. When he said the last few words, the shadow suddenly stretched out, almost sticking to Madara's feet. The edge trembled slightly, but he forced himself to stay straight, as if this would make the lie more believable. Even the panic in his tone was suppressed, replaced by an almost pleading urgency. Post Views, 44. 017 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 017. Madara's pupils suddenly contracted, and the air pressure around him suddenly became as heavy as iron. He suddenly raised his right hand, his 5 fingers formed into claws, and the chakra in the palm of his hand suddenly expanded and then contracted in an instant, as if he wanted to crush the air. This was the starting posture of Wangxiang Tianyan. The invisible gravitational force swept over like a tsunami, and the vague shadow of Black Zetsu was pulled towards him, crashing into his palm with an irresistible and brutal force. Crack! Madara's finger bones tightened hard, his fingertips almost embedding into the sticky black shadow, and his knuckles turned white due to the force. He lowered his head and stared at the black dew in his palm, his brows twisted into a deep valley, his samsara eyes rolled in his eye sockets, and surprise and anger surged in his eyes. His thumb unconsciously rolled over the surface of the shadow, as if to confirm the true texture of the object, or as if to vent his annoyance at being spied on. Clone. His voice was icy, the last syllable trembling slightly due to the cold snort in his throat. The chakra in his palm exploded with tiny sparks again, but he extinguished them abruptly. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? He leaned forward slowly, knees slightly bent, each step carrying immense force. The gravel beneath his feet creaked, and tiny grains of sand rolled down the soles of his boots, leaving a trail of tiny marks on the ground. He didn't stop until they were only inches apart. His breath brushed against Black Zetsu's shadow, carrying a burning sense of oppression. You know everything about me. He deliberately emphasized the word everything, tightening his grip on his fingertips. Black Zetsu's shadow twisted in his palm. But the chakra in your shadow, he paused, his nose moving imperceptibly as if trying to catch some scent. It carries a rotten smell that's unfamiliar even to me. Madara's knuckles were stretched white from the extreme force, and the joints between the bones turned purple-blue, as if he wanted to rub the black shadow in his palm into his flesh. He leaned forward, his samsara eyes fixed on the constantly twisting shadow, his pupils surging with rage and a cold light of all-knowing insight. The veins on his brows bulged slightly from the force, and even the hair hanging down in front of his forehead had a somewhat hideous arc. The force of the fingertips crushing the shadow became stronger and stronger. The form of Black Zetsu curled up violently in the palm of his hand, and even fine black mist appeared at the edge, as if it was really about to be crushed into powder. Madara's Adam's apple rolled, and his breathing became as heavy as a bellows. Every breath he exhaled was filled with burning anger and sprayed on the black shadow, especially when I said that the system showed me that purple world. He suddenly paused, pressing his fingertips fiercely against the core of the shadow, as if to expose some hidden secret. His samsara eye spun rapidly, locked onto the almost imperceptible fluctuations deep within the shadow. A mocking, cold smile curved his lips. You can't hide the ecstasy in your eyes at all. He deliberately slowed his speech, each word like a poisoned ice cone. That's not for me, he said, pressing harder with his fingertips. And the shadows emitted a muffled sound. It's because your own goal is about to be achieved, right? Black Zetsu's shadow suddenly exploded into a circle of dazzling black mist, like a ball of ink that had been squeezed to the extreme and suddenly collapsed. The scream he made was as sharp as metal scraping against rock, with a deliberately high-pitched tremor in the ending tone, shaking out tiny tremolos in the air. The shadow twisted wildly between Madara's fingers, and the black mist at the edge moved like countless thin snakes, sometimes suddenly tensing up to try to open the fingers, and sometimes suddenly shrinking into a ball, as if trying to escape into the gaps between Madara's knuckles. The shadow even distorted into something resembling facial features, with false panic surging in its blurred eye sockets, and its voice was filled with a deliberately suppressed cry, "Master Madara!" He rubbed his palm against Madara's, as if begging for mercy, but a few wisps of extremely fine black mist seeped out from the surface of the shadow, trying to wrap around Madara's fingertips. "You have been deceived by the illusion of that little devil." The hissing suddenly became higher, with hysterical eagerness, "I am your most loyal servant. From the beginning to the end, there is only me." Before he could finish his words, he was trembling violently again due to the tightening of Ban's fingers. The voice was instantly split apart, but he still managed to squeeze out a choked tone. The shadow in his palm arched and fell, like a fish struggling to death. "Servant!" A low, hoarse sneer escaped from Madara's throat. Fine black blood had already seeped out from between his fingers, winding down along the pale knuckles and forming a small pool of dark blood in the palm of his hand that was a sign of excessive chakra excitement and almost torn meridians. Instead of relaxing, he suddenly spun his fingertips towards the core of the shadow. His fingertips crushed the shadow with a cruel force, and his joints creaked from the force. The Rinnegan was fixed on the shadow in his palm, and the Megatama in his pupils was spinning rapidly, stirring up surging rage and bone-chilling coldness. His brows were twisted into a deep ravine, the blue veins on his forehead were throbbing, and even his breath was filled with scorching heat, which almost evaporated the mist when it sprayed on the black shadow. "A servant who dared to fan the flames in my ears," he paused, more black blood flowing between his fingers, dripping to the ground with a dull sound, "a servant who tampered with my plans." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly darkened, as if something had pierced his vitals. Remembering the system's words, "What you pursue is nothing but an illusion controlled by others," his heart suddenly shrank, as if being gripped by an invisible hand, and even his breathing stagnated for half a second. He suddenly leaned forward, his nose almost touching the shadow. The purple light of his samsara eye cast a strange hue on the edge of the shadow. "When I questioned the Moon Eye project just now," he deliberately lowered his voice, each word tinged with ice, "why were you so eager to refute it?" Black Zetsu's struggles suddenly froze, as if pinned to Madara's palm by invisible shackles. The swirling shadow suddenly quieted, the restless black mist at the edges instantly dissipating, leaving only a nearly stagnant black mass. The next second, a blurry face slowly emerged from the depths of the shadows. There was no clear outline, and the facial features looked like ink marks blurred by water, but one could still clearly see the curve of the corners of the mouth. The strangest thing is the pair of eyes. There are no pupils, only two dark masses, but they reveal a kind of condescending pity, as if looking at an old thing that is about to be abandoned by the times. It just hung there in Madara's palm, motionless. Even the voice had lost its previous sharpness and trembling, becoming smooth and cold, like the coolness of a scalpel cutting through skin. "Master Madara, you are too old." As the shadowed lips opened and closed, one could even see the dark purple chakra flowing within. "He's so old that even his own will has begun to waver." The moment the words fell, the face turned slightly, as if carefully examining Madara's jawline, which was tightened by anger. The hint of pity in his face became even stronger, and even the air around him seemed to be tinged with a hint of mocking chill. This sentence completely ignited Madara's rage. He suddenly loosened his grip, his knuckles trembling slightly from the sudden loss of strength. The black blood in his palm dripped through his fingers, leaving dark marks on the ground. The next second, he raised his head and let out a roar that shook the world. Veins bulged on his forehead, and the megatama patterns of the Rin-Egan spun wildly in his purple pupils. The chakra around his body surged like a volcanic eruption, sweeping up a sky full of scorching air waves. Earth-shattering star. He pressed his hand hard on the ground, and the light of the samsara eye on his fingertips was as dazzling as lightning. In an instant, the earth shook violently, and countless pieces of gravel and broken rocks whizzed up from all directions, condensing into an expanding black core in mid-air. The core was surrounded by a gravity that swallowed the sky and the earth, pulling Heiju into it. The rubble was lifted up by this huge force and turned into a vortex, tightly wrapping the shadow in the center. Madara stood in the middle of the sea of fire, his robes rustling in the heat, his silver hair sticking wildly to his sweaty forehead. He hunched his body slightly, clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force, and his Rin-Egan locked onto the black shadow that was constantly twisting and creating ripples within the black sphere. A rage that wanted to burn everything surged in his eyes. If he injected just a trace of chakra, he could cause the planet to completely collapse, ending this disgusting existence. But just as the chakra at the fingertips was about to burst out, the shadow suddenly tore through the flames and turned into a black line thinner than a hair, rushing towards the rock wall at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Madara's pupils suddenly shrank, and he kicked the ground fiercely. He had already taken several steps amid the flying gravel, but he could only watch the black line drill into the crack deep in the rock wall and disappear without a trace. "Lord Madara, we will meet again." The last whisper floated out from the crack, with undisguised mockery, "when you really need me." Madara froze in place, the light of his Rin-Egan flickering slightly with extreme anger. He punched the rock next to him, and the hard rock wall instantly cracked into spider-web-like cracks. The black blood from his fist mixed with stone chips dripped down, spreading a dark blood-red color on the ground. The blast from the earth-shattering star had ignited the dry grass and broken wood stumps between the rock faces. The flames licked the cracks in the gravel for a few final times before finally curling up and dying out. Only charred rubble remained, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of smoke. Occasionally, sparks would fly from the rubble, but they were quickly blown away by Madara's heavy breathing. Ban was hunched over, one hand pressed tightly against his left chest, his knuckles digging into the sweat-soaked fabric. He could clearly feel the dull pain coming from his ribs under his fingertips. The violent outburst just now had completely opened the wound of the old injury. He was panting heavily, and every breath he took was accompanied by a burning sensation in his throat. His chest rose and fell like a bellows. The cold sweat on his forehead slid down his temples and hit the charred stone at his feet, leaving a small dark mark. He slowly raised his eyes to look at the crack in the rock wall where Heizetsu disappeared. The depths of the crack were pitch black, like a grinning, mocking mouth. The purple color of the Rin-Egan had not yet completely faded, but an unprecedented clarity had already formed at the edge of the pupil, and the previous rage and paranoia had faded, leaving only a kind of coldness that was almost self-deprecating. "Doppelganger!" He scoffed softly, his voice hoarse as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper. His thumb slowly rubbed the corner of his lip, rubbing away the glaring blood stain, leaving behind a faint red mark. He lowered his eyes to look at the blood on his palm, then raised them to look at the crack. The light in his eyes flickered, then finally settled into a silent mockery. "You don't even know who's controlling you. Really?" After a pause, he seemed to have finally unloaded a heavy burden, his shoulders slumped slightly, and his tone was filled with contempt for himself, so light that it was almost blown away by the wind. "I'm getting old and confused." Post Views, 39. 018 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 018. Outside the cave came the sound of the night wind blowing through the cracks in the rocks, as fine as countless needles pricking the ears, with a hint of subtle mockery. Madara moved slowly, and every step pulled at the old wound on his left chest. It felt as if countless tiny ants were gnawing at the skin where Hashirama's face was embedded, causing him to subconsciously raise his hand and press it. When his fingertips touched the uneven texture, his fingertips trembled slightly. He walked to the cave entrance, his body swaying slightly due to panting, his silver hair was blown messy by the night wind, and a few strands of hair stuck to his sweaty neck. The samsara eyes looked at the waning moon in the sky. There was a corner missing from the edge of the moon, as if someone had bitten it. The clear light sprinkled on his face, reflecting the fatigue and complexity in his eyes that had not yet dissipated. Suddenly, his pupils shrank imperceptibly, and his Adam's apple rolled slightly. The image in the sky suddenly appeared in his mind. Naruto helped Sasuke stand up. The backs of the two young men supporting each other were particularly clear under the waning moon, and the stubborn and lively breath made his hands on his chest tighten suddenly, his knuckles turned white, and the outline of Hashirama's face seemed to move slightly under his skin. "Little ghost," he whispered to the moon, his voice still hoarse, but a little calmer than before. The night wind lifted the silver hair in front of his forehead, revealing the faint purple light in his reincarnation eyes. The waning moon was reflected in his pupils, like a pool of cold and lonely water. He turned his face slightly, his left hand still pressed on the skin on his chest where Hashirama's face was embedded, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the uneven texture, as if trying to calm his mind with this tou. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, not quite a smile, but more like a long buried hope being gently pried open a crack. "If you can really overturn all this." After a pause, he slowly raised his right hand and pointed his fingertips lightly in the direction of the moon, as if to touch the bright light. The light of the Rinnegan softened slightly, and what surged in his eyes was no longer rage or self-mockery, but a desperate scrutiny. "Perhaps, I should see your abilities in person." As he finished speaking, his knuckles curled lightly, as if he had grasped an unformed decision in his palm. The night wind blew through his robe, bringing with it a rustling sound of fabric rubbing against each other, which intertwined with the sound of wind in the distant cracks in the rocks. It was less mocking and more full of hidden expectations. "At the very least, we need to first figure out who the person hiding behind Black Zetsu is." Madara's fingertips gently paused on the outline of Hashirama's face on his chest, and the pressure of his fingertips unconsciously increased a bit, as if he wanted to touch the hidden truth through the skin. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a sharp gleam flashed in the purple pupils of his Rinnegan. The previous fatigue was replaced by a cold inquiry. The night wind blew the smell of gravel against his face, but he seemed unaware of it. His jawline was stretched straight, and even his breathing slowed down a beat. It was obvious that he had completely immersed himself in this fog. And can the little kid who has an inexplicable connection with Hashirama become the variable that breaks this deadlocked game? He slowly turned his head, his gaze moving from the waning moon to the darkness deep in the cave, where the gloomy aura of Black Zetsu's disappearance seemed to still linger. His left hand unconsciously clenched into a fist, his knuckles turning white from the force. The dull pain from the old injury spread along his ribs, but unexpectedly made him more awake. His brows were slightly furrowed, a trace of weighing passed through his eyes, and then it was covered by a kind of almost desperate determination. He nodded slightly, as if making some kind of promise to himself, and a very light snort escaped from his throat, with a hint of wait-and-see meaning, and dissipated in the night wind. He turned slowly, his robe scraping against the charred stones in the night breeze, making a soft, scraping sound. His left hand remained pressed against his chest, his fingertips tracing the outline of Hashirama's face, as if drawing strength from the tou. His white hair was lifted and lowered by the wind outside the cave, casting flickering shadows in the swaying firelight, cutting his profile into half light and half dark, revealing an unquestionable determination. He walked deeper into the cave, each step clogging the gravel with a dull thud, mingling with the crackling of the firelight. His figure was stretched long in the shadows cast by the rock face, as isolated as a broken blade thrust into the abyss. The previous sluggishness of control was gone, leaving only the cold hardness of breaking free. The firelight faded, and his figure gradually sank into the thick darkness of the cave. Only his low muttering floated in the air. "From today on, I am no longer the chess piece controlled by the clone." Pausing at a corner, he tilted his head slightly, the firelight illuminating his Rinnegan. Within his violet pupils, a calculation drastically different from before surged. Moon Eye Project. He scoffed, his fingertips rolling across his palm as if crushing an old obsession. Perhaps we should try a different approach. After saying this, he turned around and disappeared into the darkness, leaving only the sound of his robe brushing against the rocks, which slowly dissipated in the empty cave. The air deep in the cave seemed to be frozen by invisible ice, and even the dust was suspended in the dead silence, not daring to fall. Uchiha Obito's figure was embedded in the thick black shadow cast by the rock wall, like a forgotten stone. Only the edge of his orange mask was occasionally licked by the firelight in the distance, revealing a cold and hard arc. The single eye on the mask stared blankly in the direction of the standoff between Madara and Hei, yet one inexplicably felt that behind that dark hole, there was a pair of eyes that one dared not look directly at. When Madara's gaze, carrying the pressure of the Rinnegan, swept over him, Obito's shoulders and back tensed up almost imperceptibly, as if an invisible giant hand had grasped his spine. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the ninja tool bag at his waist, his fingertips digging deep into the rough leather, his knuckles turning white from excessive force, and even his wrists trembling slightly. His breathing beneath the mask suddenly stagnated for half a second. He quickly shifted his gaze from Madara to an inconspicuous piece of gravel at his feet, as if some important secret was hidden therein. Only his slightly trembling fingertips revealed his nervousness, a fear ingrained in his bones of the Uchiha legend in front of him, like the instinctive shrinking of a young animal facing a lion. Obito. Madara's voice rolled out from the depths of his throat, with a deliberately suppressed scrutiny, like a cold iron ingot hitting a silent cave, stirring up tiny echoes. He slowly turned sideways, and a few strands of white hair fell from his forehead, just covering half of his cheek, revealing only the Rinnegan. The Megatama in his pupil slowly turned in the dimness, and the flickering purple light was reflected on the rock wall, like the eyes of a beast waiting for an opportunity to move. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and the arc of his eyebrows concealed an unquestionable sense of oppression. His eyes slid from Obito's tense shoulders to his hands that were tightly clenching his ninja tool bag, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a very faint arc that seemed to be mocking and understanding. "You're just in time." As he finished speaking, he leaned forward calmly, the chakra around him surging slightly like a sleeping beast, with the fierce aura of a veteran in the battlefield, as if as long as Obito made the slightest movement, a huge wave would immediately be set off. Post Views, 40. 019 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 019. Obito's clenched fingers suddenly curled up, and his knuckles turned bluish-white in his black gloves. His Adam's apple rolled up and down vigorously, as if something was blocking his throat. After a few seconds, he squeezed out a hoarse voice from the holes in his mask, with an imperceptible tremor at the end of his voice, "Bara, I can sense the chakra fluctuations here." The hands hanging by his side unconsciously tensed up, and his eyes quickly swept across the charred gravel on the ground. The edges of the gravel were still condensed with lingering green smoke, mixed with the smell of gunpowder in the air, which stung people's noses. Finally, his gaze stopped on Madara's chest as if drawn by a magnet. The lines on Hashirama's face, which rose and fell slightly with his breathing, were distorted, and the edges even had an abnormal grayish hue. Obito's shoulders slumped slightly, and his voice became even more hoarse, with a hint of urgency he wasn't even aware of. "Are you hurt?" A very light snort came out of Ban's nose, with undisguised contempt, as if the previous confrontation was just as insignificant as brushing off the dust on his clothes. The chakra around him still carried a lingering chill. When he turned around, his black robe swept across the gravel on the ground, making a slight friction sound. He walked step by step towards the stone platform covered with a thin layer of dust in the deepest part of the cave. "Just a useless clone." His voice was as flat as ice, but the ending tone rose slightly, revealing his disdain for Black Zetsu. He deliberately ignored the existence of the Black Shadow, as if saying one more word would be a waste. However, just as he passed by Obito, Madara's footsteps suddenly stopped. His movements were so fast that it seemed as if he was nailed to the spot, and the air pressure around him suddenly dropped a few degrees. He didn't turn around, his white hair gleaming coldly in the dim light. Only his Sharingan eyes, hidden in the shadows, moved slightly, his gaze fixed on the side of Obito's mask as if it were real. His voice was filled with a subtle inquiry, "You were outside just now, did you hear the announcement of the sky curtain?" Obito's back tensed imperceptibly, as if yanked by an invisible string. Even his breathing paused for half a second. His hands dangling at his sides suddenly clenched, the fingers of his black gloves almost digging into his palms. He was silent for a moment before squeezing out a broken voice from behind his mask, "I heard it. Uzumaki Naruto is Hashirama Senju." The last syllable was deliberately drawn out, then suddenly stopped, as if choking on something. His only remaining Sharingan shone startlingly brightly from behind the hole in his mask, fixed on Madara's dark figure, his pupils churning with complex lights, question, vigilance, and a hint of inquiry he himself wasn't even aware of. After a few seconds, he asked in a hoarse voice, with a hint of deliberately suppressed sharpness in his voice, "Madara, do you believe the nonsense of the system? Whether it's a lie or not is irrelevant." Ban Chen sat on the stone platform, his dark robe sweeping across the dusty rock face, stirring up fine dust. His fingertips tapped the cold rock, making a gentle thump, thump sound. The rhythm was slow, yet it carried an undeniable sense of oppression. As if each blow struck at the very core of one's heart. The important thing is that the brat possesses both wood release and Mangeki. These two powers should be incompatible. As he spoke, his drooping eyelashes suddenly lifted, and his scarlet Sharingan shone frighteningly bright in the dim cave. His gaze was like a cold knife, piercing Obito straight. Even his voice had a cold and hard quality. "Why do you think this is happening?" Obito's hands at his sides clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white from the exertion, and his shoulders trembled slightly. His breathing suddenly hitched, as if an invisible hand had strangled his throat, and his lips beneath the mask were pressed into a tight line. Countless fragments exploded in his mind instantly. The image of Lin lying in a pool of blood was so clear that it was glaring, and his desperate face was reflected in her dilated pupils. Kakashi's newly opened Sharingan glowed with an eerie scarlet, tears mixed with blood flowed down the boy's pale cheeks, the hideous scar on his chest was aching slightly, and the burning pain when half of his body was pierced by the wood release seemed to sweep over him again through time and space. The memories he'd suppressed with hatred and ambition surged like a flood at the moment the word wood release struck him, nearly swallowing him whole. He tilted his head slightly, trying to avoid Madara's probing gaze, but his trembling fingertips betrayed his loss of composure. Obito's Adam's apple rolled up and down with great effort, as if he was trying to swallow back the sob that was choking at the back of his throat. His fists hanging at his sides tightened and uncoiled, his fingertips rubbing against the rough gloves repeatedly. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth with difficulty. The voice squeezed out from behind the mask, trembling uncontrollably, and even drifting slightly at the end, "Maybe, it's the cells and eyes that were transplanted." He paused, his gaze unconsciously darting to the bandaged side of his body, where Madara had transplanted Hashirama's cells, and where a cavity that would never heal, lay. A bitterness welled up in his throat again, and he continued, his voice hoarse as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper, just like I am now." The corners of Madara's mouth curled up in an extremely subtle arc, and there was undisguised sarcasm in that sneer, as if he had heard something extremely absurd. He raised his eyelids slightly, and his scarlet Sharingan flashed with a mocking light in the dim light. "Transplant? How can an Uchiha's Sharingan be transplanted so easily? Not to mention the Mangeki that requires extreme emotions to awaken." Before he finished speaking, he had already stood up from the stone platform, his black robes rising in a sharp arc as he moved. He approached Obito step by step, each step thumping against the gravel in the cave, like a heavy hammer hitting the ground, and also hitting Obito's heart. As the distance shortened, the oppressive feeling of a strong man on him became stronger and stronger, almost condensing into substance. Unless, Madara stopped in front of Obito, leaning forward slightly, his sharp eyes almost touching Obito's mask. His voice was low and firm, with an unquestionable certainty, he himself has a close connection with the Uchiha and the Senju. Obito felt as if struck by an invisible electric current. His body tensed instantly. And he instinctively took a step back. His back slammed against the cold, rough rock wall with a thud, sending a few wisps of fine dust falling from his head, landing on his mask. His chest heaved rapidly, his breathing beneath the mask becoming heavy. His only remaining Sharingan suddenly contracted behind the hole, his pupils filled with disbelief and astonishment. He opened his mouth, his voice dry as if rubbed by sandpaper, trembling uncontrollably, "You mean? The system says that it is a parallel world." Madara's voice seemed to have suddenly sunk into a deep pool, so low that it carried a somewhat dark echo. The scarlet Sharingan slowly turned in the shadow of the cave, and the Megatama patterns moved like living things, flickering in the faint light. But the cause and effect of parallel worlds often reflect the truth of this world. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand. His bony fingertips pierced through the dim air, carrying a hint of coolness, almost touching the edge of Obito's mask. The distance was close enough for Obito to feel the slight trembling of his fingertips. The last few words seemed to be quenched by ice, or wrapped in scorching flames, hammering into Obito's ears word by word. "Do you want to know the real cause of Lin's death?" Obito's only remaining Sharingan suddenly erupted in a blinding crimson. Megatama spun wildly within his pupils, threatening to burst through the holes in his mask. Chakra surged uncontrollably around him, and black currents swirled around him, stirring up gravel on the ground and causing it to rustle. He suddenly leaned forward, his chest heaving violently, his teeth clattering beneath the mask, his voice hoarse as if squeezed out from between his teeth, but filled with an all-consuming urgency. "You know. I know more than you think." Madara slowly withdrew his hand, his fingertips pausing lightly in the air, then turned and looked at the waning moon outside the cave that was gnawed by dark clouds. His silver-white hair glowed with a cold luster in the faint moonlight. His back was straight, like a lone blade stuck in a crevice, but his voice was filled with an unquestionable command. "But before that, you have to do something for me." He turned his face slightly, the red light of the Sharingan flashed in the corner of his eyes, and when he swept his eyes over Obito, there was an oppressive force that could not be resisted. "Go and investigate the time of Uzumaki Kushina's birth and start the Nine Tails Rebellion." After a pause, he emphasized his tone, each word like a wedge driven into rock, "And bring Naruto here after he's born. I want to see with my own eyes what that brat who subverted the ninja world looks like." Obito clenched his fists even tighter, his knuckles crackling against his gloves, and even the veins on the back of his hands bulged faintly. His lips were pressed into a tight line beneath his mask, his jawline tense like a fully drawn bowstring, and every inch of his muscle was straining. He knew what this meant. It was the blade that would tear apart Konoha's peaceful facade, the most crucial link in Madara's vast plan, and the beginning of a legacy stained with blood. But at this moment, Rin suddenly popped into his mind, her clear eyes filled with pure warmth that instantly overwhelmed any hesitation. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the struggle in his single eye had been replaced by determination. After a moment's silence, he nodded very lightly, squeezing out a hoarse syllable from the depths of his throat, "Okay." Post views, 40. 020 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 020. A low hum escaped from Ban's nose, a hint of subtle satisfaction, as if he had anticipated this answer. As he turned, his robes swept across the ground, stirring up a puff of dust. He then sat down on the stone platform again, his back straight, the oppressive pressure around him slightly subsiding. He raised his eyes to look at Obito. The scarlet in his Sharingan had faded a little, but it still held a sharp scrutiny. "Don't let me down, Obito." After a pause, he emphasized his tone, his voice filled with unquestionable expectations, like a heavy brand. "After all, you are going to be the man of Uchiha Madara." Obito didn't look back, but walked out of the cave with heavy steps, his black cloak drawing a neat arc behind him. As he walked away step by step, his figure was gradually swallowed by the shadow of the cave entrance, and finally completely merged into the inky night outside the cave. Only the sound of clothes rubbing against gravel gradually dissipated. He didn't notice that at the moment his figure completely disappeared in the darkness. Madara on the stone platform slowly raised his hand, and a strand of almost invisible light green chakra condensed at his fingertips, floating in the air like an extremely thin silk thread. Madara's eyes darkened, and that strand of chakra floated silently in the direction of Obito's departure like a thorn in his bone, gently landing on a corner of his cloak, and then disappeared as if it had never existed. Madara's fingertips tapped lightly on the cold stone platform. The rhythm was slow but contained a mystery. He looked in the direction where Obito disappeared, and whispered to himself, with an almost imperceptible arc at the corner of his mouth, and clear calculations surging in his eyes, Black Zetsu is hiding in the dark, and Obito is blinded by hatred. He tilted his head slightly, his white hair falling onto his shoulders. His Rinnegan moved with the Megatama, revealing a coldness that indicated he had everything under control. "Perfect. I'll make all of you my pawns." As he finished speaking, his gaze slowly shifted toward the deep night outside the cave, as if he could pierce the darkness and see into the distant future. The sharpness in his Sharingan gradually faded, blending with an indescribable complexity, scrutiny, inquiry, and even a hint of looseness that he himself hadn't noticed. As for that brat called Naruto, he paused, the tapping of his fingertips stopped. His voice was somewhat nonchalant, yet he seemed to be making some kind of secret decision. "If you can really break all this, perhaps I should give you a chance." After saying that, he closed his eyes again, and the chakra around him was like a silent undercurrent, completely concealing the fleeting hesitation. The raindrops falling on the leaves were as fine as sorrow, wrapped in an insoluble dampness and coldness that stuck to people's bodies, and even the air was filled with a chill that penetrated the bones. Kakashi knelt in front of Obito's cenotaph, his dark blue hair wet by the rain, strands sticking to his forehead and cheeks. Water droplets slid down his pale jawline and dripped onto his dark clothes, leaving small wet marks. He lowered his eyes, tiny raindrops hanging on his long eyelashes. He moved very gently as if afraid of disturbing anything. He picked up the bunch of white daisies covered with crystal water droplets in his arms and placed them carefully on the cold stone platform. The flower petals were washed even cleaner by the rain, revealing a thin hint of white in the grey sky, making the knuckles of his fingers pressed on the edge of the stone platform appear lightly bluish-white. "Obito," he raised his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly in the damp and cold air, his fingertips stroking the forehead protector, covering the other's Sharingan tightly, and hiding the surging emotions in his eyes into the shadows. Raindrops slid down the edge of the forehead protector and dripped onto his tightly pursed lips. His voice was muffled by the sound of the pattering rain, with a barely noticeable hoarseness. "Kushina-sensei is going to give birth, in the next few days." He paused, his gaze falling on the bunch of daisies on the stone platform that had wilted a little due to the rain. His Adam's apple rolled slightly before he continued, his ending tone containing a softness that was almost a sigh. "Minato-sensei said, when the child is born, he will be named Naruto." Kakashi's fingertips gently brushed over the 4 words Uchiha Obito on the tombstone, and the thin calluses on his fingertips rubbed repeatedly on the rough stone surface, as if he wanted to carve every stroke into his heart. The fingertips wet from the rain were cold and white, and there was an indescribable sluggishness hidden in the slightly trembling movements. He remembered how he nodded solemnly when Obito roared at him to protect Rin that day at Kanabi Bridge, but in the end, his throat seemed to be blocked by something. He lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes hiding the redness surging in his eyes. His voice became even lower, mixed with the sound of rain, almost dissipating in the wind. He said that he wanted to make Naruto a ninja more powerful than him, and he would also teach him Flying Thunder God. At this point, his fingertips suddenly tightened, his nails almost digging into the cracks of the stone tablet, and his knuckles turned white due to the force. When the time comes, maybe I can bring him to see you." The ending tone was as light as a sigh, but it was wrapped in an unbreakable heaviness, as if every word was reminding him that those unfulfilled promises had long become scars engraved on his bones. Fine raindrops slanted down, hitting Kakashi's silver hair, quickly spreading dark, wet streaks that trickled down his hair, leaving tiny spots of water on his shoulders. His fingers, hanging at his sides, curled unconsciously, the coolness of the stone tablet still lingering on their tips. Suddenly, a soft crunching sound came from deep in the bushes, as if dry fallen leaves were crushed by something. Kakashi's body tensed up instantly, and he turned his head back almost as a reflex. His right hand reached for his waist like lightning, and the kunai was unsheathed with a clang. The cold light flashed in the rain and he was firmly held in his palm. However, all I could see were branches swaying in the wind and raindrops falling from the leaves. The sound just now seemed to be just an illusion. He held the kunai tightly in his hand without loosening it, his silver-grey pupils slightly contracted in the rain and fog, and he glanced vigilantly at the swaying tree shadows. He did not lower his arm until he was sure that there was no movement around him. But the vigilance in his eyes had not completely dissipated. "Is this an illusion?" Kakashi frowned, tiny raindrops gathering in the wrinkles between his brows. He raised his hand to sheath his kunai back into its sheath at his waist. The metal-on-metal sound of collision was particularly clear amidst the sound of the rain. But as soon as his fingertips left the handle of the kunai, the strange feeling in his heart became stronger. The fleeting chakra fluctuation just now, with a twisted familiarity in its coldness, was like a fine needle that pierced into the depths of his memory unexpectedly, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand up slightly. He pursed his lips, his eyes swept over the swaying trees again, and even his breathing unconsciously became lighter. Hiding behind the oak tree, Obito's knuckles were white from exertion, his nails digging deep into his palms. The sting of his skin was nothing compared to the hatred boiling in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his black gloves stained a dark red from the seeping blood, and his body trembled slightly with suppressed rage. Behind the single eye hole on the orange mask, the scarlet Sharingan was fixed on Kakashi's back, and the resentment and unwillingness in the pupils were almost overflowing. Why can Kakashi stand in the sun, talk about Kushina's childbirth, and look forward to the future of the child named Naruto? Why should everyone have a warm future, but only he and Lin will be trapped forever in the blood-stained ruins of Kamnyobi Bridge, trapped in that cruel and suffocating past? Kushina gave birth, Naruto. These light words were like red-hot iron wires, burning his nerves again and again, so much so that he almost broke through the shackles of reason and rushed out to tear apart the false peace before his eyes. He gritted his teeth, making a slight sound as they rubbed against each other behind the mask, and swallowed back the questions that were about to come out of his mouth, leaving only a fishy and sweet bitter taste in his throat. Only after Kakashi's figure completely disappeared in the hazy rain did Obito, like a stone statue filled with hatred, slowly step out from behind the oak tree. He lowered his eyes, his gaze fixed on the bouquet of small white daisies on the stone platform. The petals were slightly curled by the rain, and crystal drops of water rolled down the delicate veins, dripping onto the cold stone surface. They looked so much like the corners of Rin's eyes, red from crying in the past, wet and fragile, which made his heart palpitate. Suddenly, Obito's fingers clenched violently, his knuckles crackling with force, and his lips under the mask were pressed into a hideous straight line. The next second, he suddenly leaned over, roughly grabbed the bouquet of flowers from the stone platform, and with a flick of his wrist, threw it hard into the mud puddle next to him. With a muffled plop sound, the white petals were instantly soaked in the muddy mud. The originally clean flowers rolled several times in the dirty puddle. The petals were stuck and torn by the mud and water, and some even broke directly, struggling to sink and float in the muddy ripples, just like those hopes that were crushed by reality and could never be put together again. He stood there, staring at the dirty white mass with one eye, his chest heaving violently, and even his breathing was hot with hatred. "Produce! Obito lowered his eyes and looked at the muddy water under his feet that was becoming increasingly turbid. The black solace of his boots rolled repeatedly in the slippery mud, pushing the mud stained with the remnants of petals deeper. The splashes of turbid water splashed on his trouser legs, but he didn't care at all. The corners of his mouth beneath the mask slowly curled up into an icy arc. There was no warmth in that smile, only bone-chilling coldness and twisted pleasure. He raised his eyes slightly, his single Sharingan flashing a scarlet light behind the hole, reflecting the drowsiness in the rain. His voice was low and cruel, like a poisoned ice spike, just in time, let this world taste the taste of loss. Post views, 41. 021 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world Chapter 021. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. 3 days later, in the dark of the night at the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory, Obito held a newly unfolded parchment in his fingertips, the candle light flickering in the scarlet pupils of his Sharingan. The words Uzumaki Kushina's secret delivery room circled in cinnabar on the map came from 3 Anbu ninjas slumped in the corner. Their forehead protectors were tilted to one side, their eyes were dull like dusty glass beads, and saliva was hanging from the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that they were still trapped in the chaos of the illusion. Obito's foot rolled over the broken porcelain pieces, making a sharp sound. The leftmost Anbu shuddered, his Adam's apple rolling. As if being pulled by invisible strings, he spoke mechanically, the location. The location is at an abandoned shrine in the western suburbs, originally the site of worship for the first generation of the Land of Fire. The barrier is set up by 3 Jonin in rotation, with shifts at the hour of the tiger, when the barrier's energy is at its weakest. As he was speaking, he suddenly struggled violently, scratching his chest with his hands, as if trying to break some invisible chains. No. I can't say. That was the order of the Hokage. The veins on his forehead bulged, and cold sweat soaked the black mask, but the light in his eyes was still scattered. Obito slowly squatted down, put his left hand on the other's trembling shoulder, and the patterns of his Sharingan suddenly rotated. The thread of the illusion tightened instantly, and the Anbu's struggle froze abruptly. His eyes became empty again, and even his voice was as steady as a stone. There are 3 layers of secret rooms under the shrine. The delivery room is on the bottom floor. It is equipped with the Uzumaki clan's sealing formation to restrain the tailed beast's chakra. The 2 Anbu nearby were like triggered puppets, adding intermittently, one reporting the patrol route of the guards, and the other drawing the weak points of the barrier. Obito listened intently, his fingernails tracing the map, his nails practically piercing the paper. The candle light reflected on his face, half hidden in shadow, half revealing a hardness that belied his age. Only when he occasionally glanced at the Konoha symbol on the Anbu forehead protector would his pupils shrink rapidly. After the last word fell, he withdrew his hand from the Anbu's shoulder, the cold sweat of fear oozing from the other party still lingering on his fingertips. You didn't say anything. Obito's voice was very low, as if squeezed out from between his teeth, and the red light of his Sharingan gradually faded. Return to your posts and continue to guard your secrets. The 3 Anbu stood up in response, their movements as stiff as puppets. They didn't react even when they bumped into each other when they turned around. There was only the sound of their footsteps on the ground. Like 3 time bombs about to explode, they walked towards the center of Konoha. Obito rolled up the map again and tucked it into his bosom, close to his heart. There, too, was the amulet Lin had given him, the fabric warmed by his body heat. He looked in the direction where the Anbu disappeared, with a faint arc at the corner of his mouth, and it was hard to tell whether it was a mockery or something else after all. Using illusion to pry open the Guardian's mouth was much easier than imagined. Obito's fingertips pinched the edge of the map tightly, causing deep wrinkles on the parchment. The 4 words "abandoned shrine" in the red circle were like a ball of fire, burning his single eye. The scarlet Sharingan contracted violently. Minato's panicked back as he rushed to the delivery room holding Kushina, the tailed beast ball that covered the sky when the 9 tails broke the seal. These scenes should have been like ice spikes piercing his pleasure, but another scene suddenly flashed before his eyes: the bunch of daisies that he trampled on the Konobe bridge that spring, the white petals stuck to his blood-stained military boots, like Lin's last unfinished words. A sudden, sweet, fishy taste surged up his throat, and he stumbled against the stone wall, pressing the back of his hand tightly against his mouth. The red light of his Sharingan flickered, veins bulged on his forehead, and even his breathing trembled. The smiling faces of his master and his wife, the warmth of Kushina as she rubbed his hair, Minato's patience as he taught him Flying Thunder God, these fragments surged up like a tide, almost breaking the dam he had built with hatred. Ha! He suddenly chuckled, his laughter hoarse like the scraping of rusty iron. He clenched his right hand violently, his nails digging deep into his palm. Blood dripped onto the map, spreading a small patch of dark red. The image of Lin lying in a pool of blood suddenly popped into his mind: her empty eyes, the wound in her chest pierced by rakery, and the last words Obito-kun floating in the wind. All hesitation was crushed in an instant. Obito bolted upright, the crimson glow of his single eye completely overpowering any remaining hesitation. The lines of his Sharingan spun wildly, nearly bursting from its socket. He raised his hand and slammed the map against the stone wall, the red circle pointing towards Konoha. His knuckles turned white from the force. Minato! Kushina! You owe Rin all this. The wind blew through the cave, picking up the ashes on the ground and landing them on his clenched fist. The reluctance he felt towards his master and mistress, like a crushed daisy, shattered into dust before Lin's name, a powder that could never be put back together. Don't even think about it. He gritted his teeth, each word coming out like it was squeezed out from between frozen teeth. His jawline was so tight that even the veins in his neck were throbbing. His right hand clenched into a fist, his nails almost digging into his flesh, and the amulet in his palm was deformed by it. Before he could finish his words, a piercing cold wind suddenly blew around him. Purple-black ripples exploded from beneath his feet, spreading upward along his clothes like disturbed ink. A rift in divine power's space-time slowly opened behind him, its edges shimmering with a distorted halo, like a silent, enormous mouth. He suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only the coldness of ice remained in his Sharingan. Those fragments of his master's smile and his mistress's instructions that had just emerged were yanked by the suction emanating from the crack, dragging along the last shred of hesitation, completely into the endless darkness. As the ripples subsided, the trembling in his fingertips also stopped. Obito straightened his back and turned to look in the direction of Konoha. The hem of his black windbreaker still swaying slightly, as if the fight with him just now had never happened. The abandoned shrine at night is like a dormant beast. The copper bells on the eaves have long been rusted and cannot make any sound even when the wind blows. Only a few dusty lanterns hung in the corridor, their dim light flickering through the paper covers, stretching Obito's shadow, sometimes longer, sometimes shorter, and sticking to the vermilion pillars covered with cobwebs. When he stepped out of the divine power crack, the hem of his black windbreaker swept across the dead leaves on the ground, but it did not make the expected rustling sound. As his fingertips touched the wooden threshold of the shrine, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his temple, like an invisible needle pricking him. Obito subconsciously pressed his forehead and his Sharingan swung violently, but apart from the swaying lantern, the only thing in his field of vision was the half-open wooden door deep in the shrine, which was exactly the same as the entrance to the delivery room marked in the intelligence. Tisk! He snorted softly, trying to suppress the dizziness with his chakra, but his feet had already involuntarily moved towards the door. The lantern in the corridor suddenly clicked softly, and between the flickering candlelight, he seemed to see a glimpse of the corner of a piece of clothing behind the door, which looked very much like the clothes Kushina often wore. The cries of pain from the shrine rang out at the right time, intermittent and with the weakness of childbirth, each cry hitting his tense nerves precisely. Obito's Adam's apple rolled, and his right hand pressed on the kunao at his waist, but his knuckles were inexplicably stiff. He didn't notice that when he stepped over the threshold, his left foot landed before his right foot. This subtle movement was completely different from the instant body movement he usually used. A sudden gust of wind blew from the depths of the shrine, ripping the strands of hair from his forehead. In an instant, the crimson of his Sharingan faded slightly, and a faint, illusory pattern, not his own, flashed across his pupils, so fast it seemed like an illusion. Obito frowned, thinking it was just the residual influence of Kamui's time and space. He pushed the door with a little more force, and the wooden door creaked, as if playing a prelude to the upcoming accident. A cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, but the smile did not reach his eyes, but instead made the Sharingan at the corner of his eye look even scarlet. He suddenly raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers like an eagle's claw, and then plunged them into the ground with a strong wind that tore through the air. The moment his fingertips touched the soil, purple-black cracks in space and time exploded from between his fingers, like broken glass, spreading wildly around him with him as the center. Where the cracks passed, the wooden floor of the shrine groaned under the weight, and spider-web-like patterns crawled over the barrier runes in the corners of the wall, dimming the flickering lights in an instant. Obito's arms trembled slightly due to the infusion of chakra, veins on his forehead were visible, and a low humming laugh escaped from his throat, mixed with suppressed anger. The next second, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the shrine. The Nine Tails chakra, dormant within Kushina's body, was violently yanked awake by this surge of space-time. A violent red jet of air, like a dragon breaking free from its shackles, erupted through the cracks. Obito looked up suddenly and watched the red torrent smash the wooden roof of the shrine, and the tiles and beams turned into powder in the red light. In the night sky, a huge fox shadow slowly condensed in the airflow, its 9 tails stirred the clouds, and its golden vertical pupils were filled with the desire for destruction. Obito stood in the center of the devastated shrine, his right hand still planted in the ground. Blood seeped from between his fingers and dripped onto the cracks, forming strange patterns with the purple-black halo. He stared at the fox shadow in the sky, the lines of his Sharingan spinning wildly, and the sneer on his face finally took on a twisted sense of pleasure. Post Views, 37. 022 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 022. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Minato, your end has come. Obito bolted upright, his right hand yanking from the ground as a purple light from a space-time rift exploded around him. The vortex mask on his face was lifted by the strong wind, revealing a blood-red Sharingan, fixed intently on the golden figure speeding towards him from afar. His deliberately lowered voice hit the inside of the mask, making a dull resonance, like 2 pieces of rusty iron rubbing against each other, and spreading to all directions along the violent airflow. Each word was wrapped in a biting chill, rolling in the strong wind stirred up by the 9-tailed fox, crashing into the remaining pillars of the shrine, stirring up fine wood chips. His left arm suddenly lifted, fingers spread wide, pointing towards the sky, as if to grasp the golden figure in his palm. The sleeves of his black windbreaker rustled in the wind, resonating with the mask and creating a somewhat eerie rhythm. He tilted his head slightly, the vortex of his mask facing the direction where Minato landed, and the murderous intent in his Sharingan was almost overflowing. It was the hatred that had been pent up for too long, and finally found an outlet to vent its hideousness. The expected chaos did not come. The moment the cries of pain in the shrine stopped abruptly, Obito felt as if his temple was hit by a sledgehammer, and the scarlet in his Sharingan suddenly dissipated. Those perceptions distorted by the illusion receded like the tide, and there was no delivery room behind the half-open wooden door. Ugh! He shook his head violently, and his right hand subconsciously reached for the mask, but his fingertips touched a piece of cold metal. The blue light of Flying Thunder God had exploded around his body, and tiny flashes of lightning penetrated through his collar, stinging his skin and making it numb. Minato Namikaze's figure seemed to appear out of thin air, the tip of the kunai was precisely against his throat. There was no surprise in his blue eyes, only the calmness that had already been planned. Beside Minato, Shisui was standing in the shadow of the pillar with his knees half bent, his right hand still in the position of making hand seals. The lines on his Mangeki Sharingan slowly faded, leaving a hint of fatigue in his eyes. He looked at Obito's dilated pupils, let out an inaudible breath, and quietly placed his left hand on the dagger at his waist, his fingertips trembling slightly from maintaining the illusion for too long. Genjutsu, when, Obito's voice was stuck in his throat, and the sharp wind from the kunao cut his skin painfully. Only then did he realize that the cry of pain he had just heard had a deliberate echo. The barrier runes of the shrine were not meant to defend against the tailed beasts at all, but were a trap used to imprison time and space. From the first step he took here, he stepped into the net woven by Shisui and Minato. Minato thrust his kunao forward another half-inch, his voice as cold as ice. From the moment you believed in the Anbu intelligence. Shisui beside him nodded slightly, his black hair and black eyes reflected a clear light under the lantern light, as if saying, "You lost this game. It has come to this, Obito." Minato's voice was colder than the night. Water droplets on his golden hair dripped down the ends of his hair, forming small wet circles on the ground. The tip of the kunao was still firmly against Obito's throat, motionless. Obito's body suddenly stiffened, as if pinned to the spot by invisible icicles. His Sharingan beneath the mask suddenly contracted, its crimson pupils fixed intently on Shisui, who stood beside Minato. The Uchiha genius, who was supposed to be handling clan affairs, now had his eyes lowered, a faint glow from the dispelling of illusion still lingering on his fingertips. "You," his voice was stuck in his throat, trembling with disbelief. He subconsciously clenched his right hand, the purple light of divine power looming in his palm, but the sudden impact disrupted his rhythm. "You knew it was me? And Shisui? Why are you here?" He suddenly turned sideways, trying to see Shisui's expression, but the sharp wind from the kunao forced his neck so that he could not move at all. The swirling pattern on the mask flickered in the lantern light, reflecting the astonishment and confusion in his eyes. He had calculated Minato's deployment and Kushina's due date, but he had never expected that Shisui would appear in this abandoned shrine that was supposed to be a trap, and he had never expected that his identity had already been exposed. A heat welled up in his throat, Obito's knuckles turned white from the exertion, and even his breathing became heavy. He looked at Shisui's slowly raised eyes. In those eyes that once reflected the glory of instant body Shisui, there was now only calm understanding. This made the shock in his heart surge up again, almost breaking through the dam of reason. "Kakashi was kneeling in front of your grave, you were standing behind the tree, and I was standing not far behind you at the time." Minato's voice was like a thread tempered with ice, tightening the air. The kunao pressed against Obito's throat exerted a slight force, slicing through the skin at the edge of his mask with a hiss. A drop of blood slowly slid down the mask's lines, condensing into a small drop on the tip of his chin, hanging there for a moment. Obito's single eye suddenly contracted, the scarlet blood radiating from his Sharingan nearly dripping out. He took a half step back, but the sharp edge of the kunao forced him to move. The nine tails chakra in his palm suddenly surged uncontrollably, and the crimson currents darted through his fingers like a raging snake, burning them until they numbed. "Impossible," he roared, the sound hitting his mask and causing pain in his eardrums. He raised his right hand suddenly, and the purple light of Kamui mixed with the nine tails chakra, exploding into tiny particles of light in mid-air. "My information, those Anbu, they would never lie to me." His shoulders heaved violently, the veins on his forehead throbbed, and his lips beneath the mask were pressed into a trembling straight line. Minato's light words, like a rusty key, unexpectedly opened the memory that he had deliberately sealed away under the sunset of Kanabi Bridge. Kakashi knelt in front of his grave, his back hunched like a dead tree. He stood behind the tree, his nails digging deep into his palms, but he didn't notice the golden figure that flashed by not far away. "No, this is impossible," Obito muttered repeatedly, his eyes as dull as a candle flame blown by a strong wind. The agitation of the nine-tails chakra made his whole body tremble, and even the ground of the shrine shook slightly. He stared into Minato's calm blue eyes, as if trying to find a trace of lies in them, but in the end he only saw his own distorted reflection and the completely torn apart, self-righteous truth. I deliberately lured you out with the information. Minato slowly took a half-step back, his kunai spinning out a smooth golden arc of light at his fingertips, his blue eyes filled with unquestionable certainty. I knew you would come, I knew you wanted to take advantage of Kushina's weakness during childbirth to release the nine tails. So I hid her somewhere safe in the Uchiha clan land, guarded by Fugaku and Mikoto personally. Minato deliberately emphasized the words Uchiha clan territory, and gently pointed the kunai at Shisui's direction with his fingertips. His tone was full of clear trust. Konoha is not just full of suspicion. Shisui and the elites of the clan are guarding here, which is more reliable than any barrier. Not only them, I specially asked the Sandame's wife to come and help with the delivery. Her medical skills and attentiveness are trusted by the whole Konoha. Do you think the Sandame will sit idly by? Don't let those suspicions blind you. What he fears is not the Uchiha name, but the division that could tear the village apart. He paused, the edge of the kunai moving closer to Obito's throat. When protecting the village becomes a tacit understanding among everyone, the Uchiha wall will no longer be a barrier. When Shisui heard this, his drooping eyelashes trembled slightly, and then he raised his eyes to look at Minato, the faint light of the lantern reflected in his dark eyes. He subconsciously straightened his back, removed his right hand from the dagger, and gently cupped his palms, a subtle gesture of respect used by the Uchiha clan. Hokage-sama, if you trust the Uchiha, his voice was steady, yet a subtle emotion could be heard, his fingertips curling quietly at his sides. We will not let you down. Obito's eyes were red with anger as he listened, his teeth chattering beneath his mask. Are you crazy? How could those ungrateful Uchiha people? They are part of Konoha. Minato interrupted him, the golden light of his kunai shining brightly in the night, just like you once were. Shisui's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he suddenly took a half-step forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Minato. He looked at Obito's distorted mask, and his voice became more determined. Obito, do you think that only hatred can drive people's hearts? But trust is sometimes more powerful than the Sharingan's illusions. With that, he raised his hand and formed a simple seal. Suddenly, muffled shouts from the Uchiha clan could be heard outside the shrine. Chakra fluctuations surged in like a tide, encircling the entire shrine tightly. Post Views, 39. 023 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 023. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The Flying Thunder God seal under Minato's feet suddenly lit up, and his figure instantly flashed to Obito's side. He looked at his former disciple, who was consumed by hatred, and his voice was filled with unconcealable sorrow and heaviness. At least they won't use hatred as a weapon like you do. As he spoke, the eyes that were once filled with tenderness and expectation were now filled with only deep disappointment and heartache. He had never imagined that the young boy who had been by his side and dreamed of becoming Hokage would end up in such a situation, enveloped by darkness. Without any hesitation, Minato gathered brilliant light from the raised nan in his hand and threw it fiercely at Uchiha Obito, but at the moment of being hit, his wrist suddenly deflected, and the kunai suddenly accelerated, whizzing past Obito's mask. But what about you? You've been blinded by hatred and can't even distinguish the real enemy. Minato's voice was filled with suppressed anger and deep, unbearable pain. Those eyes that were once filled with tenderness and expectation were now filled with complex emotions, and even more so, a struggle not to let him completely sink. Shut up! Obito shouted angrily, and the black stick smashed hard at Minato's feet, sending gravel flying. His scarlet Sharingan surged with manic murderous intent beneath the mask, and his body suddenly transformed into a shadow of divine might. Not only did he easily avoid Minato's successive attacks, he also took advantage of the moment of space distortion to rush forward, and his half-illusory hand went straight for Minato's heart. He was ruthless and aimed at taking his life. If you hadn't ordered the retreat. If you hadn't arrived too late. How could Rin have died? Obito's voice was hoarse like the roar of a wild beast, and every word was tempered with blood and hatred. You can't even protect your own disciples and companions. You don't deserve to be the Hokage. Lin's death was a conspiracy by Kirigakure and the control of the Three Tails. Minato's voice suddenly rose, his suppressed anger finally bursting through his chest. His kunai stabbed at Obito's mask like lightning, grazing the edge just before he could hollow out. Amidst the sparks, he had already caught a glimpse of the fleeting physical flaw. Madara took advantage of your hatred, but you blamed Konoha. Is this your promise to Rin? Is this what you want to protect? Before he finished shouting, the raised nan in Minato's hand had gathered the power to tear through the air, and with the momentum of Flying Thunder God's instant body, he mercilessly smashed it hard on Obito's shoulder, which had not yet completely become hollow. Bang! Amidst the violent explosion, Obito stumbled back, cracks spreading across his mask. Fury welled up in Minato's eyes, yet a trace of pain lingered. Your betrayal of Rin's sacrifice by tainting it with hatred is the greatest betrayal of her. Crack! The cracks in his mask spread wide, yet Obito seemed oblivious. He stumbled back, clutching his bleeding shoulder, his body once again rippled with the power of God's presence. Chakra exploded around him like an uncontrolled torrent, twisting the surrounding space into a hideous vortex. He suddenly raised his head, his scarlet single eye staring at Minato from behind the broken mask, his voice distorted by extreme madness. It's you. It's all because of you. If you hadn't retreated, if you had arrived earlier, Lin wouldn't have died. He roared like a trapped animal, repeating over and over again the words soaked in hatred until they became rotten. You protected everyone, but you didn't protect her. You hypocrite! Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed out again under the cover of the space vortex, switching between the virtual and real divine power, and rushing straight towards Minato's vital points with the madness of dying together. The Flying Thunder God seal beneath Minato's feet was still flickering, but he didn't activate his instant body move again. He stared at Obito's frantic expression, his hand gripping the kunai slowly loosening, the brilliant blue light in his palm gradually dimming. I admit, I was responsible that day. The anger in his voice had faded, leaving only a deep sense of exhaustion and self-blame, as if a huge rock was weighing down his heart. I didn't get there in time, I couldn't save Lin. This is a regret I'll never be able to make up for in my lifetime. He lowered his eyes, and the once decisive Hokage now showed a bit of vulnerability. It was the guilt for not being able to protect his disciples, and the pain that tore at him repeatedly in his dreams at midnight. But he quickly raised his eyes and looked back at Obito, his tone heavy with questioning. But you use her death as a reason to destroy the world, and trample on everything she protected with hatred. Are you worthy of her? Minato stretched out his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly as he pointed at Obito's chest, his palm turning bluish-white due to the force. His jaw was set tight, and the eyes that had always held a gentle smile were now sharp as knives, fixed intently on the scarlet Sharingan behind Obito's shattered mask, as if to hammer his words into his heart. You know perfectly well in your heart that Lin would never want you to do this. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between teeth. With undeniable sorrow, she sacrificed her life to protect the village, and you are destroying everything she guarded with her life. At the end, his voice suddenly rose, his fingertips trembled slightly due to the emotion, and his eyes were full of anger and pain. Obito, you are not seeking revenge, you are desecrating her sacrifice. No. No, Obito's voice was as shattered as a candle in the wind, and every word was trembling with an indescribable tremor. He stumbled back, his back hitting the broken pillar of the shrine hard, and the gravel fell down. The scene of Lin rushing towards Reikari at the end suddenly exploded in his mind. The ends of her hair that were raised, the resolute smile on her lips, and the pain in the depths of her smiling eyes that he had ignored in the past and that almost drowned her, were now as clear as a knife cutting his heart. Ugh! He suddenly clutched his chest, his body curling up uncontrollably, as if an invisible hand were clenching his lungs, making even breathing feel like a tearing pain. The single eye beneath the mask shrank violently, tears mixed with blood falling from the corner of his eye, but it couldn't wash away the belated regret that nearly suffocated him. Minato's steps were steady and resolute, advancing towards Obito step by step, each step akin to treading upon a person's heart. The pale blue aura of the flying thunder god slowly swirled around him, outlining his tall figure. Yet it couldn't conceal his earnest desire to pull the other back from the abyss. His brows were slightly furrowed, his eyes fixed on Obito. The eyes that had witnessed the boy's original aspirations were now filled with a paranoia that did not tolerate right or wrong. The hand holding the kunai tightened slightly, and the knuckles turned white, as if he was about to use Flying Thunder God again in the next second, but he restrained himself and stopped where he was waiting for this lost disciple to look up and see the real light. "It's time to wake up, Obito." His voice was not loud, but it carried the power to penetrate the chaos. "Don't let Madara control you anymore." Obito raised his head suddenly, and the Megatama in his single eye spun wildly like a gyroscope out of control, and the scarlet light was filled with fear that he dared not think deeply about. "Wake up? Let me watch you guys continue to be happy as if nothing happened? Watch this hypocritical world continue to exist? Impossible!" He roared, as if he was refuting Minato, but more like he was trying to convince himself not to touch the truth that was about to be exposed. Before he could finish his words, his figure was already retreating impatiently into the rift in space ripped open by Kamui, as if even a second longer would pierce through him with the sharp blade of reality. Half of his body gradually faded into the distorted halo, leaving only a desperate, sobbing roar piercing through space. "Minato, I will be back. I will make you and this village die with Lin." That fading figure wasn't so much a threat as a hasty escape. He didn't dare listen to Minato's words, didn't dare confront the meaning of Rin's life. He could only hide in a shell woven of hatred, using destruction to escape the memory he had long distorted. The moment the cracks closed, Minato saw a flicker of hesitation in Obito's eyes, like a candle in the wind. He put away his kunai, looked at the shrine, and whispered, "I'll wait for your return. For the day you truly wake up." Post Views, 43. 024 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 024. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The rain was still falling, splashing tiny drops of water on the shattered mask. Minato bent down to pick up the half mask, running his fingertips over the cracks. The Uchiha clan's territory in the distance was shrouded in the hazy night. Only behind a window, a warm yellow light was steadily lit, like a crushed starlight falling into the window frame, softening the surrounding darkness a little. Biwako walked in with a small plate of freshly cut Japanese confectionery, her footsteps as light as if she were stepping on cotton. Seeing the two people snuggling in the room, a gentle smile spread across the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. She gently placed the plate on the low table, touched the teapot with her fingertips, and turned to add some hot water. Her actions were full of the care and love of an elder for the younger one. Kushina half leaned in Mikato's arms, her red hair carefully gathered to one side. She placed one hand gently on her bulging belly, and suddenly her fingertips were gently nudged from inside, as if a small fist was greeting her. Her body trembled slightly, then she looked up at Mikato, a moist light in her eyes. She pursed her lips for a moment, then slowly raised a reassuring smile. The smile spread from the corners of her mouth to the tips of her eyebrows, and even the curves of her eyes softened like melted honey. "Look, he's moving again." Mikato raised her hand and gently patted her back, and placed her other hand on the back of Kushina's hand. The warmth of her palm passed through the fabric. She looked at the soft light in Kushina's eyes, and curled up the corners of her mouth. Her voice was so soft as if she was afraid of disturbing something. "She is saying hello to her mother." Biwako, who was standing by, listened to what the two were saying. Her hand holding the teacup paused, and her gaze fell on Kushina's lower abdomen. There was both anticipation in her eyes, and a bit of the cherishment of a veteran for a new life. The smile on the corner of her mouth never faded. Uchiha Fugaku stood on the watchtower of his clan's territory, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the Uchiha fan badge on his waist. The cold metal surface was slightly warmed by his body temperature, and the lines were repeatedly drawn under his fingertips, as if to calm his mind. The night was as thick as ink, enveloping the entire Konoha. The chakra fluctuations coming from afar had already gradually subsided like the tide, but his clenched palms were still wet with cold sweat, and his knuckles were white from the force. "What are you worried about?" The voice of the third daemon Sarutobi Hiruzen came from behind, carrying the faint scent of tobacco from his burning pipe. He slowly walked to Fugaku's side and gazed at the darkness in the distance toward the shrine. His old face showed little emotion, only the wrinkles under his eyes concealed a hint of deep concentration. Fugaku glanced sideways at him, his fingertips still on the fan badge, and lowered his voice, "That chakra does not belong to any known ninja in Konoha." He paused, his Adam's apple rolling. "And the way it ripples is very strange, as if it's been forcibly suppressed." The Sandame took a puff of his pipe, the smoke quickly dissipating in the night breeze. He raised his hand to stroke his graying beard, his tone calm but with unquestionable composure. "I've already asked the Anbu to investigate. Fugaku and the Uchiha are part of Konoha, they don't have to shoulder this alone." Fugaku's gaze fell back into the darkness, his clenched hands loosening slightly, the dampness of his palms slightly cooled by the night breeze. "I am the head of the Uchiha clan." There was a subtle tension in his voice. "I cannot ignore the safety of my clan." The Sandame looked at his tense profile and tapped his pipe lightly between his fingertips. "I understand your responsibility. But remember, the protection of Konoha has never been the responsibility of a single clan." He looked at the fan badge on Fugaku's waist, then raised his eyes to look at the scattered lights of the village in the distance. "Let's wait for news from the Anbu. Before that, calm the tribe members and don't let suspicion grow." Fugaku remained silent, but pressed his fingertips hard on the badge again, as if trying to draw some strength from the cold metal. The night wind blew through the watchtower, carrying the moisture of the distant forest. The two stood side by side in the thick night, their respective thoughts hidden in silence, and along with the gradually subsiding chakra fluctuations, they sank into the dark night of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku stood by the window, his fingertips unconsciously pressing against the cold windowsill, his eyes fixed on the old oak tree in the courtyard. The scene of that rainy night 3 days ago, like a mark of ink soaked in water, became clearer and clearer in his mind. Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared in the secret room of the Uchiha clan. The blue light of Flying Thunder God had not yet dissipated in the humid air, and the blonde figure had already stood firm. His blue eyes were surprisingly bright in the dimness, and the words he spoke directly to the point were still vibrating repeatedly in his skull like a heavy hammer. His Adam's apple moved, and he raised his hand to press his tight temple. His fingertips still felt the soreness from when he clenched the family crest that day. Even now, Fugaku still felt that the scene was unreal, like an absurd dream. These words were clearly enough to overturn the stability of the clan, but he vaguely remembered the raindrops dripping from Minato's sleeves as he spoke, the white joints on the other's fingertips from holding a kunao, and even remembered that his throat tightened at the time, and it took him a long time to squeeze out a distorted "What did you say?" from between his teeth. The wind outside the window blew a few fallen leaves past. Fugaku blinked and was shocked to realize that he had been staring at the void for a long time. He slowly relaxed his tightly pursed lips, and a barely perceptible bitterness appeared at the corner of his lips until this moment, when his palm touched the coolness of the round fan badge on his waist, he could barely convince himself. The confrontation on that rainy night 3 days ago was not an illusion. Minato's earth-shattering words had truly struck his heart, shocking him so much that he was still a little dazed, and even his breathing was a little unreal and sluggish. "Fugaku, in 3 days someone will control the 9 tails to attack Konoha, and the one who initiated it is Uchiha Obito. Minato was sitting on the low couch opposite him at the time, his wet golden hair hanging down in front of his forehead, a few strands still stained with crystal raindrops, swaying gently as he spoke. And raindrops rolled down the ends of his hair and dripped onto his dark clothes, leaving small wet marks. His back was straight, his hands folded on his knees, his knuckles were cold and white from being wet by the rain, but his tone was surprisingly calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Fugaku's pupils suddenly shrank, and his hands on his knees suddenly clenched, his knuckles crackling, almost leaving marks on the tatami. He was about to question when he saw Minato lean forward slightly, his blue eyes shining like cold stars in the dim room, his gaze piercing his own. He will take advantage of Kushina's weakness during childbirth and try to release the 9 tails. As he said this, Minato's Adam's apple rolled very lightly, and a barely perceptible tenseness finally revealed itself in his calm tone. His crossed fingers quietly tightened, with the fingertips pressing against the back of his other hand, as if he was trying his best to suppress something. He looked at Fugaku's suddenly changed expression without looking away, but his eyelashes trembled slightly, hiding the anxiety that flashed in his eyes. His voice was still steady, but with unquestionable certainty. The air pressure around Fugaku suddenly dropped. His knuckles tightly gripped the white porcelain teacup in his hand, and the force of the cup's edge pressing against his palm almost dug into his flesh. The joints turned white due to the force, the cup body was slightly deformed, and fine cracks were quietly spreading along the wall of the cup, as if it would completely shatter in the next second. He suddenly raised his eyes to look at Minato, shock and anger surging in his dark pupils. The Uchiha clan's unique Sharingan showed signs of turning faintly in his eyes, and the scarlet Megatama almost broke through the shackles of reason. The words in his throat seemed to be burned by anger, and they came out with a hoarse texture. "Are you doubting Uchiha?" Before he finished speaking, he slammed the coffee table hard, causing the teacup to shake in his palm and splattering the scalding tea on the back of his hand. He was completely unaware and just stared at Minato. "Obito sacrificed himself at Kanabi Bridge long ago. Minato, what are you doing?" He stopped abruptly in the middle of his words, his chest heaving violently, his breathing so heavy as if he was sucking out all the air in the room, the anger in his eyes mixed with a bit of incredible confusion, the hand holding the teacup still trembling slightly, as if the cup was not porcelain, but a heavy accusation that was suffocating him. "He's not dead!" Minato suddenly interrupted him, his voice not loud but full of conviction that left no room for questioning. His fingertips slid quickly across the slightly cool low table, and the raindrops on the edges of his nails dripped down with his movements, spreading tiny watermarks between the wood grain. In a few strokes, he outlined the outline of Obito as a teenager, the slightly curled hair on his forehead, the youthfulness between his eyebrows, and even the stubborn curve at the corner of his mouth were clearly visible. He was saved by Uchiha Madara. He placed his fingertips on the portrait's forehead and gently tapped it, his tone becoming heavier. "Now he wears an orange mask and can use space-time ninjutsu. The masked man mentioned in the system's sky screen is him." After saying that, Minato looked up at Fugaku. His blue eyes shining brightly in the dim light, without any evasion. The solemnity he had when mentioning Obito just now quietly faded away, replaced by an almost earnest frankness. Even his slightly furrowed brows relaxed a little, as if he wanted to reveal all the trust in his heart. He leaned forward slightly, unconsciously clenching his hands under the table, then slowly loosening them, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tension. "I need your help, Fugaku." Minato's eyes flickered over Fugaku's still shaking hands, and then softened to rest on his tense shoulders. His tone softened, but his words were clear. "The safety of Kushina and the child requires the protection of the Uchiha." As he said this, his Adam's apple moved slightly, and a trace of worry for his wife and children flashed across his eyes, but it was quickly covered by determination. His fingertips gently stroked the edge of the remaining portrait on the table, as if silently emphasizing the weight of his words. Fugaku was silent for a long time. The rift between the Uchiha and Konoha was long-standing, the villagers' subtle suspicions, and the growing discontent among the younger generation within the clan. He had long been accustomed to wrapping himself in a defensive posture. But the earnestness in Minato's eyes, and the relationship between the man named Naruto in the sky and his child Sasuke, finally made him nod. "Why Uchiha?" he remembered asking. Post views, 35. 025 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 025. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The corners of Minato's lips rose slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his eyes. The smile spread across his eyes, as if it were mixed with the warm light of the candle, so soft that it almost dripped down. He looked at the other man with a look of understanding and earnestness, his brows relaxed, losing their usual sharpness, leaving only warmth. "Because you are the clan leader, a father. You understand the weight of protecting your family." He paused, his eyelashes casting a small shadow under his eyelids. His smile faded a little, but it became more serious, and his voice became deeper. "Patriarch Fugaku chose to endure for the sake of his people. I trust this responsibility." Thinking back now, Fugaku's fingers dangling at his sides curled imperceptibly, his Adam's apple rolling silently. His eyelids drooped slightly, obscuring the turmoil surging in his eyes, leaving only the tips of his eyelashes trembling slightly, as if he could still feel the sudden tightening of his heart at that moment. Minato actually told him such an important secret and even entrusted the lives of his wife and children to Uchiha. Fugaku slowly raised his eyes and looked at the dark night outside the window. There was a trace of disbelief in the depths of his eyes, and then there was an insoluble complexity. "That trust, like a heavy piece of warm jade pressing on my heart, is more burning and more weighty than any blood oath." Uchiha Mikato's fingers holding the tea tray were slender and steady, and the celadone teacups made a slight sound when they collided. She walked closer with light steps, the ends of her hair swaying slightly with her movements, the curve of her eyes softened as if soaked in warm water, and her breath was very light when she spoke. "For fear of disturbing anything, Kushina just fell asleep. The child is very well behaved and didn't make much noise." She placed the tea tray on the table, and when she raised her eyes, her gaze happened to fall on Fugaku's tense profile. His jawline was as taut as a fully drawn bowstring, and even his brows were filled with an inextricable gloom. Mikato paused as she held the teacup. A hint of understanding and tenderness appeared in her eyes. Her voice softened a little, with a subtle temptation. "Are you still thinking about Minato?" Fugaku was a little slow in taking the teacup, and the moment his fingertips touched the warm porcelain wall, his fingertips trembled almost imperceptibly. He looked down at the tea stains swaying in the cup. The mist blurred his furrowed brows, but his eyes were filled with unquenchable doubt. "I'm wondering," his Adam's apple rolled, his voice dry and unnoticed, as if he was chewing on an incredible puzzle, "why he was so sure I would agree." Mikato pushed the other teacup towards Fugaku's hand, her fingertips making a very light sound as they brushed across the table. She lowered her eyes and took a sip of tea. The smile at the corner of her eyes spread slowly like warm water soaked in honey, and even the tone of her voice became a little lighter. "Because he understands us." She looked up at Fugaku, her gaze as clear as falling stars, the smile on her lips faint but resolute. Her fingertips gently stroked the rim of the cup, her voice shrouded in undeniable gentleness. "Minato is a wise man." She paused, a glint of understanding in her eyes. "He knows that those who truly want to protect the village will never be bound by blood." Fugaku stared at the swaying tea in the cup. The water rippled gently with his subtle breathing, causing the light in his eyes to flicker. His brows furrowed slightly, and the once tense jawline seemed to soften slightly, but a deeper concentration was locked on it. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the wall of the cup, his eyes falling on the turbulent tea shadow, as if he could see Minato's appearance before he left through it. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and his voice was a little bitter, soaked with memories, but also with a subtle looseness. "Fugaku, the future the system talks about is a parallel world. Every choice we make now is rewriting it. He paused, his eyelashes drooping, hiding the surging emotions in his eyes. Only the slight ripple of emotion remained in his voice. He continued in a low voice, the fate of the Uchiha should not be only destruction. The distant sky was first tinged with a very pale fish belly white, and then the first ray of morning light, like a sharp blade, suddenly pierced through the dark night and cast a long and narrow bright streak on the window paper. Fugaku looked at the light, and his hand holding the teacup suddenly tightened. His joints turned blue and white due to the force, and his fingertips pressed against the cold porcelain wall, as if he wanted to squeeze that bit of warmth into his bones and blood. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling slightly, his originally furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and the last bit of hesitation in his eyes was washed away by the morning light, leaving only a firmness as strong as iron. When he put down the teacup, the bottom of the cup hit the table with a light sound, but with unquestionable force. When he stood up, his steps were much steadier than when he came. Every step was firm, and the arc of the corner of his clothes sweeping across the ground revealed his determination. Since Minato was willing to give his trust, then Uchiha would respond to this trust. Fugaku gazed out the window at the gradually brightening sky, the gloom in his eyes seemingly ironed away by the morning light, revealing a slightly loosened clarity. The corners of his lips curved up imperceptibly, the curve so subtle it was barely visible, yet carrying a sense of relief. The shadow cast by the eyelashes under the eyelids gradually faded, and deep in the eyes there was a barely perceptible trace of hope, as if a tiny spark was quietly lighting up. From the moment he agreed to Minato, Fugaku let out a light breath, and the tightness in his chest dissipated a lot. He clearly felt that the future of Uchiha might really be different from what was in the sky. This realization made his tense shoulders relax slightly, and even his breathing became smoother. The night before yesterday, the candle light in the meeting room flickered, making the pipe between Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers flicker. He looked at Minato, who was sitting across from him, his brows furrowed in a deep frown. He didn't even notice the cigarette ash falling on the corners of his dark robes. "You want me to believe in the Uchiha? Minato, you should know that they have a deep grudge against the village." Minato tapped the tabletop lightly with his fingertips, his rhythm as steady as the speed at which he usually formed hand seals. When he raised his eyes, the candle light just happened to fall into his eyes. The gentleness in his eyes concealed an unshakable determination. "Third generation, I have seen how Chief Fugaku endured for his people, and I also believe in Mrs. Mikato's insight." He pulled a scroll of secret letters from his bosom, pressing his fingertips against the edge of the paper as he pushed it over. "This is the layout of the Uchiha barrier. They are willing to guard it for Kushina and the child. Do you think someone with ulterior motives would hand over the core of the clan to outsiders?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's fingers tightened around his pipe, his amber pupils shrinking. He stared at the yellowed roll of defense map, his fingertips rubbing the rough surface, as if he could feel the pattern of the Uchiha clan crest. The sparks in the pipe flickered, making the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepen and shallower. A low, hoarse hum came from his throat, and it was hard to tell whether it was a question or a sigh. "You always say that the village is a rope twisted together by the bonds of countless people." Minato's voice was softer, but it pierced through the solemnity like a needle. "Now, the Uchiha is reaching out. Should we let go first?" The meeting room was silent for a moment, the only sound being the occasional popping of candle light. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly removed his pipe and tapped it in the ashtray. The grayish-white ash formed a small mound. When he raised his eyes, they swept across Minato's frank brows, and then fell back on the defense map. The doubts in his eyes gradually faded like fog blown by the wind. "You kid," he finally spoke, his voice a little tired, but his shoulders relaxed, "you always like to see people's hearts too clearly." He reached out and rolled up the deployment map. When his fingertips touched the warmth of the paper, his movements unconsciously became lighter. "Well, since you trust them, I'll trust your eyes." Minato smiled, warmth filling the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. "Thank you, Sandame." Sarutobi Hiruzen refilled his tobacco and struck a match, the flame casting a dancing shadow on his face. He watched the flame licking the tobacco and suddenly whispered, "Fugaku, don't let Minato and I make the mistake of mistaking you." Post views, 30. 026 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 026. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. When Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed open the door to the root's secret chamber, a thick shadow threatened to engulf him. Danzo sat in the shadows, the crimson in his single eye like a poisoned ice spike, his fingertips repeatedly tracing the pattern of a kunai. "You've touched the Uchiha clandestine forces." Hiruzen's voice was low, but filled with undeniable anger, his pipe rubbed white in his palm. He walked over to the candlelight, the flame finally illuminating the wrinkles on his face, each one etched with hidden anger. "I've already promised Minato to give the Uchiha a chance." Danzo scoffed, the sarcasm in his one eye almost overflowing. "You are old, Hiruzen. How many years have the Uchiha's evil ambitions been hidden? Do you really believe that they will submit?" He stood up suddenly, his black robe sweeping across the ground, bringing a gust of cold wind. "I only removed a few surveillance posts. If they turn against us, can you bear the responsibility?" "I'll take responsibility," Hiruzen interrupted him, banging his pipe heavily on the table, sparks flying and quickly extinguishing. "But if you dare to act on your own again, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my brother of many years." He stared at Danzo's bandaged right eye, the warning in his eyes like a fire suppressed under a layer of ice. Minato entrusted Kushina and the child to the Uchiha barrier. If Fugaku had tried to rebel, he could have deprived Konoha of its future Hokage right now. But he didn't. Danzo's single eye suddenly contracted, and his lips tightened into a cold, hard line. The veins in his clenched fists bulged, his knuckles pressing against his palms, nearly digging into his flesh, yet he hesitated to protest. Hiruzen softened his tone, the anger in his eyes fading a little, replaced by a complex weariness. "We have protected the village our entire lives. Are we going to let suspicion destroy everything?" As he turned, the corner of his robe brushed against the candlestick, causing the light and shadow to sway violently on the wall. "Keep an eye on your people. If you dare to cross the line again, I will personally revoke your root authority." By the time the last word fell, he had already reached the door, leaving Danzo with a back that stood as straight as a pine tree, yet revealed a resoluteness that brooked no argument. The door to the secret room closed behind him, completely locking Danzo's furious expression and the unspoken snort into the darkness. The door to the chamber remained closed for a long time, the crimson in Danzo's single eye still lingering. He hurled his kunai against the wall, the crisp sound of metal clashing echoing through the empty chamber, sparks scattering in the shadows of the corner where, unknowingly, a hunched black figure had appeared, like ink seeping from the depths of the earth. "Sarutobi Hiruzen is old," Black Zetsu's voice was as sticky as rotten leaves. He slid half a step out of the shadows, half of his face hidden where the candlelight couldn't reach. He can't even see through the Uchiha's pretense. Danzo pulled the corners of his mouth, revealing a half-sinister sneer. "He believes in Minato, Minato believes in Uchiha, a bunch of fools blinded by warmth." He walked to the candlestick, his single eye reflecting the dancing flame. "But you shouldn't show up at this time." Black Zetsu's fingertips brushed across the mottled cracks on the wall, his nails tinged with bluish-gray. "I'm just here to remind you that the cracks in Konoha always started from within." He suddenly turned his head, his yellow eyes gleaming faintly in the darkness. "Uchiha want to rewrite their fate? Then let their hope become the sharpest knife." Danzo's breathing paused, and a sinister calculation flashed in his single eye. He thought of Fugaku's eyes, which concealed his forbearance, and of Minato's open trust. A low, hoarse chuckle escaped his throat. "What do you want?" "What I want is the same as you." Black Zetsu lowered his voice even lower, like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, "an obedient Uchiha. Or, an Uchiha who disappears completely." He took a step closer, his shadow almost covering Danzo. You just need to lay it out according to the original plan. I will let it happen naturally for the rest." Danzo stared at Black Zetsu's blurry face, his fingertips tapping on the table faster and faster. The candle light suddenly dimmed, casting their shadows on the wall, twisting into shapes that devoured each other. "Don't mess it up." Danzo finally spoke, his voice as cold as ice. "If Hiruzen finds out." "He won't find out." Black Zetsu chuckled, and his figure began to fade. As the last scrap of clothing sank into the shadows, the only sound in the chamber was Danzo's heavy breathing. He picked up the kunai again, his fingertips rubbing the blade repeatedly. The crimson in his single eye was even more intense than before. The moonlight from outside shone through the window, carving a line of light and dark across his face, like a net about to tighten. The barrier of the Uchiha clan's territory glowed with a warm purple light in the morning light, like a piece of obsidian soaked in morning dew. The flowing halo gently undulated at the edge of the barrier, outlining an indestructible outline. The airflow created when Minato tapped the ground with his toes stirred the faint light on the surface of the barrier. He stood up straight, and the remaining light blue electric light of Flying Thunder God quietly dissipated at his fingertips. When I looked up, I saw Fugaku standing at the entrance. The collar of his dark clan uniform was slightly wrinkled, his eyes were dark blue, and the red bloodshot under his eyes were like fine spider webs. But the moment he saw Minato, the tense shoulders relaxed a little. Fugaku took 2 steps forward, raised his hand and pressed it on the barrier, and purple light rippled as he moved. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and his voice was slightly hoarse from waking up, but more confident than last night. "Minato, everything is fine in there." After saying that, he stepped aside to make way, and lightly stroked the edge of the barrier with his fingertips. The purple light then flowed to both sides like water, revealing the quiet streets of the clan behind him. Hearing this, Minato's tense jawline moved almost imperceptibly. When he raised his eyelids slightly, the anxiety in his eyes almost overflowed, and even his fingertips curled up slightly. He leaned forward half a step, his voice filled with unconcealable anxiety, and his last tone trembled slightly. "Kushina, she just gave birth. She's very tired and fell asleep." Fugaku moved aside to make way, his movements more relaxed than last night. He looked at the anxiety in Minato's eyes, a slight curve appeared at the corner of his lips, and his tone added a bit of relaxation. "The child is very healthy, and the cry is very loud, just like Kushina's temperament." After saying that, he raised his hand to indicate the inside of the barrier. The moment his palm touched the purple light, the light curtain gently rippled. Minato's shoulders suddenly relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He took a deep breath, and the anxiety in his eyes was gradually replaced by warmth. Even his voice became softer, but he could not hide the relief he felt at having regained what he had lost. "Thank you." After saying this, he walked through the barrier, his steps were even more brisk than when he came, and the wind raised by the hem of his clothes sweeping across the ground was full of indescribable tenderness. As he walked through the quiet corridor, Minato deliberately lightened his steps, and the solace of his boots made only an almost inaudible sound on the wooden floor. The door of the delivery room was ajar, and a warm yellow light leaked out from the gap, casting a long and narrow bright streak on the ground. Faint breathing sounds could be heard from inside the room. He placed his fingertips lightly on the door panel and very slowly pushed it open a crack, as if afraid to disturb the dust in the air. The door hinges turned with a barely audible creak, and he paused, making sure he hadn't disturbed anyone inside before continuing to push the door open. The first thing that caught his eye was Kushina on the ku. Minato's breathing suddenly slowed, and his steps felt like they were treading on cotton. His gaze remained fixed on her face, unblinking. Her face was pale, almost transparent, her lips devoid of their usual rosy color. The strands of hair on her forehead were damp with sweat, sticking to her smooth skin. Yet, she slept remarkably soundly, her lips curled slightly upwards in a faint, reassuring smile. His gaze slowly shifted downwards, landing on the swaddling blanket beside Kushina. The tiny little thing was curled up tightly in a soft quilt, with only a small sliver of its forehead visible. Its golden hair, like the down of a young bird, lay soft against its skin, rising and falling gently with its even breathing. Minato held his breath and slowly squatted down, his fingertips hovering above the swaddling clothes. After hesitating for a long time, he dared to touch the warm little forehead very lightly with his fingertips. A layer of mist instantly filled his eyes, his Adam's apple rolled, but he couldn't make a sound. Only the corners of his lips rose uncontrollably, and all his cherishment and tenderness were contained in that smile. That's Naruto. Minato's heart felt like it was gently bumped by cotton wool soaked in warm water. The slight numbness and soreness spread along the blood vessels to every part of his body. His back, which had been tense from his hurried journey, slowly relaxed, and even his clenched fingertips quietly stretched out. He walked softly, each step was extremely slow, the soles of his boots scraping against the ground with an almost inaudible sound. When he reached the bedside, he looked at the little face in the cradle, and his eyelashes trembled slightly with restraint. The slowly raised hand was suspended in mid-air, with the fingertips slightly curled, only an inch away from the warm cheek. But it seemed to be stopped by an invisible force. The fingertips could even feel the warm air flow brought by the baby's breathing. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and a layer of fine light filled the bottom of his eyes, for fear that the slightest touch would shatter the sweet peace in front of him. Minato. Kushina slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw him, a smile instantly spread across her tired face. You're back. Kushina's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the corners of her eyes were still flushed. Minato looked at her slowly opening eyes, a soft curve at the corner of his lips, and spoke in a very light voice, as if afraid of disturbing the morning mist. Well, I'm back. He sat down gently beside the couch, the fabric rubbing against each other making a subtle sound. He reached out with exceptionally gentle movements, his fingertips tentatively touching the back of her hand, feeling the slight coolness before carefully wrapping her hand in his palm. His thumb gently stroked the back of her hand, and the warmth from his palm seeped in little by little, dispelling the coldness from her fingertips. Looking at the fatigue in her eyes that had not yet faded, Minato's voice was filled with unbreakable heartache, and the ending tone was soft. Thank you for your hard work, Kushina. It's not hard at all. Kushina turned her head to look at the swaddling clothes with gentle eyes. Post views, 29. 027 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 027. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Look at him, how cute. Minato looked at the baby tenderly, his eyelids drooping slightly, his eyelashes casting a light shadow under his eyes. He held his breath and carefully touched the baby's soft cheek with his fingertips. Seeing that the little guy was not awake, he dared to gently rub the wrinkled little nose with his fingertips. The child's eyebrows were relaxed, and the slightly upturned corners of his eyes were very similar to Kushina's, while his straight nose and tightly pursed mouth had his own contours. The small fist was clenched tightly, the knuckles were faintly pink, and even the wrist, which was as thin as a lotus root, was exerting slight force, as if stubbornly announcing its arrival. Minato's Adam's apple rolled slightly, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised up, his eyes were filled with an unfading smile, and even the fine lines at the corners of his eyes were tinged with warmth. An indescribable warmth spread from his heart, flowing through his blood vessels and all over his limbs. He lowered his head and leaned closer, gently touching his forehead against the baby's forehead. His voice was so soft as if he was afraid of disturbing anything, mine and Kushina's child. At this moment, there were soft footsteps outside the door, and Uchiha Mikoto walked in holding a baby who was also wrapped in a swaddle, with a gentle smile on her face. Kushina, Minato, look who's here. A few steps behind her, followed by the little Uchiha Itachi. The boy stood straight with his back and took slow, measured steps, as if he was afraid to disturb the tranquility of the room. His obsidian eyes scanned the room calmly, pausing slightly when his gaze passed over the baby on the bed, and then he quickly lowered his eyelids. His long eyelashes cast a small shadow under his eyes, hiding the curiosity that flashed in his eyes. The corners of his mouth were pursed into a shallow straight line, seemingly without any expression, except for the concentration of following his mother's footsteps. He showed a calmness beyond his age, and also hid a child's secret expectation for new things. "This is," Minato was a little confused. "It's Sasuke." Mikoto explained with a smile. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes were immersed in tenderness. She deliberately lowered her voice when speaking, and tightened her arms around the swaddled baby. She lowered her head to look at the baby sleeping peacefully in her arms, her eyes filled with unbreakable maternal love. She looked up at Kushina and Minato, the smile on her face deepening as she spoke with a hint of joy. "He was born 3 months earlier than Naruto. He just got fed and is sleeping soundly. It's a good opportunity for them to get to know him." Mikoto carefully placed Sasuke in her arms next to Naruto, her movements as light as picking up a feather, for fear of waking up the 2 sleeping little guys. She deliberately adjusted the angle of the swaddling clothes so that the 2 small figures were closer, with their noses almost touching. Then she stood up and rubbed her hands quietly on the apron, her eyes filled with a soft light of satisfaction. Itaki on the side kept pursing his lips and remained silent until he saw 2 little balls wrapped in swaddling clothes lying side by side, one with a slightly frowned brow as if having a sweet dream, and the other sleeping soundly with his little mouth pursed. His obsidian eyes suddenly lit up, as if 2 stars fell into them. The tense corners of his mouth slowly relaxed, revealing a slight dimple, and his straight back relaxed a little. The smile was clean and pure, but it only stayed on his face for a moment before he returned to his usual calmness. However, the soft light in his eyes lingered for a long time. Sasuke's eyelashes trembled slightly on his eyelids, as if he felt a strange breath around him, and the little hands that were originally curled up in the cradle slowly stretched out. The hand was small enough to be held by an adult. The fingertips were lightly pink, and the fingers were softly spread out, as if trying to touch something, slowly and bit by bit reaching to the side. On the other side, Naruto seemed to be attracted by this silent pull. His little eyebrows moved almost imperceptibly, and his arms wrapped in the swaddle also struggled slightly. His equally pink little hand stretched out, palm facing up, and his chubby fingers curled up unconsciously, as if responding to the tentative hand, moving towards the center little by little, causing tiny wrinkles on the edge of the swaddling clothes. 2 pairs of tender hands were gently and firmly clasped together in the spots of light that filtered through the window lattice in the morning. The smile on Minato's face had not yet faded, but he was stunned as if he was cast under a spell. He opened his mouth slightly, his eyes fixed on the 2 pairs of hands, his pupils reflecting the tender pink color. Even his breathing became lighter, a hint of surprise first flashed in his eyes, and then was filled with deep emotion. Kushina subconsciously covered her mouth, her knuckles turning slightly white. Her once heroic features were now completely soft. Her eyes flushed red as if they had been soaked in warm water, and a shimmering light swirled in them, yet she refused to let it fall. Her gaze, tender and almost tearful, was fixed on the scene. Fugaku stood at the door with his posture still straight, his arms folded across his chest, but the corners of his tightly pursed mouth softened imperceptibly, like a corner of solid ice quietly melted by the spring breeze. When his sharp eyes fell on the 2 children, they also restrained their usual sharpness and added a bit of imperceptible warmth. Mikoto's eyes were already red. She smiled and gently wiped the moisture from the corners of her eyes with her fingertips carrying a slight warmth. The smile on her lips was gentle and relieved. It seems they are destined to be good friends. Minato's fingertips hovered in midair for a moment before carefully lowering them, lightly brushing against the 2 children's clasped hands. The touch was soft as a cloud, and the warmth seeped through their skin, causing his fingertips to tremble slightly. He lowered his eyes, and his long eyelashes cast tiny shadows under his eyes, hiding the emotions surging in his eyes, the tenderness of being a new father, the cherishment of the warmth in front of him, and the bitterness pierced by the picture of the future. Naruto, who was crying bitterly while holding Sasuke in the sky, was trembling all over and almost fell to his knees. His hoarse cries were like a blunt knife cutting his heart. Naruto, who awakened his Manjiki due to Sasuke's death, had tears of blood in his scarlet Sharingan. And his eyes were filled with despair and madness that could destroy the world. Those broken images overlapped with the little hands clasped in front of him, causing his throat to tighten. He took a deep breath and gently covered the small area of their clasping hands with his fingertips again. His movements were filled with almost pious cherishment. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, as if blocked by something, with a mixture of sourness and warmth rising up. The tragedy of the parallel world may have been truly rewritten from this moment on. He looked up at Kushina and saw the same determination in both of their eyes. Yes, Minato's voice was gentle but powerful. They will become best friends, will protect the village together, and will have a future completely different from the one in the tent. Post Views, 32. 028 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 028. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The morning light, like fine gauze mixed with gold powder, quietly climbed up the eaves of the Uchiha clan's residence, then slipped into the house through the window lattice, casting mottled light and shadows on the floor. The two little fists that had been clenched for a long time finally loosened slowly, and there was still a little sweat between the fingers. Naruto's long eyelashes trembled, his little mouth opened slightly, and he yawned delicately. The sound was as light as a kitten's hum. After yawning, he subconsciously smacked his lips, and the pink tip of his tongue flashed across his lips before he fell into deep sleep again. Sasuke next to him frowned and rubbed his little head in the soft swaddling clothes, as if he was adjusting to a comfortable position. His messed up hair stuck to his forehead, making him look a bit silly. His little hand, which had just been released, drew a shallow arc in the air, then slowly curled up and rested on his stomach, his breathing still even and long. Mikoto smiled and carried Sasuke back to her own yard. Before leaving, she looked back at the delivery room and saw Minato lowering his head and lightly touching Naruto's nose with his fingertips. Kushina was leaning against the head of the bed, with her red hair hanging down, full of tenderness. Fugaku, do you think these two children will become like Hashirama-sama and Madara-sama in the future? Mikoto turned her head to look at her husband standing beside her, with a smile in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. She deliberately dragged out the ending of her words when she spoke, with a hint of mischievous joking. As soon as Sasuke in her arms changed his position, she subconsciously gathered the edge of the swaddling clothes and gently patted the baby's back with her fingertips, her movements as gentle as if she were treating fragile glass. As she spoke, she thought back to the two little ones standing side by side. There was a hint of longing in the smile in her eyes, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and her voice became a little lighter, as if she had already seen the children standing side by side in the future. Fugaku's gaze cast out the window, landing on the vague outline of Hokage Rock in the distance. The carvings there exuded a solemn majesty in the morning light. He slightly raised his hand hanging at his side, and his fingertips unconsciously stroked the round fan emblem on his family's uniform. The cool metal touch spread along his fingertips. His movements were slow and repetitive, as if he was using this to calm his mind. At least it won't come to that. When he spoke, his voice was a little lower than usual, with unquestionable certainty, and the lines at the corners of his tightly pursed lips softened a little. The skylight was reflected in the obsidian eyes, and the originally hidden sharpness quietly disappeared, with an imperceptible layer of looseness. He suddenly stopped stroking the badge with his fingertips, frowned slightly and then slowly relaxed, and the doubts in his heart about the system's warning seemed to be blown away by the morning breeze. Perhaps, it was not malicious. He looked at the two babies sleeping in the room, and glanced at the Attaka standing quietly beside him, and suddenly realized clearly, some bonds, entangled from the beginning, are destined to grow new branches in time. rewriting the fate that has long been predetermined. In the delivery room, the morning light shines through the window lattice onto the bedding, creating a warm atmosphere. Minato held Naruto's swaddling arms, his arms steady as a rock, yet with a cautious tension, as if he held the weight of the world in his arms. The child slept peacefully, his chest rising and falling gently with his breathing. Without the ceiling pattern symbolizing disaster, nor the tailed beast forced into his body, he was just a child belonging to him and Kushina, and his fate began to take a completely different path. Seeing him like this, Kushina couldn't help but chuckle, stretched out her finger and gently poked his waist, her tone filled with a hint of intimacy. "Are you really that nervous? With Fugaku and the others here, and the barrier in place, our Naruto will be safe. What if?" Minato's voice was so soft as if he was afraid of disturbing something, but the movements he made while holding Naruto in his arms became more and more gentle. His fingertips carefully rubbed the fabric on the edge of the swaddling clothes, his eyes looking at his son's peaceful sleeping face, and even his tone was tinged with unmistakable seriousness. When he looked up at Kushina, there was still a trace of worry about the unknown in his eyes, but it was covered by a deeper determination. "I don't want to miss any moment of his growth." After saying that, he leaned over slightly and gently placed a kiss on Kushina's forehead, with the warmth of his palm and careful cherishment. When he stood up, a faint but gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his fingertips gently brushed the loose hair on her forehead. "When you recover a little, we will go home." A gentle smile spread across Minato's lips, but deep thought was revealed in his eyes. He lowered his head to glance at Naruto, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, and gently touched the soft little cheek with his fingertips. His tone was full of longing. "I want him to grow up like a normal child, climbing trees, catching fish, and quarreling with his friends." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the window. The rising sun was leaping over the roof, and its golden red light filled the room, casting a warm halo on his face. He narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the brilliant sky. His gaze became exceptionally clear, filled with hope for his son's future. The system said he would become the 7th generation, which means he has the ability. But he should choose his own path. The tone was not harsh, but it revealed a kind of respect and confidence, as if he had already seen the child running freely in the future. Before he finished speaking, the smile on Minato's face suddenly froze, and his brows knitted together in a barely perceptible frown. His senses keenly detected a familiar and steady chakra slowly approaching. He gently placed Naruto in the swaddling clothes beside Kushina, tucked the corners of the quilt, and then stood up and walked to the window. He gently pushed open the half-closed window with his fingers and looked across the courtyard. Sure enough, on the stone steps at the entrance of the courtyard, the third Hokage was standing with his iconic wooden cane. His silver hair shone softly in the morning light, and he had a kind smile on his face. A few steps behind him, Biwako was holding a neatly folded swaddling clothes and taking slow steps. When she saw Minato looking at her, she nodded gently at him. A hint of understanding flashed across Minato's eyes, and he nodded slightly in response. He tapped his fingertips lightly on the windowsill twice, turned around and said to Kushina, "It's master and master-in-law who are here." "Why are master and mistress here?" Kushina was a little surprised. Minato looked in the direction of the sandame's raised wrist. The iconic pipe was tilted in the morning light, the light grey tobacco burning with tiny sparks. A wisp of smoke curled up, and was blown by the wind through the window and dispersed into a light mist. "I just heard from the Anbu that Obito's attack failed, so I came to see." The sandame's voice was hoarse from tobacco, but it revealed the concern unique to an elder. He raised his hand and tapped his pipe, sparks falling, and his eyes passed over Minato's shoulder and fell on Naruto in the cradle. Those eyes, always filled with kindness, now held a complex mix of emotions, relief, emotion, and a subtle heaviness. He was silent for a moment before slowly speaking, "This child, his eyes and eyebrows look a lot like you." As he spoke, the fingers holding the pipe paused slightly, as if he saw the equally dazzling boy from that year through the baby in front of him. It would be better if he looked like his mother. Minato moved aside to make room for him. "Master, would you like to come in and sit down?" The Sandame waved his hand, and the Buddhist beads on his wrist swayed gently with the movement, making a small clinking sound. He took out a neatly rolled scroll from his wide sleeves and handed it to Minato. His knuckles were calloused from years of holding the pipe, but his movements were very steady. "I compiled this overnight," he said, his eyes sweeping over the seal pattern on the scroll, his tone deep. "All the information about Uchiha Obito at Kanabi Bridge, as well as the mission records of him, Rin, and Kakashi, are all here." He paused, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes appearing even deeper in the morning light. He subconsciously glanced around, and after confirming that no one else was around, he leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice, with unquestionable authority. "I've already informed Danzo, he doesn't dare to make any more plans." After saying this, he tapped the edge of the scroll with his fingertips, as if to emphasize the importance of the information, and also as if to reassure the young man in front of him. Minato took the scroll, his fingertips touching the warmth of the paper. "Thank you, Master. What are you going to do with Obito?" The third Hokage looked at the clouds in the distance. "His space-time ninjutsu is very tricky. If you leave it alone, I will find him." Minato's voice was as light as a feather falling on the lake, but every word was filled with unquestionable determination. His fingers tightened slightly as he took the scroll, his knuckles turning a light white, and his gaze fell on the rising sun outside the window. The light there seemed to give his eyes a sharp golden edge. "Not as an enemy, but as a disciple," he added. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and the moment when Obito's mask shattered flashed through his mind. The pain and despair surging in the scarlet Sharingan eyes pierced his heart like a needle. He lowered his eyelids, his long lashes casting a shadow under his eyes, hiding the complex emotions in his eyes. Only the stubbornness in his tone became clearer. "He is simply trapped by hatred, like he has fallen into a quagmire without light. He needs someone to pull him out." As he said this, his hands at his side unconsciously clenched into fists, and then slowly loosened them, as if he had already grasped the determination to pull the person back from the abyss. The Sandai gave him a deep look, turned around and staggered away. "You are always like this, Minato." The sound of the cane tapping the ground gradually faded away, "But perhaps, this is where you are better than the rest of us." Kakashi hurried over to the path outside the Uchiha clan's territory. Seeing the Sandame, he was stunned for a moment, then bowed his head and saluted, "Sir Sandame." "Kakashi." The third Hokage stopped. "Come to see Kushina and Naruto." Kakashi's silver hair shone coldly in the morning light. He nodded, his voice a little hoarse. "Minato-sensei said Obito is here." The third generation was silent for a moment, then patted his shoulder and said, "Some things need to be resolved by yourselves." In the delivery room, Kakashi stood a few steps away, his eyes fixed on the swaddled Naruto. The pair of Sharingans that were always drooping and hidden in the shadows of black hair opened a little wider for a rare time. The Megatama on the irises moved slightly, reflecting the baby's pink face, revealing a bit of barely perceptible daze. The little guy seemed to sense his chakra. He rubbed his little head in the swaddling clothes, then stretched out his chubby little hands and waved them in his direction. There were still some milk stains between his fingers, and he looked very cute. Kakashi's Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he subconsciously raised his hand. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the small hand, his mind suddenly exploded with scarlet. The broken walls of the Kanabi Bridge, Lin's figure lying in a pool of blood, his own bloody hands. Hallucinations came like a tide, and he suddenly retracted his hand as if he was scalded. His fingertips trembled violently at his side, and even his breathing was disordered. He stared at the palm of his hand, which was obviously clean, but seemed to be covered with blood stains that could not be washed off. Post views, 30. 029 Naruto Sky Screen. Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 029. Kushina saw all of this. When Kakashi withdrew his hand, his fingertips trembled, and the uneasiness hidden in his eyes almost spilled out. She understood and deliberately dragged out her tone, speaking with a hint of mischievous warmth, "He seems to like you." As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi's Adam's apple rolled slightly, as if it was gently pushed by the gentle encouragement in the smile. His originally tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and he slowly squatted down. His eyes were focused on Naruto's outstretched little hand. His fingertips hesitated in midair for a moment, and then, as if mustering up great courage, he lightly touched the warm and soft palm. But the touch was only for a moment, but it felt like a fine electric current running through his body along his fingertips. He suddenly retracted his hand, his fingertips trembling violently. The warm temperature was like a branding iron, burning his heart. How could such a clean and soft little life be willing to be touched by someone like him with blood-stained hands? The tips of his ears, which had just been lightly red, now took on a darker hue, even staining his neck with a faint red. He subconsciously shrank his shoulders back, as if that would hide the unwashable past, the hand stained with his companion's blood. She hurriedly looked away, not daring to look into Naruto's clear eyes again. She felt that the brief touch just now was a blasphemy to this purity. Minato noticed his uneasiness and said, "Let me tell you something about Obito." "No need, sensei," Kakashi suddenly interrupted, a barely perceptible bitterness in his voice. He lowered his eyes slightly, a few strands of silver hair falling from his forehead, just enough to mask the turmoil in his eyes. Only the Megatama of his Sharingan twirled gently in the shadows, silently shearing away the fragments of his memories. His fingertips unconsciously clenched the edge of the forehead protector, his knuckles turning pale. He took a deep breath, his Adam's apple rolling, before continuing, "On the day of the Konobe Bridge, if I could, protect Lin well, and be a little stronger." When he said the last few words, his voice was so low and hoarse that it almost disappeared in the air. He clenched his fists suddenly, his nails digging deep into his palms, his shoulders trembling slightly, and the Sharingan that was always hidden behind his black hair was now reflecting the red that was still in his eyes, as if something hot was about to burst through his eye sockets. "It's not your fault." Minato's voice was deep, with a piercing certainty, "It's not Obito's fault either." He raised his hand and handed the scroll that the third generation had just given to Kakashi. The seal pattern on the edge of the scroll glowed coldly in the morning light. The corners were stained by something, leaving a light brown mark that looked very much like dried blood. "There's more in here than just the records of Konobe-hashi." Minato's fingertips paused lightly on the scroll cover, his eyes as deep as a pool. "There are some things we've been kept in the dark about." When Kakashi took the scroll, his fingertips trembled so much that he could hardly hold the rough paper. His fingertips rubbed against the raised areas of the seal, as if they had touched something hot. He subconsciously lowered his eyes. And his long eyelashes cast a light shadow under his eyes, covering the surprise and resistance surging in his Sharingan. The sunlight shone through the window lattice onto his face, half of it was reflected by his silver hair, making it dazzling, while the other half was buried in the darkness of his Sharingan, making the scar that had covered his eye for years appear even clearer. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the scroll, his Adam's apple rolled, and he wanted to say something, but in the end it only turned into an almost inaudible sound, as if the scroll weighed 1,000 pounds, pressing down on him so much that even his breathing became a little sluggish. "Sensei," Kakashi suddenly said, "I want to go find Obito." Minato wasn't surprised. "Need some help?" "No need." Kakashi stood up, his back straighter than when he came. "There are some things I should tell him." As he turned to leave, his steps paused for half a second, and his hands hanging by his side curled up almost imperceptibly. His eyes seemed to accidentally sweep over the swaddling clothes, and happened to meet Naruto's gaze. The little guy was giggling and waving his little hands in his direction. He didn't turn around, but his ears moved slightly, blocking out the laughter, and his steps became steadier than when he came. He did not go straight to any corner where Obito's presence might be hidden. Instead, he took a long detour and walked towards the deserted battlefield on the edge of Konoha. The broken walls of Konobe Bridge are always bleeding in my memory, and the grass leaves in the open space where Lin fell always seem to be still stained with her last warm breath. The wind blew dead leaves across the soles of his boots, and his silver hair was blown to his forehead, revealing his Sharingan. The Megatama slowly turned, sweeping across the overgrown weeds on the ground. The residual chakra here had long since faded to the point of being almost inaudible, yet it was still the place where he subconsciously felt he was most likely to catch Obito's scent. He stopped where Lin had fallen. The soil beneath his feet was softer than elsewhere. His fingertips unconsciously pressed against the ground, as if he could still feel the warmth from that time. He pinned the scroll to his waist, the seal pattern rubbing against his skin, as if reminding him of something. "If you were," he whispered, his voice half carried away by the wind, "you should have come and seen it for yourself." His Sharingan suddenly narrowed slightly, and he looked towards a half-dead tree not far away. Behind the trunk of the tree, there seemed to be a very faint chakra fluctuation, like a stone dropped into a deep pond, which only caused a ripple before disappearing. He didn't move, simply raising his hand to press against his forehead protector, shielding his Sharingan. Sunlight fell on half of his face, and the lines between light and dark concealed an expectation he himself hadn't even noticed. At the same time, in the Hokage's office, Danzo's skinny fingers were holding an encrypted document, his knuckles turning white due to the force, as if he was holding something dirty and filthy, and he threw it into the brazier without hesitation. The flames greedily licked the paper, black ashes swirled up, faintly revealing the remnants of the words Uchiha Clan Extermination Plan, which were quickly devoured by the flames. He turned around. His single eye brimming with resentment, staring out the window at the Uchiha clan's territory. His gaze was like a poisoned ice spike, eager to pierce and crush that area and all its inhabitants. "Minato, do you think this will change anything?" His voice was hoarse and cold, filled with deep hatred, as if every word was squeezed out from between his teeth, too naive. "Those evil Uchiha will eventually not escape the fate of destruction." As he spoke, he suddenly clenched the hands hidden in his sleeves, his nails digging deep into his palms, and the sinister look in his single eye grew more intense. It was a hatred for the Uchiha clan that ran deep into his bones, and a crazy obsession to completely eradicate them at any cost. In the darkness, a sticky shadow quietly climbed up his ankles and spread up his trouser legs like ink that could not be dissolved. Black Zetsuv's voice was filled with moist allure, lingering around his ears like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. "Danzo-sama, your foresight is unmatched. Those Uchiha were meant to be pawns in your hands, weren't they?" He did not fully reveal his form, only half of his vague outline was revealed, but his eyes reflected the same viciousness as Danzo's, and the admiration in his tone was like poison coated with honey. They clearly had their own ulterior motives, but they insisted on pretending to be like-minded. Danzo snorted coldly, a barely perceptible scrutiny flashing through his single eye, but he still continued in that bewitching tone, "Humph, a chess piece should have the awareness of a chess piece." The conversation between the two was like a sharp blade wrapped in sugar, and every word was soaked in hypocritical calculations. Deep within the cave, the massive body of the outer path demon statue cast a sinister shadow in the gloom, its countless chains drooping like dead snakes. Uchiha Madara sat on the stone pedestal before the statue, a thin black robe shrouding his withered form, like rotting wood. His breath was so weak it almost blended with the cave's wind, as if he would vanish completely into the eternal darkness in the next second. The sound of Obito's returning footsteps in a panic was heard at the entrance of the cave, and his stumbling footsteps broke the silence of the cave. Ban didn't even raise his eyelids. His long, graying hair fell, covering half his face, revealing a jawline that was hard and stiff, belying his age. His voice, like that squeezed from rusted iron, was hoarse and slow, yet filled with undeniable certainty, "Failed." There was not a single ripple, as if he had foreseen all this. Even though he was now just a shroud of life, those eyes hidden in the shadows were still like a dormant hawk, firmly grasping the overall situation without a trace of panic. Obito took off his mask, the scar on his forehead glowing red in the firelight. Minato already knew it was me. As expected. Madara placed the small flower into the stone basin. But didn't you notice the flying thunder god mark he left on your cloak? Obito was stunned and reached behind him. Madara slowly stood up, his gaunt figure swaying slightly in the golem's shadow, as if he might be swept away by the cave's wind at any moment. His Sharingan flickered in the gloom, and the crimson Megatama swirled, reflecting Obito's suddenly tense face. That's an invitation, but also a provocation. His voice was still hoarse, but with a subtle edge. He's saying I'm waiting for you anytime. Before he finished speaking, he had already walked in front of Obito, slowly raised his bony fingertips, and lightly stroked the hideous scar on the other's chest, as if he was touching a familiar old object, or as if he was weighing some hidden weight. But next time you go, his fingertips lingered at the deepest part of the scar, his strength suddenly increasing, leaving no room for evasion. First, think clearly about what you truly want. Is it revenge for Lin, or to be used as a pawn by others? The last few words were spoken very slowly, the tail tone dragging in the darkness like a cast-out bait. He lowered his eyes, and his eyelashes cast tiny shadows under his eyes, making it difficult to tell whether he was sincerely giving advice or testing whether there were any cracks of hesitation hidden under the shell of hatred. Madara's fingertips moved away from Obito's scar, and his skinny hand slowly dropped. The scarlet Megatama in his Sharingan rotated slower and slower, as if brewing some long-buried secret. The wind in the cave suddenly died, even the chains of the outer statue stopped moving. Only his hoarse voice echoed in the darkness. Do you think Lin's death was really an accident? Obito's head shot up, his Sharingan eyes shrunk to a pinpoint, the crimson swirling in his pupils threatening to overflow. Like a trapped animal whose tail had been stepped on, he let out a suppressed growl. Before Madara could continue, he stumbled back half a step, his back slamming heavily against the cold rock wall. Shut up! He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, his nails almost digging into the old wounds on his palms. The scar on his forehead throbbed with pain, and the images that had been suppressed by hatred exploded like fragments. Lin's face lying in a pool of blood, his hand stopped in midair as he reached out to her, and Kakashi's equally pale face at that time. He turned his head away, avoiding Madara's probing gaze. His silver hair fell, covering half his face, revealing only his clenched teeth. I don't want to hear it. His voice was as hoarse as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper, and it held undeniable resistance. No one should try to make excuses for her death, especially you. It wasn't that he didn't want to hear it, it was that he didn't dare. Those days wrapped in hatred, those obsessions that had sustained him to this point, if they were pierced, he was afraid he would be like a puppet with its frame removed, losing even the strength to stand. He would rather hide in a shell of hatred than face the truth that could overturn everything. Madara looked at his tense figure, a flicker of understanding in his eyes, but he didn't press the issue any further. He simply walked slowly back to the stone seat and sat down again. The wind in the cave began to flow again, twirling his long, grey hair, as if mocking this futile escape. Post Views, 27. 030 Naruto Sky Screen. Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 030. Preparations for the 4 countries were proceeding intensively. The training ground of the hidden cloud village was covered in dust. The Raikage AI stood barefoot on the high platform, his black cloak blown up by the strong mountain wind, revealing the bulging blue veins on his arms. The ninjas below were forming a dense formation, with lightning flashing around them and crackling like countless sharp blades ready to strike, illuminating half of the sky white. AI's knuckles gripped the rock at the edge of the platform tightly, and his fingertips rubbed against the rough stone surface, leaving several shallow marks. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the figures moving back and forth in the lightning. His Adam's apple rolled violently, and his jawline was stretched like a fully drawn bowstring. The handwriting on the document from Konoha seemed to be still dancing before his eyes. The sentence in the ink, "All that is said is an illusion of a parallel world, and has nothing to do with your village," was like an icy thorn, making AI's fingertips tremble. But in his opinion, this frivolous excuse was more insulting than an outright declaration of war. Why did Konoha dare to use the excuse that it didn't happen? How dare they stir up trouble in the land of Kumagakure with a vague illusion? The corners of the document were wrinkled from his grip, the rough texture of the paper rubbing against his palm, but he couldn't suppress the burning rage. He stared at the ninjas training below, lightning exploding around them, making the bloodshot in his eyes even more sinister. Parallel world? That's just Konoha's cowardly excuse. If you dare to put a knife to Kumagakure's neck, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. A bunch of ignorant people. He roared in a low voice, and his voice was filled with lingering lightning chakra, which made the rocks under his feet tremble slightly. He suddenly raised his hand, and the lightning gathered in his palm exploded into a blinding white, smashing fiercely into the stone pillar beside him. Amidst the flying debris, the anger in his eyes almost turned into tangible electricity. "When we step onto the battlefield, I will let them know that Union can tear them apart." After saying that, he turned around abruptly, and his cloak swept across the gravel on the table, leaving a messy trail. His footsteps stepped heavily on the stone steps, and every step seemed to be a countdown for the upcoming battle. The chakra surging around his body made the air scorching, as if he was going to rush towards Konoha in the next second. In the secret room of the Uegakure village, the candle light cast swaying shadows on the stone wall. Nokia's skinny fingers pinched a yellowed scroll, and his fingertips repeatedly rubbed the word "would release," and his knuckles turned white due to the force. He suddenly slammed the scroll down on the stone table, a barely perceptible fear flashed across his cloudy eyes, and even his body, which was maintained by the levitation technique, shook. "That brat," his voice was filled with gritted teeth, "he not only has the Uchiha's Mangeki, but also has would release. This is simply a sign of the destruction of Uegakure." As he spoke, he suddenly looked up, and two greedy lights suddenly burst out of his turbid eyeballs. And even his floating figure shook because of this unusual movement. He paused, and his skinny fingertips slashed across the stone table, carving deep grooves into the hard rock, sending debris falling to the ground. "There's also would release and Mangeki," the ending tone was drawn out, as if he was chewing on some priceless treasure, and the beard on his chin trembled slightly. "If these two powers can be used by Uegakure." He suddenly stopped talking, his fingertips rubbing the grooves repeatedly, the fear and desire in his eyes twisted into a ball, and the deep-hidden greed almost broke through the shackles of wrinkles. He was afraid of the destructive power, but couldn't help imagining how invincible the Uegakure would be when he held it in his palm. His withered hand suddenly reached for the corner of the table, the knuckles of his claw-like fingertips turning pale from the force. His old hand prodded at the talisman paper, each stroke more rapid than the last, as if the thin paper were Naruto's unfurled would-release vines, ready to be crushed in his palm. "Add 3 more layers of traps at the border." He suddenly raised his voice, his saliva splashing on the stone table, and his beard on his chin trembled violently. "The barrier. It must be so dense that not even a bug can get in." The last few words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth, with an unquestionable fierceness. His hands trembled slightly, and the edges of the talisman paper were frayed from being pinched. Bloodshot appeared in his cloudy old eyes, showing both fear of the two powers and a hint of madness that came from being forced into a desperate situation. The candle light cast mottled shadows on his face, making the anxiety and fear hidden in the deep wrinkles even clearer. That was a force that was enough to turn Uegakure into dust overnight. Even just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. The fog in the hidden mist village was like water-soaked cotton wool, weighing heavily on the eaves. Occasionally, a breeze would pass by, barely opening a gap and revealing the bluish-gray stone wall underneath. Yagura Kiruta stood at the edge of the assassination unit's training ground, his dark cuffs damp from the mist, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the tassel of the ninja sword at his waist. That tassel was a gift from the third Mizukage before his death, and the tassel at the tip was now a little worn, as if it had been caused by his repeated squeezing over and over again over the past month. "Breathe deeper," he suddenly said. His voice was low, but it pierced the mist and landed precisely in the center of the training ground. An assassin ninja, practicing teleportation on a water mirror, suddenly held his breath. When his foot landed, only a faint ripple spread across the mirror, almost blending in with the mist. Yagura nodded slightly, his black eyes narrowed in the mist, carefully observing the angles of the ninja's wrists and the arcs of their unsheathed blades, until he saw a hint of extra water splashing when someone sheathed their swords. Then he slowly raised his hand and tapped his knuckles lightly on his side. The ninja who had made the mistake froze in place, a fine bead of sweat oozing from his forehead, mingling with the mist and trickling down his cheeks. Yagura walked slowly over, his boots making a slight gurgling sound as they stepped through the puddles. A sound that was particularly clear in the near silence. He stopped behind the ninja, his eyes fixed on his slightly trembling wrist. He suddenly extended 2 fingers and gently placed them on the back of the hand holding the sword. When you draw a sword from your waist, your elbow should be half a beat slower than your heartbeat. With a slightly cool fingertip, he corrected the opponent's posture bit by bit. You must make your sword lighter than mist and calmer than water. As he withdrew his hand, drops of water from his sleeves fell onto the mirror, creating tiny, fleeting splashes. Recheck the target list. He turned and looked towards the depths of the training grounds, where several straw targets engraved with the Konoha emblem stood. He pointed his fingertips lightly in the air, as if marking an assassination route. I want them to hear their last breath in the fog when they're most relaxed. On the stone table in the intelligence room were several sheets of parchment soaked in anti-fog agent, on which were written the news from Kumagakure and Uegakure in special ink. As Yagura leaned forward, strands of hair fell from his temples, brushing against the paper, leaving a faint streak. He picked up his quill and gently traced the words Konoha Border Defense. The ink dot landed on the paper, spreading out over a tiny area. It was a quick-drying ink he had specially mixed, fearing that the ink would smudge and give away the information. Make 3 copies of this part, he said, straightening up and pushing the parchment to the intelligence officer beside him. Give 1 to the Reikage, 1 to the Tsuchikage, and the rest. He paused, pressing his fingertips hard on the corner of the paper, leaving a pale mark. Lock it in the secret room. The mist thickened even more, almost reaching his brow. Yagura raised his hand to gather his cloak, his gaze piercing through the thick mist towards Konoha. A very faint trace of chakra condensed in the palm of his hand at some point, forming a transparent drop of water between his fingers, reflecting the calm yet sharp light in his eyes. The unfinished battle of the third Hokage should be ended silently in the fog by him, holding the knife. The scorching sun in the sand village baked the sand dunes white, and the heat waves wrapped in sand and gravel hit the stone walls of the fortifications, making a rustling sound. Kazekage Raza stood on the watchtower. The edge of his scarlet hood was soaked with dark marks of sweat, and his fingertips were holding a freshly drafted letter of peace. The edge of the letter was wrinkled by his grip. The handwriting on the letter, willing to join hands with Konoha to resist the enemy, was sincere, but the cold light in his eyes was like an ice spike deep in the desert, hiding an unmistakable calculation. Send this letter to Konoha. He handed the letter to the messenger and pressed his fingertips hard on the words. Tsunagakure is willing to be the vanguard, as if he wanted to carve this hypocritical enthusiasm into the paper. As he turned around, his cloak swept across the sand table on the tower, and the sand he brought up fell next to the wooden block representing Konoha. He suddenly raised his foot and crushed the wooden block towards the trap area with the sole of his boot, with an almost imperceptible arc at the corner of his mouth. On the training ground below, the sand ninjas were running among the dunes carrying sandbags 3 times their body weight. Their footprints sank into the hot sand and were then filled up by the wind. Luo Sha looked at their cheeks, which were red from dehydration, and suddenly shouted, "One more round!" His voice was filled with unquestionable majesty. When Konoha is exhausted by the Shikoku, your endurance will be the knife stabbing into their backs. In the puppeteer's workshop, wood and metal shards mixed with sweat fell to the floor. Luo Sha leaned over to watch the craftsman attach poison needle launchers to the puppets. His fingertips traced the gears on the puppet's arms, suddenly stopping at a hidden mechanism. Change this to a secret compartment that can launch iron sand. When night fell, he stood alone in front of the sand table, fiddling with the chess piece representing Tsunagakure with his fingertips. He first made it move towards Konoha, pretending to get closer, and then suddenly turned it towards the weak point behind Konoha. Grains of sand rustled down, simulating the impending betrayal. Konoha wants to be the savior? Then let them block the attack of the Four Kingdoms for us first. He clenched his fists, the iron sand making a crackling sound between his fingers. When they bleed to the point where they can't lift their hands, that's when the sand village will close in. The wind blew sand and gravel past the watchtower, scattering the remaining warmth of the peace letter across the desert. Luo Sha looked in the direction of Konoha, his eyes under the hood were more scorching than the scorching sun in this war. Tsunagakure had to be the ally who waved the flag and cheered, but also the hunter who stabbed the knife in the end. At the same time, the sunlight from Konoha village passed through the window lattices of the Hokage building, casting long strips of light on the ground. Minato held the peace letter sent by Tsunagakure in his fingertips. The edge of the letter still had the dry scent of the desert, but when his fingertips stroked the four words willing to be the vanguard, his brows frowned almost imperceptibly. The strength of the ink edge was so heavy that it seemed deliberate, as if concealing some deeper thoughts. What do you think of this letter? He handed the letter to Shikaka beside him, tapping his fingertips lightly on the table, his eyes falling on the position of Tsunagakure on the sand table. He had just made a shallow mark with his fingertips next to the green flag planted there. Luo Sha's current show of goodwill seems like a deception. Before Shikaka could speak, Minato stood up and walked towards the barrier control console, pressing his palm on the crystal ball. The moment chakra was injected, the image of the Tsunagakure border on the screen gradually became clear. There was a faint reflection of metal deep in the sand dunes, which was definitely not the mark of ordinary fortifications. Have the Anbu send 3 more teams. He suddenly turned around, his golden eyelashes casting sharp shadows on his eyes. Focus on the western part of Tsunagakure bordering us, especially the Sand Valley area where the puppet master may sneak in. Tell the ninja in charge of supply that if Tsunagakure sends someone to coordinate defense, all transfers of ninja tools must be carried out within the Konoha barrier and monitored by Byakugan ninjas throughout the process. At this point, he suddenly paused. His fingertips next to the Tsunagakure flag on the sand table, and quietly placed 3 kunao engraved with the Flying Thunder God mark, surrounding it in a triangle. We have to prepare a retreat for this ally. The leaves outside the window rustled softly in the wind. Minato looked at the ninjas training in the distance, the Flying Thunder God mark on his palm burning slightly. He knew all too well Raza's ambitions. The earnestness in that peace letter was nothing more than a blade coated in honey. Instead of waiting for Tsunagakure to show its fangs behind the scenes, it is better to weave a web in the dark first and let this betrayal fall into Konoha's control from the very beginning. Post Views, 31. 031 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 031. At this moment, the sky flickered again, and a familiar mechanical sound rang out in the ninja world, ding. The last preview is about to play. Uzumaki Naruto is actually Hashirama. Playing Parallel World 006. Uzumaki Naruto is actually Hashirama Senju. The sky screen suddenly lights up. In the chaotic abyss of consciousness, the purple-black nebula surged like silk pulled by an invisible force, but suddenly stagnated when it touched a certain area. The six-path sage was suspended in the absolutely still core of the void. The plain white robe was not disturbed by any air currents, yet star-like ripples flowed along the sleeves, as if he himself was the stabilizer of this chaos. What lingers around his body is not an ordinary halo, but almost tangible fragments of laws. They rotate silently, crushing any breath that tries to spy on him. His face was hidden in a mist that even time could not penetrate. Only when his eyes opened did the nebula in the entire space of consciousness become the reflection of his eyes. The hands outside the frame were unconscious, and only when their knuckles turned white did they realize that cold sweat had broken out on their palms. His eyes were wide open at this moment, and his Adam's apple rolled violently twice, but he didn't even dare to breathe heavily. He saw that at the edge of the stagnant nebula, there were a few wisps of chaotic nebula trying to break free from their restraints. As soon as they touched the fragments of the law, they were silently annihilated into an existence more thorough than nothingness. His heart seemed to be gripped by an invisible force, and he became cautious, fearing that a single false thought would disturb the existence standing at the core of chaos. Outside the screen, Madara's pupils suddenly shrank into needle points, and his Sharingan trembled violently in his eye sockets. He had never been so out of control in his life. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and his pride was shattered in front of that figure. His tightly pursed lips trembled slightly as he stared intently at the fog that even time could not penetrate. However, he abruptly looked away the moment he met those eyes, not because he was afraid to look, but because the surging creation of the world and the annihilation of the universe in those eyes made him feel a fear that even his soul would be sucked in, crushed, and reshaped. Uchiha Sasuke stood in the void, the hem of his black windbreaker rustling in the airflow, but it couldn't hide the uncontrollable trembling of his shoulders under the fabric. His left arm was still bleeding, and the bright red liquid dripped into the void. Instead of falling, it turned into scarlet light particles and slowly dissipated. The Manjiki Sharingan in the eye socket was spinning violently, and the black Megatama was like a whirlpool stirred by a strong wind. Every rotation was accompanied by a sluggish pause, like rusty gears trying hard to bite together. The slight tremor in the surrounding space revealed his almost broken nerves. Veins bulged on his forehead, and cold sweat mixed with the dust splashed from the battle slid down and hit his cracked lips. He gritted his teeth to prevent his breathing from being too embarrassing, but the knuckles of his right hand, which was tightly gripping the Kusanagi sword, had already been worn out. And every muscle twitch caused pain in the bones. "Who are you?" Sasuke's voice was a little hoarse due to his injury, but it still carried his unique coldness and determination. He stared at the figure floating in the core of the void, his Manjiki Sharingan turning with difficulty in his eye sockets, trying to catch a trace of familiarity from the fog that even time could not penetrate. But whether it was the fragments of law circulating around his body, or the pair of eyes that contained the creation of the world and the extinction of the universe, they were all so unfamiliar that his heart sank. The blood was still flowing from his left arm, but he tensed his back without a care, like a lone wolf who refused to retreat in the face of an unknown and powerful enemy. Even though the aura emitted by the other party had made him tremble instinctively, he didn't even know the other party's name. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene just now flashed through his mind uncontrollably. The dark purple chakra wrapped around Naruto's body roared like a living thing, his green eyes were replaced by the Sharingan, even the air was wailing when the tailed beast ball condensed, and every punch was mad. He suddenly closed his eyes, suppressing the heart-wrenching scene, and the wound on his left arm began to bleed again due to his emotional fluctuations. "What is your purpose in calling me here?" His Adam's apple rolled, and a barely perceptible tremor finally revealed in his voice. The Six-Path Sage slowly raised his hand, and before his fingertips touched Sasuke's left arm, the soft white light from his palm had already spread across the void like a tide. When the warm energy penetrated Sasuke's tense muscles, the blood rushing from the wound did not coagulate, but flowed back along the light stream, and the skin and flesh healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the remaining severe pain in the bone marrow turned into numbness like melting snow in early spring without using any chakra fluctuations, but more thorough than the most sophisticated medical ninjutsu in the world. His voice didn't just ring in my ears, but resonated directly in the depths of my consciousness, like the roar of a glacier breaking, its edges worn away by time, or like the subtle sound of a star's orbit being stretched by time. My name is Tsutsuki Hago Romo, and future generations will know me as the Sage of Six Paths Uchiha Sasuke. Before I tell you everything, you need to know a secret first. With each word that fell, the stagnant nebulae in the void trembled slightly, as if even chaos was holding its breath and listening. Sasuke frowned slightly, said nothing, and stared at the Sage of Six Paths, waiting for his next words. The voice of the Six Path Sage flowed slowly in the space of consciousness, with a heavy tone, I once had 2 sons. At this point, the mechanical sound that had been clearly resonating in every corner of the ninja world suddenly interrupted, its cold electrical noise covering the subsequent words, secret detected, insufficient authority, silencing in progress. The next second, the lips and teeth of the Six Path Sage were still opening and closing silently, and light and shadow flowed in his eyes that reflected the birth and death of the universe, obviously telling the origin of Indra and Ashura. But for the thousands of ninjas outside staring at the sky, all they could hear was a pure buzzing sound in their ears, as if they were completely isolated by an invisible barrier, unable to catch even a fragment of a syllable. Hashirama's subconscious movement of leaning forward suddenly stopped, his eyes widened with astonishment, and the question he was about to ask was stuck in his throat. He could clearly see the solemn expression of the Six Path Sage on the sky, but he couldn't hear a single word. The cold sweat on his palms instantly thickened again. What kind of weight could shake the ninja world if even the sky had to be silenced? Madara's Sharingan contracted violently, and the veins on his forehead throbbed even more violently. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. The anger that had been suppressed by the Six Path Sage's aura now transformed into the rage of being teased. The silent scene was like a deliberately suspenseful play, making him want to tear the barrier in front of him apart, but also giving rise to a faint sense of panic that he himself was unwilling to admit. Those 2 names seemed to have some kind of inseparable connection with him and Hashirama. The ninja world was in an uproar. Ninjas looked around in confusion or shouted at the sky, but all they could hear was the monotonous hum. Some people pounded the ground, some tried to interfere with it with chakra, but in the end they could only watch the Six Path Sage continue to speak silently. The doubts in their hearts grew thicker and thicker, like the stagnant purple-black nebula on the sky, so heavy that it almost fell down. The invisible barrier that had been humming suddenly shattered, and the voice of the Six Path Sage resounded throughout every inch of the ninja world, and you, Uchiha Sasuke, are the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. Madara's gaze was already fixed on the sky. Ever since the mechanical voice announced, Uzumaki Naruto is actually Hashirama, an inexplicable irritation began to surge in his chest. He wanted to see what kind of connection that brat had with Hashirama. But when the Six Path Sage's words, and you, Uchiha Sasuke is the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara, exploded, the blood in his body froze. The Megatama of the Sharingan trembled wildly in his eye sockets. He stared at Sasuke's face on the sky, which was full of surprise. A suppressed growl came from his throat, as if a red-hot iron was stuffed into his throat. Ridiculous. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out the 2 words, his knuckles clenched white, and the chakra around his body surged violently. He originally came to laugh at Hashirama and see what secrets that brat was hiding, but he didn't expect to end up eating the melon himself. Was that Uchiha brat his reincarnation? Post views, 33. 032 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 032. And in the abyss of chaotic consciousness, those words exploded in Sasuke's mind like a thunderclap. He raised his head suddenly, his Manjiki Sharingan suddenly contracted, the pitch-black Megatama fixed in the center of his pupils, shock, doubt and a hint of indescribable confusion swirling in his eyes. What? I am, the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. The wound on his left arm, which had just healed, seemed to be torn open again, and the pain spread throughout his body along the nerves. A chill ran up his spine, almost making him crush the Kusanagi sword in his hand. The Six Path Sage nodded slightly and continued, and Uzumaki Naruto is the reincarnation of Senju Hashirama. The people in the ninja world had not yet recovered from the shock of Sasuke is Madara's reincarnation. Many of them had their mouths open and the shock in their pupils had not yet faded. The Six Path Sage's calm but weighty words were like a second thunderbolt. The crowd that was just buzzing with discussion suddenly lost their voice, as if an invisible hand had grabbed their throats. The ninjas who were pointing at the sky with disbelief on their faces froze in place, their fingers still stretched forward. The storm caused by the rumor that Sasuke is Madara's reincarnation had not yet subsided, and the rumor that Naruto is Hashirama's reincarnation directly dragged everyone into a deeper whirlpool, making even their breathing heavy and sluggish. 2. Both, a white-haired old ninja muttered to himself, his cloudy eyes widened, and the wrinkles on his face were twisted into a ball due to extreme shock. The reincarnations of Madara and Hashirama turned out to be these two. The world seemed to be completely turned upside down in just a few short sentences. Above the Pure Land, Senju Hashirama was slightly stunned at first, and his eyes, which were always filled with gentle smiles, blinked, as if he was digesting this sudden news. After a moment, he raised his hand and scratched his fluffy hair, the corners of his mouth naturally raised the familiar arc, and a hearty laugh with a bit of relief spread in the air. So Naruto is my reincarnation. No wonder I feel so close to him. The aura around him was still calm, without the slightest fluctuation caused by this shocking secret, as if the fact that his reincarnation is Uzumaki Naruto was just as common as hearing the weather is nice today. Tobirama, who was standing next to him, frowned and was about to say something, but Hashirama patted his shoulder and said, "Look at you, frowning again. Isn't this good? That kid is much more energetic than I was back then." Hashirama's open-mindedness made the stagnant air around him seem to loosen a little, as if he was not the one who was anxious and uneasy when he first saw the figure standing at the core of chaos. At this moment, the voice of the Six-Path Sage sounded again, interrupting the thoughts of everyone in the ninja world. "Uchiha Sasuke, you and Uzumaki Naruto were supposed to follow a destined trajectory." His voice still echoed in the depths of consciousness and every inch of the ninja world, carrying unquestionable majesty. In the abyss of chaotic consciousness, the stagnant nebulae slowly rose and fell with his words, as if simulating the destined trajectory mentioned. That trajectory contained the bonds of your past lives. A reconciliation that transcended reincarnation, and should have ended this 1,000-year-long conflict. The Six-Path Sage's eyes flickered between light and darkness within the mist. But now, Naruto has strayed from that path. Sasuke's brows furrowed even more tightly. He raised his head and looked directly at the Sage of Six Paths. Then why did Naruto become like that? An image involuntarily emerged in his mind: Naruto standing between the shattered sky and earth. His once dazzling golden hair was stained with dark blood and chakra, and every strand of hair seemed to be carrying a dying wail. In the pupils that were replaced by the Manjiki Sharingan, there was no trace of the warmth of the past, only the indifference of burning the stars. The dark purple chakra around him was no longer a roaring living thing, but turned into a tangible end wherever he passed. Mountains collapsed like sand, rivers and seas evaporated into mist, and even time and space showed patterns like broken glass under that breath. It was as if raising his hand was the countdown to the destruction of the universe, and opening his eyes was the final chapter of everything returning to zero. The whole world became a plaything under his feet that could be crushed into dust at any time. A trace of distant fatigue flashed across the eyes of the Six-Path Sage, which reflected the birth and death of the universe. He slowly raised his hand, and the stagnant nebula in the void suddenly began to emit tiny spots of light, like drops of star tears falling into the fragments of the laws around him. It was a ray of energy quietly passed from the sky, weak but pure, seeping into his spiritual body along the lines of the laws, making his originally hazy outline clear for a moment. "This power," he murmured in the depths of his consciousness, vaguely recalling a scene not long ago. The sky had transformed into a bridge of light that spanned the chaos, transferring the trace amount of original power stored in it to him. The emotionless echo of the mechanical sound was still in his ears. An abnormal variable has been detected that threatens the stability of the parallel world. Temporary energy supply is authorized. Host Otsutsuki Hago Romo needs to correct the deviation of the 006 world's trajectory. At that time, he had just been forcibly awakened from a long sleep, and his spirit was so weak that it almost dissipated in the abyss of consciousness. It was this strand of energy that allowed him to condense his form and hold on until he met Suzuki. Feeling the familiar warmth again at this moment, he looked into the void with a little more understanding. The sky was not a bystander, it was maintaining balance in its own way, and he was the chosen player. The Sage of Six Paths was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "All of this must start from his childhood." Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to hide his identity as the son of the fourth Hokage out of a desire to protect him, but he never expected that this protection would eventually become the source of his distorted nature. There was a hint of sigh in the Six Paths Sage's voice, and the nebulae in the chaos rippled with his words, as if recreating the details buried by time. At that time, Konoha had just recovered from the ruins of the Nine Tails Rebellion. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the baby who was still sleeping soundly in the cradle, stroked his forehead with his fingertips, and finally placed the fire shadow seal on the secret scroll. He thought that by hiding the identity of the fourth generation's son, he could prevent the child from being assassinated by enemy ninjas and from the villagers' anger towards the Nine Tails. After all, in Konoha at that time, every household was still weeping for their lost loved ones, and hatred for the tailed beast that destroyed half of the village was growing in their bones. He arranged for the Anbu to quietly look after Naruto, sending him food and clothing regularly, but he deliberately erased all traces of care from the village, leaving Naruto to grow up in an empty apartment. He thought this was to let him grow up like a normal person, but he didn't expect that a child's desire for warmth would be so persistent. When Naruto smiled at the villagers who passed by again and again, he was met with avoidance and indifference in return. When he desperately plays pranks at the ninja school, just to get some attention, even a reprimand, all he gets is whispers of monster and trouble. Those hidden identities, like an invisible wall, trapped Naruto in the shell of an orphan. Sarutobi Hiruzen may never have thought that a child who was never recognized would turn his desire to be needed into paranoia in the long loneliness, until one day, someone told him that the world never needed him, and the taut string was completely broken. Protection became isolation, concealment became shackles. The Six Paths Sage's eyes darkened. When he finally knew who he was, he discovered that even this identity carried the coldness of being abandoned by the world. That despair was enough to plunge him into the abyss. What really pushed him into the abyss was the malice hidden in the shadows. The Six Paths Sage's voice faded, and the chaotic nebula suddenly surged, condensing into the outline of a dark alley in Konoha village. Danzo's scarred face loomed in the light and shadow. He whispered to several root ninjas, his voice icy, "Tell the villagers that the child is the reincarnation of the demon fox, the embodiment of disaster." In the picture, the root ninja sneaked into the market like a ghost, quietly spreading the rumor that the demon fox transformed and the culprit who brought the Nine Tails Rebellion were the real culprits. The villagers, who were originally just afraid of the nine-tailed fox, were instigated by these deliberately fabricated lies, and the way they looked at Naruto completely changed. It was no longer simple rejection, but hostility mixed with hatred and fear. Some children threw stones at Naruto and told him to get out of the village, monster. A vendor threw his shopping money on the ground, spat at him and told him to pick it up with his dirty hands. Even the teachers at the ninja school looked at him with a subtle hint of wariness in their eyes. These scenes pierced Naruto's heart like needles, and Danzo looked at all this with a cold arc on his lips. He wanted to let this Jinchuriki weapon grow up in isolation and become a sharp blade that was absolutely obedient to him, but he did not expect that extreme loneliness would give birth to madness that destroyed everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen's concealment is a blunt knife, but Danzo's rumors are a poisoned dagger. When the whole village told him you are a monster that shouldn't exist, and even the recognition he longed for became a luxury. Someone tried to hold up a small piece of sunny sky for him. There was a barely audible hint of melancholy in the Six Paths Sage's voice. In the light and shadow of the chaotic nebula, a faint image of Jiraiya rubbing Naruto's hair emerged, but the edge of the image was being quietly eroded by dark purple mist. But even this belated warmth became the last straw that broke the camel's back. He paused, his eyes dark as indissoluble ink. When the man Naruto called the lustful sage died, the last bit of light in Naruto's world was completely extinguished. Post views, 122. 033 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 033. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Minato looked at Danzo's face hidden in the shadows on the sky, tapping gently with his fingertips, each tapping like a tap on his tense nerves. The sense of urgency when the sky lit up for the first time has not yet dissipated. It was the prophecy that allowed him and Kushina to rewrite the ending. They survived, and Naruto was never haunted by the tailed beast. But this time, what tore open the sky was not an earth-shattering disaster, but something more sinister hidden in the folds of daily life. The first time, it was to save our lives. Minato whispered, his voice filled with understanding and a heavy solemnity. This time, is it to make us see clearly those poisonous snakes hiding in the dark? Those calculations disguised as for the village, those isolations wrapped in the cloak of protection, and the malice towards Naruto in Danzo's eyes that has never been concealed. The wind blew in from the window, carrying the scent of Konoha's leaves, but it couldn't blow away the chill in Minato's heart. Minato suddenly realized that some dangers never come roaring in, but instead wrap around silently like vines, and by the time he discovers them, they have already penetrated into his bones. Minato's gaze fell on the small figure huddled in the corner against the sky. Naruto was secretly wiping his tears with his sleeves. With half a piece of dry bread in his arms, it was thrown on the ground by a vendor and he secretly picked it up. His heart felt like it was being squeezed by something, and dull pain spread through his blood vessels. He suddenly remembered what Naruto looked like when he was just born, his wrinkled little face, his little fist clenching his fingers, his breathing as light as a feather. At that time, he was holding the baby in his swaddling clothes and said to Kushina, "You must let him grow up in the sunshine." His tone was full of longing for the future. But at this moment, Naruto in the sky was looking up at the Hokage rock in Konoha. In those eyes that should have been full of light, there was only inextricable confusion. Two figures suddenly overlapped before his eyes. One was a baby sleeping peacefully in his own cradle, enveloped in layers of parental love. One is a child who is chased by rumors in the sky and has to hide in an empty corner even to cry. "Thank you for your hardship." Minato's voice was as low as a sigh, and his fingertips gently slid across the window glass, as if he wanted to penetrate the barrier and touch the child's head. It turned out that on another path, his Naruto didn't even have such simple happiness. He raised his hand and pressed it against his chest, where his heartbeat was heavy and clear. It was a mixture of relief, fear, and an indescribable pain. "I won't let you become like that," he whispered to the sky, as if he was making a promise to the lonely child, or as if he was swearing to himself, "Never." "Senju Tobirama, nonsense. This is just nonsense." Tobirama's voice was not loud, but it made the air around him tremble. "Senju Tobirama, Hiruzen, is this how you inherited the will of fire? Is this how you protect your juniors? You hide your identity as a shackle, and wrap your care in isolation. Your self-righteous comprehensiveness is simply ridiculous." Sarutobi Hiruzen's head hung down almost to his chest, and the ends of his grey hair hung down. Covering his entire face like a curtain, even the iconic nasolabial folds between his eyebrows were hidden in the shadows. His shoulders trembled uncontrollably, causing his robe to sway gently. His exposed knuckles tightly grasped the hem of his robe, causing deep wrinkles in the fabric. His Adam's apple rolled violently twice and his lips moved, as if he wanted to defend himself or explain himself, but the words were pushed back as soon as they reached the tip of his tongue. In the end, they turned into an almost inaudible sigh and dissipated between his lips and teeth. "Senju Tobirama, and you, Danzo." Tobirama's eyes, which were originally slightly narrowed, were now wide open, and the anger in his pupils almost turned into a sharp blade. Senju Tobirama, hiding in the shadows and fanning the flames, using rumors as a knife to stab a child, this is what you call for the village? Senju Tobirama's voice suddenly rose, and every word was like a hammer hitting the ground. Senju Tobirama, is driving him crazy more in line with your plan, or is watching Konoha slaughter each other more in line with your wishes? The last few words were almost squeezed out from between teeth, with undisguised contempt and anger. He remembered how he taught them that ninjas should put the overall situation first, but he didn't expect Danzo to distort this overall situation like this. The eyes hidden behind the bandages no longer had any loyalty to the village, only a disgusting desire for power. Hashirama subconsciously tried to hold him back, but Tobirama suddenly shook his arm away. The second Hokage, who was always known for his calmness, now had his chest heaving violently, obviously furious at Danzo's despicable behavior. Even the conspiracies and tricks that were common in the Warring States period had never made him so angry. Danzo's face was distorted for a moment in the light and shadow, and a trace of anger flashed in the single eye under the bandage. He subconsciously wanted to argue, to package his meanness as far-sightedness, but in the face of Tobirama's anger that was almost burning, he couldn't utter a single word. His so-called will of fire had long been hollowed out by the desire for power, leaving only the cold shell of control and eliminating dissidents. At this moment, Tobirama tore off this disguise in public. The pressure from his aura made his chest feel stuffy, and even his breathing was heavy and sluggish. He could only clench his fists tightly and swallow all his arguments back into his throat. Senju Tobirama, you too. Tobirama's voice suddenly rose, and in the end there was a hint of a cold laugh caused by anger. The laugh was cold and hard, like an ice spike hitting a stone slab. Senju Tobirama, one is so pedantic that he cannot see the true heart of man. The other is so sinister that he brings disgrace to the ninja world, and regards conspiracy as a skill. Even Hashirama, who was far away, was so startled by this anger mixed with mockery that he stopped laughing and stopped scratching his head in mid-air. Everyone knew that Tobirama was always serious, and the laughter at this moment was more frightening than a scolding. It was an expression of his utter disappointment in the two disciples he had taught. He pointed at Naruto, who was huddled in the corner of the sky, his fingertips turning white from the force he applied. The sneer was still on his lips, but there was a storm in his eyes. Senju Tobirama, Big Brother founded Konoha so that children would no longer have to experience the suffering of war, not so that you can use so-called righteousness to create another purgatory with your own hands in peacetime. In this laugh, there was the pain of being disappointed in others, the anger at the distortion of the will of fire, and the deepest contempt for these two disciples who had personally pushed the younger generation into the abyss. Uchiha Madara's voice was filled with undisguised gloating, his scarlet Sharingan narrowed slightly, and a mocking arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, you didn't expect that, did you? He deliberately dragged out his words, each word piercing Tobirama like a needle. You always boast about how excellent your disciples are, how they inherited the will of fire, but what's the result? One is incredibly stupid, and the other is so cunning as to spread rumors to hurt children. It seems that the educational method you're so proud of is just this. He paused, his laughter full of joking. Uchiha Madara, it's a much louder fall than your elder brother's innocent peace theory. These few light words accurately hit the most painful part of Tobirama. It was not only a denial of his teaching of his apprentice, but also a provocation to Senju Tobirama's ideal of protecting Konoha. When Tobirama saw the news about Madara, he became even more furious and directly retorted. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, this is our Konoha's internal affairs, it is not your turn to make decisions. Post views, 101. 034 Naruto Sky Screen, Naruto opens his eyes, shocking the ninja world. Chapter 034. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Just when Tobirama was about to continue scolding, the Sage of Six Paths looked at Sasuke's tense profile. The stagnant nebulae in the chaos slowly flowed around him, making his eyes, which reflected the birth and death of the universe, seem even deeper. He gently raised the hand hanging by his side, and his fingertips brushed across a wisp of drifting stardust in the void. His movements were so slow that it seemed as if he was weighing the weight of his words. This is Naruto's childhood. His voice was deeper than before, with a piercing power that could penetrate chaos. His gaze fell on Sasuke's Mangeki Sharingan, which had slightly contracted due to vigilance. Besides his childhood experiences, there is a more important reason why he became like that. After saying this, he leaned forward slightly, as if to send this secret into Sasuke's consciousness more clearly. The fragments of the laws around him trembled slightly, and tiny points of light floated between him and Sasuke, as if paving a glimmering path for the answer that was about to be revealed. Sasuke raised his head suddenly, his taut jawline tightened even more, as if trying to tear a crack through the chaotic fog. The Mangeki Sharingan glowed with tiny red light due to the sudden movement, and the jet-black Megatama quickly turned half a circle in the pupils before it froze firmly. In addition to the lingering vigilance, what was surging in the eyes was more of an uncontrollable doubt, like a deep pool with a stone thrown in. The urgent need for an answer was hidden in the layers of ripples. The hand holding the Kusanagi sword unconsciously loosened a little, and the healed wound on his left arm began to tingle slightly due to the fluctuation of emotions, but he completely ignored it. His Adam's apple rolled before he clearly asked the Sage of Six Paths, "What's the reason?" The moment he finished speaking, he leaned forward slightly, and the loose hair on his forehead fell, covering half of his eye, but it could not hide the undisguised inquiry in the other eye. The nebulae surrounding the Six Paths Sage suddenly stopped flowing, as if frozen in the void by an invisible force. His previously peaceful eyes suddenly darkened, reflecting the birth and death of the universe. The light of the stars gradually faded, leaving only a bottomless solemnity. The hand hanging by his side slowly retracted, and the stardust that his fingertips brushed against for the last time seemed to be crushed by an invisible force, turning into tiny points of light that fell down. He straightened his body slightly, and his originally leaning posture now widened the distance again with an unquestionable majesty. The fragments of laws around him no longer trembled, but emitted a low hum, as if gathering power for the truth that was about to be revealed. For unknown reasons, the Six Paths Sage's voice completely lost its previous distant tone. Every word was as cold and hard as the collision of metal and stone. His gaze was like two tangible beams of light, firmly locked on Sasuke's Mangeki Sharingan. Indra's chakra from a parallel world and the resentment of several parallel worlds Naruto's have arrived here and merged with Naruto. He paused, his Adam's apple rolling slightly, as if he was suppressing something, before continuing. The resentment contains endless hatred and desire for destruction, which clashed with the Ashura chakra in Naruto's body. When he mentioned the word conflict, his voice suddenly intensified. The stagnant nebula around him suddenly cracked, and a dark purple air current flashed by, as if simulating the destructive collision of forces. That's what ultimately led to his dark transformation. As the last few words fell, the nebula in the abyss of chaotic consciousness seemed to be thrown into by a huge rock, surging violently, even causing the void under Sasuke's feet to tremble slightly, smashing this heavy truth into every inch of space. Sasuke's pupils suddenly contracted. Then what should I do? What can I do? The Sage of Six Paths looked at Sasuke's suddenly tensed body, and the solemnity in his eyes that reflected the birth and death of the universe gradually faded away, and a layer of warm light appeared. He leaned forward slightly, and the surging nebulae around him slowed down. The tiny points of light gathered together again, weaving a soft halo between him and Sasuke. The originally tense jawline slowly relaxed. He raised his hand and gently pressed it into the air. The fragments of law under his palm resonated crisply, as if injecting power into the next words. His eyes were fixed on Sasuke's Sharingan, the anticipation surging in them like the glimmer of light before dawn, with an unmistakable earnestness. Uchiha Sasuke, his voice faded from its previous coldness and regained a touch of distance, yet it was clearer and more powerful than ever. I called you here so that you can return to the past, redeem Naruto, and prevent the resentment and Indra's chakra from merging with him. Because Naruto needs you. Sasuke clenched his fingers at his sides suddenly, and the hilt of the Kusanagi sword hurt his palm, preventing him from being dazzled by the sudden weight. He lowered his eyelids slightly, and his long eyelashes cast a fine shadow on his Mangeki Sharingan, hiding the turbulent waves surging in his eyes. There was the shock of the 3 words only you, the complexity of the past entanglements, and more importantly, a determination that could not be avoided. The chaotic nebulae rose and fell gently around him, making the lines of his profile flicker. His Adam's apple rolled several times, and the hesitation and struggle that he hadn't said out loud were finally swallowed back, turning into an almost inaudible breath, carrying the weight of settling the dust. He knew he was not one to stand by and watch his companions fall into dire straits. Even if the road ahead held unknown thorns, even if he had to face scars buried by time, he could not let that figure who destroyed everything become Naruto's final fate. The force on his fingertips gradually loosened, and the Kusanagi sword stopped trembling. Only the healed wound on his left arm was still aching slightly, as if reminding him of the weight of his mission. After a long time, he finally raised his head slowly, and the red light in his Mangeki Sharingan settled into a deep determination. There was no more hesitation in his eyes as he looked towards the 6-path sage. I will go. Sasuke jerked his head up, the wind whipping up his hair, revealing his Mangeki Sharingan, ablaze with a resolute flame. The pitch-black Megatama swirled steadily within his pupils, the crimson glow no longer the fluttering energy of before, but settled into a lava-like heaviness, firmly locking onto the 6-path sage's gaze. He slowly raised his hand gripping the Kusanagi sword. A fine layer of sweat seeped from the point where the hilt met his palm, yet his grip remained steadier than ever. The wound on his left arm seemed to stop stinging at that moment, leaving only a burning sense of purpose coursing through his veins. I would go back, he said, his voice low but resolute. Every word seemed squeezed from polished rock, with unwavering determination. I wouldn't let him become like that. After saying this, he nodded slightly, his chin straight, as if he was making the heaviest oath to himself. The chaotic nebulae seemed to be startled by this momentum and slowly rotated around him. Tiny points of light fell on his hair and shoulders, as if coating this promise with a layer of glow. The 6-path sage nodded slowly, and the fingers hanging at his sides gently stretched out. The stardust that passed by his fingertips turned into a soft arc, weaving into a half-arc of light in front of him. In those eyes that reflected the birth and death of the universe, the gentle light became brighter and brighter, as if stars were slowly rising in them. The previous solemnity completely dissipated, leaving only a warm feeling of relief. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and the lines on his lips softened a lot because of this smile. The fragments of laws around him made a crisp humming sound, interweaving with the sound of the flow of the nebula, as if playing a silent resonance for this moment. His eyes fell on Sasuke's tense yet resolute profile, with the expectation and trust of an elder, and his voice was also tinged with a bit of lightness. Very good, Uchiha Sasuke, he raised his hand and waved gently. The nebulae in the chaos suddenly accelerated, outlining a spiral light track in the void, as if foreshadowing the door of time and space that was about to open. The gears of fate have begun to turn. From now on, it's up to you. As the 6-path sage finished speaking, the image on the sky gradually blurred and eventually disappeared from the sight of everyone in the ninja world. The ninja world fell into silence again. The crowd, which had just been agitated by Tobirama's angry rebuke, was now held in place as if by an invisible hand, and even their breathing subconsciously slowed down. The cicadas chirping in the distant treetops stopped singing at some point, and the rustling of leaves in the wind was as clear as a whisper, but it couldn't blow away the heavy stagnation. Even Hashirama on the Pure Land stopped smiling, and his eyes looked more solemn as he looked into the void. Only Tobirama's chest began to rise and fall more slowly, but he still pursed his lips, obviously not yet completely calmed down from his previous anger. Minato's arms suddenly tightened, holding Kushina tightly in his arms, his palms pressed tightly against her trembling back, as if he wanted to convey his determination to her through this strength. His chin rested against the top of her head, and he could clearly feel the slight tremors of her body and the suppressed sobs. His Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was soft and gentle, but with an unshakable certainty, Kushina, Don't worry. He raised his hand and gently stroked her scattered red hair, his fingertips brushed across her tear-soaked cheeks, wiping away the few hot tears. We will not let the tragedy of the parallel world happen again. This time, we will stay by his side and let him know that he is loved and needed. When he mentioned the words happy childhood, his voice tightened slightly, and the little figure hiding in the corner on the sky and chewing dry bread flashed through his mind again. His heart seemed to be stung by something, and his arms around Kushina tightened. We will protect Naruto and give him a sunny childhood. Kushina buried her face deeply in his chest, her tears like beads that had broken off the string, soaking the front of his shirt, her shoulders heaving violently with sobs. She clutched his shirt hem with such force that her fingers turned white. After a long while, she sobbed and nodded. Her voice was heavily nasal, but very clear, yes, we will. She raised her tear-stained face, and her red eyes, which always showed stubbornness, were now filled with determination. She looked into Minato's eyes, as if exchanging a silent oath with him never let their child experience loneliness again. Post views, 161.